Chapter 5466. Silver-armored guard for tens of thousands of years, surpassing the accumulation of countless epochs, was an ordeal for them all. The crucial point was the tremendous impact from Shang. Initially, Shang was just an ultimate emperor, slightly stronger than them. But now he had ascended to the realm of a supreme peak-level powerhouse, a figure invincible even in the river of time. It hadn't been that long since Shang's breakthrough, considering him as their junior. This fact made their discomfort even more profound, emphasizing the gap between paths. Upon arriving at the Qixin Temple, they intensified their cultivation efforts, determined not to fall too far behind. However, they encountered a setback on the Demon Sound Mount. After Dongsheng presented the token, 6 silver-armored soldiers emerged from the Demon Sound Hall. Each wielded a long spear, dressed uniformly in silver helmets and capes. Their eyes glowed a dark red, concealing their features. In front of the Demon Sound Hall, a miniature world formed rapidly. The 6 silver-armored soldiers raised their spears, blocking Dongsheng's path. Zhu Tian, standing aside, spoke. To enter, you must defeat these 6 silver-armored guards. No one has managed to overcome them so far. As Zudian's gaze swept over, Jian Wushuang noticed the peculiar strength of these guards. They didn't seem like cultivators, but rather a unique type of puppet. Their actual strength remained elusive. However, he would soon find out. Dongsheng had transformed into his true form, the head of the Azure Dragon, with a human body and a divine body spanning billions of miles. A 50,000-fold divine body! Jian Wushuang exclaimed. He hadn't expected that these Tier 5 emperors would have such high value, actually cultivating their divine bodies to 50,000-fold. Zhu Tian nonchalantly remarked, don't be too surprised. We old folks aren't as simple as you might think. Dongsheng once obtained an ancient inheritance in the River of Time, and in terms of treasures, we're not fewer than you. Our divine bodies reached 50,000-fold long ago, if it were in the original universe. Even if we scoured all the universe's secret realms, we probably couldn't gather this many treasures. Indeed, back when Wanderer Qi Shui revealed his strength, his divine body probably hadn't even reached 30,000-fold, yet he claimed to be the strongest special life form in the original universe. This was the downside of not venturing out. The gap in treasures was too vast. When Zhu Tian left behind the Eternal Tower, he handed control of the entire East universe to Demon Lord Fengyu. That eternal treasure was the only one in the entire original universe, left behind by Emperor Zhu Tian. Not even Shang had one. It was easy to imagine that Zhu Tian had gained a substantial amount of treasures back then, allowing him to generously leave behind such an eternal treasure. Commerce chose not to venture out to avoid wasting cultivation time. However, these Tier 5 emperors had ventured out countless times, and their accumulated treasures were quite substantial. For the first time, Jian Wushuang encountered a super powerhouse with a 50,000-fold divine body. He had obtained so many heaven-defying treasures that his divine body had just reached 49,000-fold. To break through, Jian Wushuang would have to devour the entire vine of the 100 Weeping Vine. Jian Wushuang felt a bit reluctant and didn't rush to break through. After all, the 100 Weeping Vines had reached maturity, constantly evolving in the River of Time within the Sky-Sight heavenly chessboard, giving birth to countless tiers of weeping vines. Breaking through 50,000-fold was only a matter of time. If he really wanted to cut them down, he would have to buy them in the future. Jian Wushuang was afraid of being poor. In the auction, if he hadn't deceived people everywhere, he wouldn't have been able to buy anything. He wasn't like those people from the Elder Palace who could plunder treasures. Take a good look. The power of these guards is very special. Zudian's eyes were somewhat excited as he said to Jian Wushuang, "Boom!" Jian Wushuang followed the direction of the intense aura. The 6 guards erupted with a world-destroying aura, each possessing the strength of a Tier 6 emperor. 6 Tier 6 emperors joining forces against a Tier 5 peak-level emperor. It's no wonder that none of them could enter. This was too outrageous. The combat power of these puppets was not comparable to those Tier 6 emperors who were pulling the lower ranks in the 4 great secret realms. The combined strength of the 6 already equaled that of a top-tier Tier 6 emperor. This was the normal standard of power. In other words, Emperor Dongxing would have to unleash the top-level Tier 6 to contend, and defeating them would be even more difficult. Without the combat power of a peak-level Tier 6, it was challenging to enter. To be at the peak level of Tier 5 and compete with the peak-level tier, perhaps only a few emperors on the Grave God Mountain could achieve that. He had originally thought of giving it a try, but now it seemed unlikely. Emperor Dongxing had indeed erupted with the top-level Tier 6, comparable to the 6 guards, but it would be difficult to defeat them. The prediction of Jian Wushuang was quite accurate. Since Dongxing dared to try, he probably had some confidence, but ultimately it was just a glimmer of hope. Between cultivators of the same level, defeating the opponent either required depleting their power or overwhelming them with superior force. However, the puppet power of the Guardians was eternal and couldn't be exhausted. Only by using formidable strength could one crush through. No hope. Zhu Tian shook his head because Dongxing's aura was already declining. He couldn't hold on. It was too difficult. Zhu Tian was considering leaving the mountain. It was better not to stay here. It was time to try luck elsewhere. No, he's going to win. Jian Wushuang's gaze remained fixed. As Dongxing's aura decreased, the sun and moon on Emperor Dongxing's hands evolved into a black hole. The realm of a black hole. This time, not only would Emperor Dongxing successfully enter the Demon Hall, but he might also break through to Tier 6. Zhu Tian's eyes constricted into a point, shocked to the core. There was also envy. Among them, most were at the peak level of Tier 5, having accumulated countless epics. Breaking through was incredibly challenging, even in the 4 great secret realms. Yet now, Dongxing became the first among them to break through. Annihilate! Dongxing roared, and the sound of a dragon's roar echoed in the ears. The 6 guardians were all shattered and scattered on the ground. Bang! Dongxing gasped for breath, put away the divine power in his hands, extremely excited, almost shouting out. Inside the Demon Sound Hall, a deep voice echoed, "Come in!" Dongxing glanced back, and many Tier 5 emperors, who had been indifferent earlier, now looked at him with envy. It'll be waiting inside for you." Although this statement was arrogant, no one paid it any mind. Dongxing's success provided them with great motivation. It had only been 10,000 years. Dongxing had entered, and they were not inferior. At most, there were some differences in time. Afterward, each one immersed themselves in cultivation. After Emperor Dongxing entered the Demon Sound Hall, the silver fragments scattered on the ground turned into silver liquid, then transformed once again into silver armor guardians, standing in front of the door of the Demon Sound Hall. They once again guarded the entrance, preventing others from entering again. Chapter 5467. Great Sin. Those figures are supposed to be figures from ancient times, practitioners who are all lost in this place. Wang Yan was taken aback, then nodded. Same as Jian Wushuang guessed. This is how it is. With other people company, walking on this dark path, finally it's not so lonely. And since he rescued Wang Yan, his spiritual consciousness has been greatly improved. His soul realm is already very strong, and it is really not easy to be like consciousness destruction. It turned out to be like this. After Jian Wushuang realized his enlightenment, he still felt underestimated some of the ancient heritage. Such an exquisite calculation is the first time I have seen it, and I have never heard of it before. This is the first bridge. Jian Wushuang took Wang Yan along, and the dark path began to become more spacious. The two of them walked very easily without any sense of fatigue. Sure enough, less than an hour later, a bridge appeared in front of him. Like the bridge they two saw for the first time, there were hundreds of wandering souls above it. "Don't do it!" Jian Wushuang asked. He has already told Wan Yen of his guess. He can't kill the wandering souls after getting on the bridge. First, use the power of the sacred stone to see if these wandering souls can be revived. Jian Wushuang cautiously walked onto the bridge deck, standing in front of him with a touch of wandering soul. Wow! Millions of gods turned into a torrent and approached the wandering soul. He wanted to try first whether it was what he guessed. When the torrent approached these wandering souls, the other party didn't absorb that power, but stayed away and took a few steps back. Jian Wushuang was taken aback, but fortunately, he found that the bridge did not collapse. In this way, he took a full face and used the power of the sacred stone to disperse the wandering souls in front of him. There is still some deviation. He didn't dare to care at all. His steps were slow and unhurried. Even though there was a cold sweat on his forehead when he looked down at the beast under the bridge, he still remained calm. We just passed by. Wan Yen couldn't believe it. Crossing the first bridge, the two of them breathed out one after another, feeling relieved. The moment they passed, the bridge collapsed again. But this time has passed. It's nothing if it collapses. But before they were happy, their body shape was uncontrollable to fly out. The space changed, and when they appeared again, they were back to the original starting point. Jian Wushuang is a little frustrated. What is this? Do you treat them like fools? Can't save, can't kill, can't live. Wan Yen also collapsed a bit. It was really too traumatic for the two of them when they lost consciousness before. It's over. We are in an endless loop. The faces were haggard, and for some reason, their bodies felt exhausted since they lost consciousness. But they are not suppressed here. Jian Wushuang had mixed eyes and said, "Go ahead and try. Don't stay for too long, or we will lose consciousness again. At that time, I may not be able to hold it." He walked through the soul ladder in the West Sea, and his soul and mental strength were relatively strong to be able to hold it. Wan Yen, a fifth-order emperor of the primitive universe. Although there is a lot of opportunity, it is not as comprehensive as him. After hearing Jian Wushuang's words, Wan Yen was shocked. The feeling of losing consciousness was too terrifying. It was like the destruction of the soul, leaving only the soul. He doesn't want to get lost here. By the way, the first person to enter this place should be Emperor Dongsheng. Why is he not here? Jian Wushuang thought of the first emperor who entered the Demon Sound Hall. Almost forgot the other party. If he could meet Wan Yen, he should also meet Dongsheng. Did the other party pass by? Jian Wushuang couldn't believe it, and the opponent had nothing special. So the realm of space was one level higher than him. If they didn't break through, and the two of them hadn't seen it, I'm afraid it would be unpredictable now. Wan Yen shook his head, thinking of the magma under the bridge and the beasts. Yidong Shengdaijin's character might really swim past. If he couldn't swim past, he was buried in the mouth of the wild beast. If he swam past and was teleported over, I am afraid it would be even more disintegrating. No matter what, since this method can't get through, then try other methods. Jian Wushuang gritted his teeth and struck with tenacity. It is this kind of path against the sky that the practitioner is walking. He still doesn't believe it. Since it is a place of inheritance, there is a way to crack it. Defeated the three kings, he was able to do it, not to mention the dangerous place that the magic sound will set up. The two moved forward again, this time faster. Within an hour, I arrived at the bridge. Seeing the bridge, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. They were not afraid to try, but they were afraid that they would be troublesome if they could not find the bridge. The feeling of torture that never ended the road was too depressing. Came to the bridge. This time Jian Wushuang still took out the sacred stone. Besides the sacred stone, he also extracted his own source of power. Under the dual source and divine power, these wandering souls still did not absorb, but retreated. Jian Wushuang simply failed to reach the bridge and kept trying various methods. Wan Yen on the side also tried his best and almost knelt down and kowtowed to these wandering souls, burning incense. Where is wrong? Jian Wushuang gradually stood on the shore and began to meditate. The wandering soul is on the bridge. What do you want them to do? Soul crossing. Jian Wushuang's eyes shrank suddenly, thinking of a mundane legend. But this story is relatively common among the folks. At the beginning, he was just a mundane, not even a master. This legend must have nothing to do with this place, but it can be used for reference. Legend has it that a scholar came to Beijing to take the exam, but was trapped in a mass grave. He was lost for several days and just couldn't get out. After eating the dry food, he was dizzy from hunger and began to see unclean things, that is, some lonely ghosts. These lone spirits and wild ghosts came to visit him one after another, saying that he was the magistrate of the underworld to save them. And instead of dragging the scholar to ferry them, the scholar was so confused that they really transferred these wandering souls to the underworld. Without the entanglement of lonely souls and wild ghosts, the scholar walked out of the mass grave and arrived in the capital on the last day of the final examination. Originally, his knowledge was good enough to be able to find flowers, but he didn't expect that when he was put on the list, he turned out to be the champion. Then went out of any Fangzhou county and became a well-known criminal department in that dynasty. Is surrounded by a group of masters to him, and before taking office, he also wrote down his own experience. Although it is possible to compile, the other party's behavior in the world is no different from that of a magistrate in the prefecture. Jian Wushuang recalled this legend. The two have the same skills, and the way to crack them lies in them. Crossing the soul, he is really not good at it. I want to take these wandering souls across the other shore without crossing the bridge. https:// mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5468. Then there is only one way left, is to pass through the magma under the bridge. This is too risky. Jian Wushuang turned his head and looked at Wan Yan. He wanted to fool the other party to try, but the other party was not a fool and would never agree. Seeking wealth and wealth. Fight! Jian Wushuang gritted his teeth and turned his head to look at the weeds on both sides of the trail. Now he understood the function of these weeds. This is for him to use grass as a boat. As for the flying treasure, it is impossible to think about it on the knees. It's just such a thing. Whether you believe it or not, I will go first. Jian Wushuang said the cause and effect that he had speculated. Without imposing anything, he went to mow the grass and make a boat by himself. As for Wan Yan, he really didn't believe it. When Jian Wushuang proposed this method, he looked at Jian Wushuang with a foolish look. He only thought that the other party was crazy, so he denied it. Jian Wushuang didn't care, cut all the grass, and then built the boat. Soon a long straw boat was built, and Jian Wushuang became more and more convinced of his speculation as he slid the straw boat. In the commonplace, the things burned for the dead are all made of paper. In ancient times, it may be that grass was burned. Coming to the shore, Jian Wushuang manipulated his mind to float the straw boat and then walked up. Looking at those wandering souls, Jian Wushuang said in ancient language, "Come on!" As soon as the voice fell, these wandering souls really came over and boarded the grass boats one after another. Although the grass boat is small, it also contains the origin of space. It has the effect of shrinking the ground to an inch. The hundreds of wandering souls on the boat are not crowded at all. After watching this scene, he was still a little uncertain and wanted to wait for Jian Wushuang to go down. Jian Wushuang sighed. After receiving all the wandering souls, the thought force moved. The straw boat began to sink and finally landed steadily on the magma. When Wan Yan on the shore looked down, a wild beast of 10,000 battle size opened its blood basin and swallowed the straw boat directly, splashed with countless lava, and then returned to calm. Wan Yan took a breath, clutching his chest, and said inwardly, "Fortunately, I didn't follow." Now on the bridge, there is no dead soul. He does not know what to do, and finally stepped on the bridge again. This time he walked very fast. It can be said that he used to run. He directly crossed the bridge and continued to dash forward without stopping. Yep. Wan Yan walked for a quarter of an hour and found that there was no change in the surroundings. He turned his head and looked back. The bridge was still there. He passed. Ha, I've passed. Wan Yen laughed, feeling very good. The exhaustion on his body was also swept away. As for Jian Wushuang, he doesn't have so much thought about others, and he continues to move forward alone. The further you go, the wider the road. After a whole day, he did not encounter the second bridge, but went into a huge dojo. Inside the dojo, there are altars and statues, as well as many futons. Wan Yen looked at everything carefully and entered the dojo. When passing through a thin barrier, the power on his body began to shake. It turned out that before he entered this place, he didn't have any supernatural power on his body. No wonder he felt tired. After entering the dojo, he glanced at it, and there were rows of futons, which were soft to the touch, nothing special. But when he walked to the front, he found that there was a person sitting cross-legged on the strongest futon. Jian Wushuang! Wan Yen exclaimed. Jian Wushuang was also shocked when he heard someone calling his name, turning his head to look back. Wan Yen, Dao fellow. Jian Wushuang was also surprised. It was obvious that he had successfully crossed the soul and arrived here. Why did Wan Yen also come? Could it be that after he left, a wandering soul appeared on the bridge, and Wan Yen arrived here according to his method? Just when he was about to ask, Wan Yen's next sentence stunned him. Aren't you swallowed by the wild beast? Why are you still alive? Jian Wushuang touched his chin, determined that it existed, and said, Did you see me being swallowed by a wild beast? But after he entered the magma, those wild beasts disappeared, was unimpeded all the way. After bringing the wandering soul to the other side, he was transported to this dojo, and at the same time the soul realm advanced by leaps and bounds. In the dojo, he also obtained many treasures from the altar. The treasure obtained this time can no longer be compared with the space stone, but the cosmic source stone. There are tens of thousands of cosmic source stones, which contain the origin of the universe. Looking at the other person, I'm afraid I've just entered here. Wan Yen recounted his own experience. Jian Wushuang was speechless. So simple, just walked over. Then didn't he have suffered a big loss, risking his fall, and came here? But then Jian Wushuang was relieved. After Wan Yen arrived here, he didn't get any treasures, which was equivalent to a trip on the first bridge in Bai Bai. The other party did not ask, nor would he tell how many treasures he had obtained, even if he asked him. Now that I am finished, I am proud to say how smooth my journey is. Jian Wushuang shook his head, turned away from the subject, and asked, Taoist Wan Yen, what's the matter with the Tao marks in this space? He has never been in harmony, and he actually knows very little about the complete space. I only know that after the space is stable, countless stars will be born, and at that time it is the realm of stars. Then a black hole evolved, which is the realm of black holes, and above it is the realm of the universe. Only got a rough idea, but I don't know much about the details. Wan Yen was in a good mood, and patiently explained to Jian Wushuang, You should dare to break through the Emperor soon, and it is normal if you don't know it. Tao marks represent your original Tao. For example, you are the origin of gold, and you have cultivated to the 9th level to achieve consummation. After you have successfully joined the path, master the origin of space. At this time, what about your origin of gold? Although the origin of gold corresponds to space, it will not all evolve into space. It will leave Tao marks in the origin of the space. The more Tao marks, the stronger the origin of your gold. Let's talk about myself, the shadow Tao I cultivated. Among my origins of space, the most Tao scar is shadow Tao, followed by escape Tao. After mastering the origin of space, normally you can go to enlighten anyway. The Wan Dao Lu that we all know, you should know that the reason why it is special is that you can cultivate all the original Tao. The more you practice, the stronger it will be after the Tao, but the ordinary origin cannot practice this way. Otherwise, it will be counterproductive. Jian Wushuang understands it. His extreme Tao is a great 10,000 Tao flow. No wonder that after he has swallowed so many origins, there are so many rubbles in the space origins. These rubbles are like Tao marks, but he does not have the same Tao now. These rubbles, on the contrary, it is a burden, requiring him to refining and transforming into Tao marks. It turned out to be like this. Thank you, fellow Taoists. Jian Wushuang arched his hands. When he was cultivating here, and observing that image of the Buddha, he saw that there were a large number of Tao marks in the origin of the other party space, and the entire space was surrounded by countless stars and several black holes. https:// mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5469 looked at him very enviously. The deity of this form should be an absolute powerhouse, at least at the level of Wuzhua. Otherwise, there won't be such a black hole in the original space. The space is already at the level of the universe. After Wan Yen sat cross-legged on the futon beside him, he took a look at the facial features and realized why Jian Wushuang would ask him. So many marks. Among them, there are tens of thousands of dark road marks, and they should be the emperor who succeeded in combining the roots of the dark road. The origin of space has also reached the realm of the universe. His eyes are hot when he looks at it. This is the peak of the emperor he is looking for. When will he be able to have this strength? He can be fearless of everything in the long river of time and space. In his current space, the major shadow path marks, but 100, few are pitiful, and the black holes are not condensed. Only a few stars are connected in a line. Compared with Wan Yen, Jian Wushuang had more Tao marks on his body, but these Tao marks did not appear. Wait for the Tao mark to erupt on the day he became the emperor. It is possible for the sixth order emperor to reach in one fell swoop. The two stayed here for a long time, and the place where Dhamma can be enlightened has been enlightened once, and they have been greatly improved. Jian Wushuang's origin sea, some suspended gravel, once again turned into sea water. Only a small part is left. Maybe I don't have to reach the realm of the black hole. My ultimate origin can reach the peak. Jian Wushuang secretly guessed. The realm of black holes is too difficult. Originally, he felt that he was approaching, but he found that each of the fifth order peak emperors was much stronger than him, and the black hole condensed 99% of them and couldn't break through. He can only control 80% of the power of the black hole now, which is too far away. If he is waiting for the breakthrough of the black hole realm, I am afraid I don't know when it will be. Even if the time is accelerating, he is almost an epic in his cultivation, or it looks like this. The more the later stage, the harder it is. In addition, he has no harmony, and his comprehension is slower. If he wants to break through the black hole realm before harmony, it is difficult to break through without 10 epochs. Now the time left for him is limited. The more you delay, the greater the gap between him and the same batch of inheritors. Cannot be dragged. I came out of retreat this time. I heard that Xiantian has broken through the fifth order emperor. This is fine if you drag it on. It is not that he is going to the beast from Xiantian, but Xiantian is looking for his trouble. After all, it hasn't been long before. Tearing the sky has grown to this point. Who knows whether after a few epochs the other party will explode and directly reach the sixth order emperor or the ultimate realm. The talent for tearing the sky is indeed average, but the luck is good. It is definitely a good luck to get the accessories of the beasts in the primitive universe. This boy with luck could get to where he is today. Jian Wushuang didn't expect it. At the time when it was on the original star of Jiajiu, it was the most watery in the sky. The real potential is Hui Qing and Ji Chaoyang. In addition to the ultimate way, the number one that can be ranked is Wanqing. Wanqing has a good potential. When we met in Shihai, he was already the top emperor of Tier 4. After so many years, with Zaihai's receipt, he reached Tier 5. The emperor is not difficult. There is no big chance to tear the sky. Is in the Yuan Lao Palace. Just find a backer. Can break through so fast. Going out this time, you have to think of a way to slaughter the Lord of the Heavens. The beast warrior is now less and less helpful to him, and he has to increase the power of the beast warrior. Let's go. The two turned around again, and after finding that there was nothing missing, they left the dojo. The layout of this place is very peculiar. If it is not in a hurry, it is actually nothing to cultivate here for a period of time. After left the dojo, this time there was no dark trail ahead, but a broad and majestic avenue. There are magnificent white jade walls on both sides of the road, and the pavement is also paved with white stone bricks. A bit weird. Wanyan's voice was a little nervous. A strange power radiated from the front, making people feel a little palpitating. Is the smell of blood. Jian Wushuang also felt it, feeling this breath. Jian Wushuang was relieved instead, as long as there were not so many twists and turns. Fight to kill, he likes it better, because it is simple. Not long after he left, the breath became clearer and clearer, and when he got closer, he found a strangeness. The dark red blood flowed down the cracks between the bricks to Jian Wushuang's feet. The power of the blood is very special, not the blood of a practitioner. Jian Wushuang took out a bottle and collected some. Looking carefully, the particles in the blood are distinct, and each one is a miniature world. This shows that the master of blood is very powerful, at least as strong as him. Should be a super quality body with more than 7 refinements. Can also be regarded as finding out the strength of the opponent in advance. This scene made Wanyan admire secretly. He is a Tier 5 Peak Emperor who has lived for countless years, and he has not been cautious in his work. Be careful, the opponent's strength is not weak. Jian Wushuang's voice is heavy, and the trials outside the Demon Sound Hall are guards of the 6th Order Emperor. Who knows what monsters will encounter here? The inheritance of Magic Sound Hall is really hard to handle. To say that the treasures obtained are not many. After passing the first bridge, he obtained the most valuable 10,000 cosmic source stones. As for the master of that dojo, not even the master of the universe. Naturally, the receipt is not too big, but it is just that when you understand the Dharma, you can recognize yourself more clearly. This second bridge, I have encountered such a strange thing before I see it. Jian Wushuang was a little uneasy for a while. The two walked very carefully, and their pace slowed down a lot. There's more and more blood in front of him, and the blood is getting stronger and stronger. As he walked, Jian Wushuang even heard a faint gasp. But this wheezing sound, if there is no such wheezing, if there is no such thing, keep walking forward, there is more blood, but I have never seen where the wheezing sound comes from. The blood is so rich that there is no place to go when walking, and the two are very cautious not to step on it. Looking forward, the two of them couldn't have to walk in the air, because the blood had already wrapped the entire passage. There was even no space in the front for them to enter, and this spacious avenue had been blocked by blood. Just when Jian Wushuang hesitated whether to bite the bullet and move forward, Wanyan next to him was clever and exploded directly, shocking him. Not good. Wanyan only felt a hot breath blowing towards the back of his neck, scared him. Cold sweat came out directly from his back, hurriedly flashed around, and then turned his head to look back. I don't know, this look really scared him. Jian Wushuang reacted slowly, and at this time he pulled away and turned his head to look at Wanyan's surprise. It was a strange creature with 9 heads. The 9 heads were different, male and female. They were looking at the two with a sneer, their mouths full of sharp teeth, and the blood flowed out of their bodies. In other words, blood is their body. https://mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5470. This is Gorefiend, Blood Demon, one of the 5 ancient demon heads. A character like Shanjun. Jian Wushuang stabilized his figure, not only moved, but the divine body directly urged him to the extreme, ready to rush out at any time. As for the front, he didn't dare to go forward after killing him. It's just that the way of retreat is now blocked by the 9-headed blood demons. With all eyes full of shock and fear, the two of them were followed by such a thing, and they didn't notice it all the way. I'm afraid they encountered this thing when they encountered blood from the beginning. What should I do? Jian Wushuang did not dare to breathe, said the voice transmission. You can't walk at all, and if you walk again, you will die by yourself. If you go back, you have to face these 9 blood demons. Stalemate here for a while. Although he can't feel the breath of the other party, he can be as famous as Shanjun. He knows with his fingers he is not an opponent at all. Kill out. Wan Yen replied, uncertainly. He was also frightened, not knowing what to do. Wan Yen didn't know as much as Jian Wushuang, and he didn't know the origin of the monster in front of him. But he could quietly follow them for so long without being discovered, and his strength would definitely exceed them by a lot. I want to kill it, it's impossible. Jian Wushuang shook his head. His suspended body slowly approached the wall, waving his hand to signal Wan Yen to approach the other wall. He meant that the two went back against the wall, although a little panic, but now I can only step back, take a step and see. What if all this is an illusion? Jian Wushuang prayed from the bottom of his heart. The best is to retreat safely. If you can't retreat, just plunge into the blood ahead, seeking wealth and wealth. Just as he backed away, a sound broke his vision. Jia Jia, it is the breath of Shanjun. Boy, what is your relationship with Shanjun? The head of one of the 9 blood demons was close to Jian Wushuang, greedily smelling. The voice was very sharp, and Jian Wushuang's ears were hummed. Hearing the question, Jian Wushuang didn't dare to go back. He was about to pull away and escape, but when he heard the name of Shanjun, there was room for tact. Senior blood demon, it's an old friendship with Shanjun. Jian Wushuang replied respectfully. Wan Yen, here, was a little relieved to hear that Jian Wushuang was still able to reach a relationship here. Can take a sentence. Directly let the two of them lift their hearts to their throats. Old Qi, what are you going to say? Since it is related to Shanjun, then we have to swallow them even more. The head of a woman was talking, with countless twine-like braids on her head and her eyes waxy white. Jian Wushuang secretly said a bad cry. Originally, he was thinking about getting involved, but now he actually met Shanjun's enemy. This is a bit difficult. Senior, Wan Yen wanted to say that he didn't even know any mountain monarch. Before he could say anything, sharp teeth bit his neck. Jian Wushuang is the same. His blood was swallowed by the opponent. But the two of them discovered that this blood demon could only swallow their blood, and their divine bodies and origins were directly drawn away from the flesh, without the slightest threat. The blood demons seemed to have not seen them, licking their bodies and chewing. Is too exciting. Watching his body die, but he is intact. Go. The two glanced at each other, did not communicate much, and went straight ahead, frowned, rushed into the blood, relying on the weak induction. The two have been walking towards. Taoist Wan Yen, don't go too fast. Jian Wushuang felt a phantom in front of him, and the speed was very fast, so he finished his voice. After a while, he stopped his figure and said in amazement, "But I'm behind you." When these words came out, Jian Wushuang was also stunned. Wan Yen behind him, here is blocked by blood. They are walking forward in the blood, and only relying on weak induction can they find each other. Wan Yen walks behind him. Who is in front of him? Don't care, leave here for now. Jian Wushuang speeded up this time, and there was someone in front of him looking for the road, and he walked more unscrupulously. It didn't take long for him to finally leave this pool of blood. Who? After taking a breath of fresh air, Jian Wushuang's divine body was a bit erratic. Finally came out, a figure in front of him forced, and a strong breath struck him. Stop it! Jian Wushuang yelled angrily. His figure retreated against the wall, and his body instantly recovered, which made the opponent startled. Jian Wushuang is the flesh body of Ten Lian Lian. Both the origin and the divine body contain the power of the flesh. Even if the flesh is completely lost, it can be restored. The reason why he didn't recover immediately is because he was afraid that the blood demons would swallow him again. Now, when he met the opponent, he didn't worry about anything. He directly recovered his physical body and hit the opponent with a punch. Bump! With a loud noise, the phantom that attacked him was directly smashed out. Wan Yen, who rushed over afterwards, was also very nervous after seeing Jian Wushuang's move, and looked up at the phantom flying out. Dongsheng, Wan Yen said in surprise. It was no one else walking in front of them. It was Emperor Dongsheng who was the first to enter the demon music hall. Dongsheng, who stood up in a panic, was a little surprised to see Wan Yen and Jian Wushuang, and said in surprise, "It's you." 3 people get together, recounted their respective experiences. Same and small differences. The experience is similar. It is only Emperor Dongsheng who was not as embarrassed as the 2 of them at the beginning. After the bridge collapsed, he swam directly through the magma. But he encountered a real beast, and it was by luck. This is also why he was surprised, because of the strength of Jian Wushuang and Wan Yen. If you swim past 99%, you will fall. I don't see much of the opportunity here, but it's winding around. This time I came to the wrong place. It seems that Emperor Dongsheng didn't get the cosmic source stone. Otherwise, he wouldn't say that. The reason why they yearn for the magic sound palace is that one is because no one can enter, and the other is that when the source is recognized, the token that is rewarded contains the origin of the universe. Where have they seen such a scarce resource? They are all smashing their brains. I hope to be able to enter the magic sound hall and gain more of the origin of the universe. The long river of time and space where they are, there is no master of the universe. The origin of the universe is only available in the primitive universe, but the consciousness of the primitive universe is very peculiar. It can breed all kinds of treasures by itself, but if you want to obtain the origin of it, you can too difficult. No one can get the origin of the original universe. Jian Wushuang took a look. This time he received the most goods. Not only did his soul improve, he also obtained tens of thousands of cosmic source stones. It feels that this place is also pretty good. Of course, compared with the 3 kings' court of Shihai, it is still far behind. It is a pity that the 3 kings' court has fallen into the turbulence of time and space. I don't know if it was fished out by the real spirit. https:// mobile version, reading URL. Chapter 5471. It would be a pity if it really entered the turbulence of time and space. The soul ladder and change path ladder are amazing. If they are taken out, the effect is much better than that of Moyne Mountain. I copy the origin of 10,000 ways. This is the great, blessed land of 10,000 ways. By the way, fellow Wushuang, how did your physical body recover? Dongsheng was a little curious. His physical body was strong enough. Although he was refined after becoming an emperor, he was not weak. The child can be resurrected. Wan Yen also looked at Jian Wushuang. He was equally curious, but he was not as shameless as Dongsheng to ask face to face. After all, everyone had their own secrets. Jian Wushuang didn't care about it. His enemies were never these people. There was nothing to hide, and it was not a secret opportunity. But this can be regarded as a small chassis of his. In fact, for his own strength, it is a little insignificant. My physical body was once refined in the Demon Sound Hall, but at that time the Demon God General was not born, and some accidents occurred during the refining, which caused the flesh body to be mixed into the origin and the divine body, so that I did not have the flesh body. You can also recover out of thin air. Jian Wushuang whispered, not caring about it. The listener was extremely shocked. Dongsheng is also of the genre of the body, and his physical body is also of super quality, but he has not reached the level of 9 refinements, and he was shocked when he heard it. Actually, it is amazing to be able to integrate into the origin and the divine body. The Qixin Temple is really extraordinary. I have never heard of this kind of refining method. Dongsheng admired the emperor who followed the divine body route. Have a good impression, especially Jian Wushuang, a practitioner who refines his body to such a powerful level. They all felt that Jian Wushuang was the emperor, and Jian Wushuang did not say anything. After all, if we go on, these 2 people will not admire him, but will be jealous of him. Okay, let's get on the road first. Take a look at the second bridge. What tricks are we going to play again? The 2 became 3. Fortunately, there were no other weird things along the way. Gorfiend really scared them. Went all the way to the end, after a month, finally saw a golden bridge. This time, under the bridge, it is not purgatory magma, but a mundane world. Free at Golden Bridge is also written with a line of ancient characters. As for the top of the bridge, there is nothing. The more mediocre I look at, the more danger there is. This point, they all know that no one is a rookie. They are all powerhouses who have gone through endless years and have never seen it in any world. Go up. Jian Wushuang said indifferently. There is nothing to say just in front of my eyes. Just see what can be researched. It is better to go up and try. Wan Yen was also very courageous this time and fell down and walked onto the Golden Bridge of Freedom. When he went up, Jian Wushuang and Dong Sheng behind found that after entering the bridge, the figure disappeared. This shows that Zizai Jinxiao is probably an independent space. Jian Wushuang did not hesitate and walked up directly. The moment entered, a warm feeling came, and the scene ahead was what purgatory, but a paradise on earth. The feeling of walking on this bridge is like descending on the world. Although there is a free golden bridge under my feet, my figure is in the mundane world under the bridge. All kinds of noises in my ears are endless. Jian Wushuang hasn't heard this sound for a long time. There are traffickers and pawns, luxurious and rich people, and there are exposed women in the brothel. Jian Wushuang stood among these people, as if no one could discover his existence. What does this mean? Ordinary travel? Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. If that was the case, it would be too old-fashioned. He would not eat this one at all. The status of the magic sound general shouldn't make such a stretch of training. But he is here again. There must be something strange in this. Jian Wushuang thought of the experience of crossing the bridge the last time. It can be said to be twists and turns. The person who designed these 3 bridges is definitely a powerful person who likes to travel through the world. This test is not strength, but the power of the state of mind and soul. Jian Wushuang started to move forward, step by step. Entering it, he didn't feel strange. Soon, he walked out of the Freedom Golden Bridge. He thought it was simple, but when he walked off the bridge, the scene around him began to become more real, and he himself began to change. Castle Peak, a fence alley in the west of the city. The current Jian Wushuang is a beggar, slipping a crooked stick in one hand and a broken bowl in the other. Obviously, he walked out of the bridge, but did not reach the other shore, but fell into this mundane, small city. He has been here for 3 days, and he hasn't eaten for 3 days. Now he is like a mortal, not even as good as an ordinary mortal. He can't even beat the wild dogs in the alleys. Jian Wushuang completely regretted it. This was simply torturing. Can't see the intention from the beginning. It was better when I passed the first bridge. It improved the soul a bit, but the improvement was really limited. It may be that he didn't like these after seeing the soul ladder. But what does this second bridge mean? Let him travel through the world. Then he threw his soul into a beggar and traveled fart. He can't stand it anymore. Snapped. The only broken bowl left was also thrown by Jian Wushuang. In the alleys of the fence, people live in poverty. After seeing a beggar throwing a bowl in despair, he felt a little sympathetic. The shopkeeper gave him 2 steamed buns and put it on my account. At a roadside stall, a middle-aged man with no patches on his clothes was sucking steaming haggis soup and waved to the stall owner. Give Jian Wushuang 2 buns. The owner of the stall was also a kind person. Not only did he give Jian Wushuang 2 steamed buns, he also handed them a bowl of hot soup. It's better to die than to live. Eat some. This winter will pass soon. Yuwu, Ukanshu. Come, snapped. Jian Wushuang pushed away the food handed by the opponent, and he tried to beat the opponent with his stick. Go. Who is he? He is the ultimate Daojun, the proud son of heaven, and the peerless Tianjiao who defeats the emperor with the talent of Daojun. Does he need to be pitiful by others? Today he starved to death, and was frozen to death when he lay outside. He didn't need to be pitiful by others. You. The stall owner's expression sank. This is the first time he has seen this kind of beggar. Putting hot face on a beggar's cold ass Even if the stall owner is a living Buddha, he can't do it. I don't know what it is. The stall owner walked into the house angrily, not talking about Jian Wushuang. The middle-aged man who sucked haggis soup left some copper plates, and when he slowly got up and passed Jian Wushuang, he said, "Young man, it's not good to be impetuous." Jian Wushuang sneered, laughing at the ignorance of these people, but the next words made him stunned. "You don't even have the courage to live in the mundane world. How come you are facing the universe?" The middle-aged man said faintly, https:////mobile version, reading URL. Chapter 5472. Before Jian Wushuang could react, the opponent had disappeared. The meaning of is already obvious. The other party is not immortal. Magic sound general? Jian Wushuang shook his head, not like it. There were only 3 people who entered this place. Wanyan and Dongsheng didn't know if they were in the city, and they probably wouldn't pretend to be superior in front of him. Since they are all in this place, they should be like him. They are all ordinary people. It is not Dongsheng, Wanyan, or Magic Sound General. It seems that there are other people here or not people. It is a consciousness left by the existence of the original creation of this place. Although I don't know who the other party is, Jian Wushuang can't stand that tone. It's not that he is rebellious and can't listen to others' discipline. Is this kind of trial necessary? Is it stronger than anyone who can suffer? It can only be said that the person who created this place has become smaller, and the structure has become smaller. To live, I will starve to death here today. I see what you do. Jian Wushuang secretly made up his mind. He didn't believe that starving to death here would really fall. Even if the magic sound will not make a move, the true spirit will save him if he knows it. An ultimate Taoist, a peerless Tianjiao who has the hope of reaching the top in the future. Starved to death in the mundane world. What a thing. Plop. Jian Wushuang found a pleasing threshold and lay down on his back. That's it. It's not bad to die here. Jian Wushuang ridiculed himself, and then the hunger pandemic hit. Enduring hunger, Jian Wushuang fell asleep. Twilight descended, and the cold wind roared in the dim alley. Jian Wushuang couldn't bear it and shrank. I don't know if it is instinct or my consciousness is not firm enough. Who? Jian Wushuang suddenly got up. Is his consciousness not firm enough? Although he has become immortal, his consciousness is still there. Why did he flinch? Thinking of this, he placed half of his body on the street again. Wu, too stunned. Jian Wushuang shrank back, 10,000 unwilling in his heart. When fell asleep again, his body shrank into a ball, and he instinctively arranged the clothes on his body to wrap his whole body. Although his belly was screaming all the time, Jian Wushuang still slept soundly, perhaps because he hadn't slept for 3 days. After this sleep, he slept faintly. I don't know when Jian Wushuang feels his mouth is dry and cracked, his throat feels like heat is burning, and there is a pungent smell coming from him. A stream of liquid ran down his throat, and a choking breath directly woken him up. Ahem! Jian Wushuang coughed violently and opened his eyes weakly. Everything in front of him has changed. He thought he was back to reality. When he saw the messy clothes on his body, he realized that he was still a beggar, turned his head, and looked around. This is a simple yet warm room. You are too fat, and you didn't freeze you to death in the snowdrift. A woman's voice came, and Jian Wushuang hooked his head with difficulty, only to realize that there was a young female protagonist behind, with heavy rouge on her face, but her facial features were still exquisite. Jian Wushuang's voice was a bit collapsed. He didn't think so much now. He just wanted to drink some water. Before he could speak, the woman twisted her waist and handed it over with a bowl of water. Gulu! He picked up the bowl and took a sip, only feeling that the whole person became refreshed. This is the best water he has ever drunk, and it is 10,000 times better than those genius treasures. After seeing Jian Wushuang could catch his breath, the woman asked angrily, "Smelly beggar, what is your name?" After taking a sigh of relief, Jian Wushuang dragged his body with both hands, leaned against the soft bed, looked at the woman with some unkind eyes, and said coldly, "You are not worthy." "Hey, you stinky beggar, my old lady saved your life. Why are you talking to me? Believe it or not, my old lady will throw you out to feed the dog." The rouge-powdered and heavy woman said viciously. Jian Wushuang ignored him. He finally realized that he was actually afraid of death. Can't say that he is afraid of death, because the desire to survive in his heart is too serious, which makes him instinctively not want to die. "You shouldn't save me." Jian Wushuang's voice eased. "If you don't care about him, he will really freeze to death tonight. Now that the coldness on his body has gone, he really wants to go out in the warm bed, and he doesn't even want to move." The woman, who was a little angry at the beginning, heard Jian Wushuang's words, sighed, and complained, "You men, every good thing. You should be frozen to death in the street." "My name is Jian Wushuang. How about you? You can call me 13 Mothers." The two have reported their names to each other, and they are considered to know each other. Then they chatted with each other. Jian Wushuang also came out of the ordinary world, not ignorant of everything, and quickly learned about this Qingshan city and this peculiar identity of the 13 Mothers. Her background was not good. When her young parents left, she was sold to Quixinglu in the west of the city by her own uncle, and she has since entered the dust. And this yard used to be her home. After she entered the brothel and made money, she bought it. Normally, she doesn't come back. Today, she also happened to have something that shouldn't have come. When she came back here while resting, she met Jian Wushuang. The world is impermanent. It's just such a coincidence that Jian Wushuang, who was about to freeze to death, was saved. "What did you just give me a drink?" Jian Wushuang asked curiously. Shizaniang was taken aback for a moment, and then replied, "Of course it is wine. Without that sip of wine, you would have been frozen to death long ago." "Then what else?" Jian Wushuang swallowed, screamed unconvincingly, "You look like a beggar, but you really don't speak like it. Is more like a scholar. How can you become like this?" Shizaniang handed over the flask on the table. He gave it to Jian Wushuang and threw a piece of roasted sweet potato along the way. Jian Wushuang took a sip of heavy liquor, picked up the hot piece of sweet potato and ate it. After hearing what the Shizaniang said, he vaguely said, "You are so accurate." He was really not a beggar before if he tells his previous identity. I am afraid the other party will think his brain is frozen and stupid. There is no such thing as a practitioner in this mundane world. A piece of sweet potato was eaten, and finally the little fairy who was grinding in his stomach was restrained. Filling up his stomach and being able to lie on the warm Kong, Jian Wushuang felt that he was too happy. Thinking back to the haggis soup during the day, he couldn't help but smashed his mouth. "Let's talk about it. Look at your little face that doesn't look like a child from a poor family. How could it be like what it is today?" Shizaniang was very curious. Once a woman's gossiping fires, it will not go out. Jian Wushuang held his head in his hands, looked at the beams of the room, and muttered to himself, It's really hard to tell." "I don't know where to say it. Are you talking about the Temple of Qi? Is too ridiculous to introduce a mortal to the Temple of the Gods, just like the heavenly book. The things in the common world must be my own experience. I really have to say it. https:// mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5473. Jian Wushuang began to remember. The other party may just be mundane at a certain point in time. There is no need to make up stories to deceive the other party. Anyway, this place is boring. Now it is late at night. With that pot of wine, Jian Wushuang began to talk about his childhood. Those were the days in the Sword Pavilion. He was only 18 years old that year, and he was just a little brother. Under the candlelight, the 13 mothers listened intently, and the light and shadow shone on her face with a hint of red. Jian Wushuang began to talk about it at the age of 18. Speaking of Jiang's grievances, of course, some of its more mysterious abilities have been weakened a lot. Is like a long martial arts novel. The more she listened, the more she became fascinated. In a blink of an eye, 2 hours later, a white fish belly appeared outside the house, and the sky was almost bright. Jian Wushuang didn't stop until the sun rose completely. For this story, a pot of wine and a piece of sweet potato are enough for you, Jian Wushuang said, crawling out of the comfortable bed and limping off the edge of the bed. Shizaniang heard the rise, and she didn't feel sleepy at all and quickly said, I saved your life. How can you pay it back? I didn't let you save either, Jian Wushuang said calmly, and then opened the door of the house. The snow outside was still falling, and a thick layer had already accumulated on the ground. A cold wind hit. Jian Wushuang flinched, but he still bit the bullet and walked out. Shizaniang chased it out, looking at Jian Wushuang's back, lying on the edge of the door and shouting, Hey, if you are starving to death, remember to climb back. Jian Wushuang staggered and almost fell. This time he will not be starved to death. He is going to hang himself. It's too uncomfortable to starve to death. Don't know what's wrong, he is more and more like a mortal. All the things that used to be like a dream snapped. Jian Wushuang slapped himself. Keep yourself awake. This is just a heritage of the magic sound hall, and you can't fall into it too much. I'm really going to fall into it. I'm stupid if I can't get out. Castle Peak. The reason why it is called Kingshanching is because of a mine in the west of the city. There is green mountains and green waters in the mine itself, but there is coal in the mountains. Now the green mountains are gone and become a black mountain. Is also the mountain that feeds this city. Most of the poor families living in the west of the city are digging for coal on the coal mountain. Jian Wushuang walked out of the alley toward the mountain. Because there was a heavy snowfall, there were few people on the mountain, and I didn't encounter many along the way. But no one cares about him as a beggar, even if he meets others. Jian Wushuang didn't know where he found a hemp rope and a long stick. Limped up the mountain. When climbing mountain, that kind of exhaustion is more difficult than his walking the main mountain. Finally climbed to the top of the mountain and stood on the mountain to see the face of Qingshan Castle. Chaos is still unopened all around. Only the face of Qingshan Castle is real. Glanced around. There was no grass. Jian Wushuang was very speechless. Is this asking him to jump off the cliff? There was no top of the mountain, so he walked back to the mountain. There was no one in the way, and it was clean. At the halfway point of the back mountain, a solitary crooked neck tree was still quite strong. He put the prepared hemp rope around the crooked neck tree and tied it carefully, and then pulled it with his hand to make sure that he was safe. He moved a stone to stand on tiptoe, and he was ready for this life. This scene was clearly seen by an old man standing in the clouds. You can't teach a child. This is the peerless Tianjiao of Qishan Temple. Hanging up when you encounter a little setback is really embarrassing to say it. A dark red figure descended, side by side with the old man, staring at the scene below, calmly said, Let him go out. It is a waste to stay here. How do you explain to Lord True Spirit? The old man turned his head and looked at the person coming. The dark red figure is the magic sound general. Mayan God will frown and said coldly, He has given up. What's the difference between staying and not staying? After speaking, the magic sound general left. Only the old man remained, standing there watching Jian Wushuang hang himself. The practice of Jian Wushuang has aroused their dissatisfaction. What happened to the mundane? You can't stay for a day. Who? Jian Wushuang exhaled hot air. It was the last time he breathed the air here. He is going to die soon and will leave since. Putting his neck into the hemp rope, Jian Wushuang's heart was crossed, and he directly kicked the small stone away from his feet. A sense of suffocation hit him instantly, and Jian Wushuang suddenly felt that his entire head was about to explode. The legs that were originally inconvenient began to not dance on their own. It was an instinctive reaction. Click! The branch didn't support, it broke directly. Jian Wushuang also fell off, losing his suffocation. He gulped in the fresh air. At this moment, Jian Wushuang seems to have realized what? Hope. He felt hope from instinct. That is, the hope of survival is also a new hope. If he really becomes immortal, will he not live? Then what is he after? Become a strong man who will frighten eternity, or be a starry sky? Constant pressure on everything. With a sword in hand, you can see the world. Jian Wushuang lay on the ground looking at the sky. The old man on the clouds also looked at Jian Wushuang and shook his head. Without holding any hope, he turned and left. Live! Jian Wushuang consciousness began to undergo a slight change. From the beginning of being tired of the world, he thought of the beauty of the world. At the top of the mountain, he recalled the changes in his mood since he came in, and his face changed. When did you use it? Jian Wushuang frowned. His mood was stronger than that of the emperor. How could he shrink? In purgatory, he is not afraid. He is also afraid of the mundane world. But this mundane city is really a purgatory. Unlike the lava river, the purgatory here is purgatory. When he came down from the mountain, the sky was already dark. One day later, without eating anything, Jian Wushuang's stomach began to scream again. This time, he learned to accept the leftovers thrown by others, which is not wronging himself. Thinking of what he said in the morning, he was too embarrassed to look for the woman, so he wandered around the city. Do not walk around, he will freeze to death sooner or later. Glanced at the pair of straw sandals on the foothills. His thumbs are still leaking out. It is really shabby. I have to think of a way. Jian Wushuang's eyes became clear. He now understands what it means to survive, which is harder than death. A beggar, if he wants to live, he has to be a bit crafty. He began to walk towards the east of the city, which was the most prosperous place in the city, to see if there was a job. This job is not a job, but he really doesn't even have a bowl to beg for. When I came to the east of the city, there were a lot of fireworks and liuxiang, but some were not suitable for him. Because of a heavy snowfall, there were few people on the street, but the laughter from inside the house was much more than before. https://mobile version, reading URL. Chapter 5474. Snapped. In a dark alley, a short and thin man dragged a woman, and the woman was struggling constantly. The short and thin man slapped him on the face and said viciously, I blame you for being a broom star. I blame you for losing money. I must sell you today. Jian Wushuang squatted in the alley, watching the scene, and didn't mean to help. Mainly he thought that this short and thin man should have no problem dealing with a woman. No. Jian Wushuang shook his head. He was too crooked. The short and thin man, holding the woman's hair, dragged all the way in the snow. When passing by him, Jian Wushuang silently stretched out the stick in his hand and tripped the short and thin man to eat shit. Oh! The short and thin man dropped his head to the ground, his teeth being thrown out. Nosebleeds flowed out of his mouth. The short and thin man let go of his hand holding the woman and covered his nose. He turned his head and saw a beggar, smiling at him and yelling angrily, You beggar dare to trip me! As he spoke, he waved his fist and hit Jian Wushuang. Although the hungry people are almost exhausted, Jian Wushuang has a once mundane experience, and his sword skills are very dexterous. Although there is no sword in his hand, a 7-foot-long stick can be used instead. Clicked a stick, although the strength was not strong, but he was hitting the opponent's culprit, directly knocking the short and thin man to the ground. Jian Wushuang only then slowly got up, saw the woman squatting on the ground, sobbing softly, and calmly said, This sister-in-law is your home near here? The woman didn't look up at him. She just pointed her finger in the alley. It's cold outside. Let's go back first. Jian Wushuang held the short and thin man's hair in one hand and supported the woman with the other. On the ground, there were 2 slip marks. Sent the woman home. Jian Wu looked at the dilapidated house in front of him, and then at the short and thin man in his hand. Are there clean clothes? Jian Wushuang asked. The woman also stopped crying at this time, only to see the short and thin man who fainted. Thinking that the other party would wake up tomorrow and sell her again, she felt desperate in her heart. When she heard Jian Wushuang asking for clothes, she moved in her heart. First, she took out a set of clean and tidy clothes from the shabby cabinet. Although there were many patches on the top, they were very soft and better than those worn by Jian Wushuang. Here. The woman handed her clothes to Jian Wushuang, and she could see Jian Wushuang's face, 9-foot body, broad shoulders and angular facial features, and her heart was lamentable. How could such a good man be a beggar? After changing into clean clothes, Jian Wushuang washed his black face clean again, and now he is considered as a person. Jian Wushuang turned his head, looked at the woman, and said, "I'll take care of this person for you. So I've bought this clothing." These two should be husbands and wives. Short and thin men are good at gamblers. The gamblers are on the walls. The people who live in the east of the city are rich people. It is really embarrassing for him to mix up like this. In order to prevent this short and thin man from continuing to harm him, he can only punish the other party with justice. He hasn't done such a good thing for a long time. Without waiting for the answer from the other party, he dragged the short and thin man towards the door. There is a woman on the other side. How could there be a murderous heart? It is not good to say too much. Jian Wushuang dragged the man, thinking about how to deal with this scum. Kill a person, that's too simple. After killing a person, let others think that the other person committed suicide. That's important. When approached the corner, he found an abandoned ancient well by the wall. Also had a way in his heart. A drunk man went home in the middle of the night and fell into the well. This is normal. In order to prevent the opponent from falling and waking up again, Jian Wushuang held the short and thin man to the side of the well and suddenly used his armpits, only to hear a clear click before he threw the opponent down. There is no water in the well, but it's okay, as if he fell to death. Jian Wushuang patted the snow on his hands, not knowing where to go for a while, and overturned the 3 copper plates he had obtained from the short and thin man in his hands. In the ordinary world, you can buy a few steamed buns with 3 copper plates, but in the middle of the night, there are no other sellers except some restaurants. Can be 3 copper plates. Go to the restaurant, can't even drink hot water. Jian Wushuang glanced at his clothes, covered the patch, and was considered a normal person. Thinking of this, he walked towards the restaurant just past. There was heavy snow outside the house, and the cold wind was piercing. Inside the house, it is warm like spring, and there are delicious dishes. Jian Wushuang wrapped his hands around his chest, covering the patch on his chest. As soon as he walked in, a swift little heir came up. "Master, please come inside." Xiao Heir bent over with a respectful face. If the other party knew that Jian Wushuang had only 3 copper plates on him, I am afraid that would not be the case. He came this time to eat Boang's meal. That's it. Jian Wushuang specially chose a position by the window so that he could escape easily. Xiao didn't say anything. After wiping the stool and asking Jian Wushuang to sit down, he respectfully said, "Objective, what would you like to eat?" 3 caddies of cooked beef will be eaten here, and another 3 caddies will be cut for me to install, and 2 pots of wine. Not only have to eat this meal, but also have to think about the next meal. After Xiao Heir left, Jian Wushuang put down his hands, glanced at the window, and touched it. The paper and wood are not too strong. It should be fine. The beef arrived soon. It seemed to have just been fished out of the braised pot, and it was still hot. Although Jian Wushuang was very hungry, he did not gobble it up, lest people doubt it. After taking a sip of wine, he looked around, and no one noticed before starting to move his chopsticks. His mouth was full of oil. 3 caddies of beef, ordinary people can't eat it at all. Jian Wushuang was stunned to eat 70 points full. Just finished eating, Xiao Heir was also very acquainted, and sent a packaged one over, wrapped in greased paper. "Go and ask me for a broth." Jian Wushuang took the packed beef and touched his mouth. Xiao didn't have any doubts and replied, "Good." Just when Xiao Heir disappeared from his sight, Jian Wushuang stuffed the packed beef into his arms, picked it directly onto the table, and kicked it towards the window. Although he is obviously immortal through and through, but after eating and drinking, his strength is not small. He kicked a hole in the window with one foot and jumped out directly along the entrance of the hole. Jian Wushuang. The sound attracted the attention of many people. They all looked at Jian Wushuang's removal, leaving only a hole, and the cold wind blew along the entrance of the hole. The shopkeeper, who was dozing off at the counter, heard the loud noise, and suddenly woke up, and Jian Wushuang was gone for a long time. The little heir who entertained Jian Wushuang was stunned when he brought the hot soup from the back kitchen. It took a while before they realized that someone was eating Boang's meal. A few caddies of beef is worthless, the window is broken, and the cost is enough to buy 10 caddies of beef. https://mobile version, reading URL. Chapter 5475. Give me out to find. I can't find that you don't have any money today. The restaurant shopkeeper is very atmosphere. Of course, it is not for the small amount of money, but someone dared to eat the king's meal in his restaurant and dared to break the window in public. If you run away, what should you do if you all learn how to do it? Several guys in the restaurant heard this, rolled up their sleeves and picked up the guy, and then looked outside. Has footprints on the ground. They don't need to look around like a headless fly, but follow Jian Wushuang's footprints all the way. Let's talk about Jian Wushuang again. At this time, he didn't go far, but was in the other side of the restaurant's casino. The footprints on the ground. How could he not know? He deliberately spared a circle, and then overturned the wall and spared it again. Was grilling charcoal fire in the casino at this time, watching the gamblers place their bets. 14 o'clock, big. As the dealer opened, some were surprised and some were sad. Well, I lost again. I even drove 19 big ones. I don't believe it anymore. The next one am still small. It'll crush this piece of jade. A red-eyed teenager smashed his own. The heirloom was photographed on the table. The lucky casino guy heard the words and cursed with a smile. Lady, your jade, I think it's worth 1 or 2 pennies. You really want to press it? This is authentic white jade. When my old man went north and south, he bought it for 100 taels from other big cities. How could it be worth 1 tael? The boy's eyes were a little red, and he felt that the guy was cheating him. The guy at the casino cast his eyes wide and said angrily, if you want to press it, press it. If you don't press it, get out of it. Go and sell it for 100 taels. You. The young man was full of blood, saying that he just wanted to do it. Jian Wushuang stood up and stopped the opponent. This piece of jade, can you sell it if I sell it for 6 Jian Wushuang is a burly figure, half a head taller than ordinary people, and this statement also has weight. The young man turned his head to look at Jian Wushuang, and when he was cruel, he handed the white jade to Jian Wushuang. I sell. Okay. Jian Wushuang took the white jade, threw it directly on the table, and said, I'm crushing the leopard. This piece of jade, even 1 or 2. There is a thick cowhide on the table with the size and the leopard or the number on it. It has everything. Jian Wushuang. Press the jade on the leopard. If it hits, it will be 50 times. Haha, this Xiongtai is really happy. The casino guy said with a smile. The boy was a little reluctant and said, Where is the silver? Isn't this all silver? Jian Wushuang took a sip of wine and pointed to the silver on the table. The young man said angrily, Are you kidding me? As he said he wanted to do it, Jian Wushuang, like the little chicken, directly stuck the boy under his arm, making him immobile. Open. Just now, the boy offended the guy at the casino. The guy knew that Jian Wushuang was not easy to provoke and did not stop him. He just said indifferently, Okay, let's get away. The rest of the gamblers don't care about it even more. Anyway, they're not robbed. Wow. Wow. The sound of the sieve rang. Jian Wushuang calmed down, but he noticed in his heart. He didn't press indiscriminately, but saw the other party's methods. Just now, he has been observing for a long time. This casino guy, when he wants to open a big bowl, he will deliberately move it when he opens the bowl, and the result is big every time. The 3 sieves can be controlled so precisely. The other party's methods are brilliant. Cannot hide from Jian Wushuang's insight. Open. Casino guy, just making hands and feet. Jian Wushuang tipped his toes and directly raised a piece of gravel, hitting the opponent's crotch. Oh! The moment the casino guy bowed, Jian Wushuang directly supported the opponent's body. At the same time, the moment the others turned their eyes, they touched the mouth of the bowl with the sieve, and the force was just right. Although it hadn't opened yet, the sieve inside had changed. "You are going to drive!" some gamblers held back and shouted. The casino guy only felt a fierce pain in his hips and yelled, "What anxious! Whoever attacked me just now, I must kill him!" With a burst of scolding, no one admits that the casino guy can only be killed. But at this time, both hands have left the bowl that sits on the sieve, and it will be troublesome to do any more hands and feet. He can only bite the bullet and open it. 3-1, leopard, small. Is it really a leopard? Jian Wushuang had already let go of the young man, and when the other party saw that it was a leopard, he exclaimed. The casino guy quickly understood that this was being tricked by Jian Wushuang, but he also had no evidence to prove it. At the same time, he was afraid that Jian Wushuang would expose his old bottom, so he could only admit it. After receiving the silver, Jian Wushuang threw out a piece of broken silver and returned the white jade to the young man. At the same time, he gave the other half a couple of silver. "Now, we don't know each other." Jian Wushuang put the silver in his arms and walked out the door. The young man stayed in place, and then took the silver and followed Jian Wushuang out. "Brother, I want to apprentice." Qingdong, Fireworks Willow Alley. Jian Wushuang came to this alley with the boy. "Brother, today you don't care, I'll treat you," the boy said, patting his chest. Seems like this kind of place he often comes. This young man named Liu San is a child of Liu's family in the east of the city. Unfortunately, his family fell in the middle of his family and his parents died early, so he was taken out by the family. His grandfather's line left him alone. "Since I was young, I have been uncontrolled and sneaky, either going to the casino or going to this kind of place." Jian Wushuang shook his head and asked, "Go to Tsuixiang building, I'll treat you." "Oh, brother, you are also a frequent visitor of Quixinglu? Why haven't I met you?" The young man was a little surprised. He saw Jian Wushuang's appearance, quite righteous. He thought he had never been to such a place before, but he was an old prostitute when he opened his mouth. Now, Quixinglu is known to such a small brothel. Quixinglu is located in an inconspicuous, small courtyard. Behind the courtyard is a small 3-story building, which is a bit chilling compared to other brothels. But in the east of the city, Quixinglu, but the most cost-effective brothel. The price is reasonable, and the women are also very distinctive. It's just this feature that makes Jian Wushuang a little unbearable. Liu Sainer entered the Tsuixiang Tower and touched a few hands on a woman who still had the charm. "Quickly, call your Quixi-Anglis top card. Today my eldest brother treats you," Liu Sainer said, patted his, but of course it was the others, but... The woman smiled at the corner of her eyes and said with a smile, "You stinky boy, your hands are too dishonest," said, walking towards the back room. Jian Wushuang tilted his head and whispered, "Do you usually play these?" "Yes." Liu Sainer nodded and replied, "Look, big brother, the ring is fat, the swallow, and thin. Both have, especially the Tsuihua. She is still my old friend, no less than the top card. The top card here is not so good." Jian Wushuang was a little speechless. He came here not all because of Liu Sainer's kind invitation, but the woman who saved his life yesterday is also here. https://mobile version, reading URL. Chapter 5476. Second son, please come inside, and someone will bring you here right away. Followed the other party up to the 3rd floor and entered a pink room. Through the window, you could see the snow scene outside. Sitting on the soft rocking chair, Jian Wushuang was very comfortable. This mundane world is actually pretty good. Soon the old bust brought the so-called Tsuixiang Lutu card. Jian Wushuang almost vomited out when he saw the opponent's looks, pointed at the opponent and said to the old bust, "This is the top card? 10 taels of silver a knight's top card?" The old bustard was also a little embarrassed. Forget it, I'll give it to you. Jian Wushuang patted Lu Saner on the shoulder and then said to the old bust, Do you have a woman named Shizaniang? Call her over, and I will pack it. Lu Saner grinned. Brother, it turns out there is an old friend. The old bustard standing at the door said with some embarrassment, My son, Shizaniang, has already been taken away. Should I call 2 more top cards? No, I want her, you can add money. After that, he threw out a generation of silver and fell on the table. After all, Jian Wushuang is stubborn. The old bust can't say anything else. Who can't live with money? Lu Saner moved his face closer and whispered, Big brother, this is more than 40 taels of silver. This is a fart. Go play your top card. Jian Wushuang said angrily, All this is fake. These mortals are all figures at a certain point in time. Once he leaves this place will disappear, and they will also disappear. I don't know when I can leave now. What secrets exist in this city? Jian Wushuang tilted his head and looked at the snow scene outside the window a little stupefied. Lu Saner next kept kissing with that top card. After a while, the voice of the old bustard outside the door drove Jian Wushuang's thoughts down to reality. My son, the 13 mothers are here. The old bust opened the door and brought a woman in a red tulle into the house. Shizaniang walked into the house and sorted out her clothes. When she was about to wink at the guests in front of her, she found that she was a little familiar and asked uncertainly, Smelly beggar? The old bustard on the side was taken aback, slapped Shizaniang with a slap and said angrily, How do you talk to the guest? This young man pushed the card and called you by name. Yes, it's me. Jian Wushuang leaked a smile. Seeing this, the old bustard smiled and said, You play slowly, I will go down first. After recognizing Jian Wushuang, Shizaniang became a little bit shy without her yesterday's spiciness. Her cheeks flushed. A drunk rushed in obliquely and cursed. You bastard, who let you go? Didn't I give you money? Oh, fourth master, the guest here is friends with Sanyang. I just brought her to have a drink, and he'll go back right away. The old bustard hurriedly stepped forward to complete the game, but the other party obviously didn't buy it, and slapped the old bustard's face with a slap. Had drinking? Do I have no wine anywhere? The drunk man called the fourth master directly took the old bustard's hair, put his face in front of the old bustard, and shouted angrily, I'm asking you if you have any alcohol. Shizaniang was a little frightened, perhaps because Jian Wushuang didn't want Jian Wushuang to see her appearance, and ran out directly. The old bustard's voice trembled and said, For Lord, How much did he pay? Jian Wushuang stood up and said calmly. The drunk looked at Jian Wushuang. His eyes flashed fiercely. Boy, your grandpa, I have money? You compare me, do you know who I am? Snapped. A hip flask flew out and hit the drunkard's head directly. The blood ran down the cheek directly. It was Lu Saner who threw the jug. He was a little confused and walked over staggeringly, pointing at the drunkard and cursing, Do you know who I am? The drunk man was smashed by this, and he woke up instantly, covering his wound. Lao Tzu is Li Si of the city lord's mansion. If you have the kind, don't leave, just wait for me. Li Si dropped a ruthless word and left directly. It seems to be moving rescue soldiers. Jian Wushuang heard this name for the first time. It hasn't been a few days since he has been here. Where would he know someone? Lu San on the side was taken aback when he heard the name. 2. You should leave quickly. The other party is the butler in the city lord's mansion. So I can't afford to offend it. The old bust persuaded. Shizaniang has already left. He stayed here and didn't mean anything. He carried Lu Saner, who was frightened, and walked out of the door. Brother, we're done. Lu Saner hugged her head and squatted on the side of the street. The name of Li Si is known to all the people in the east of the city. He is the number 1 dogleg in the city, Lord's mansion. Aren't you scared when you throw the hip flask? Jian Wushuang thought it was a little funny. This stunned boy was still too young. The two are standing on the street, not knowing where to go. A huge city. there is no place to settle down. Lu Sainer didn't dare to go home because he beat Li Si, so he could only follow Jian Wushuang. Which way do you need to go to the city, Lord's mansion? Jian Wushuang saw that the other party was really frightened, so he asked about the city, Lord's mansion. Lu Sainer said dejectedly, the street next door can be reached by walking all the way. Forget it, let's run away first. Escape? It's really unnecessary. You go to the west of the city, the fence alleys are waiting for me. I will be there later. After Jian Wushuang finished speaking, he walked directly over the wall, before the steward of the city lord's mansion. He would wait for him outside the city lord's mansion. Since it is offended, get rid of it, otherwise it is a scourge. Jian Wushuang is very fast. Although he is immortal, his previous experience has taught him a lot. In less than a quarter of an hour, Jian Wushuang arrived at a corner outside the city lord's mansion, and he was relieved to see that there were no footprints on the snow outside the city lord's mansion, then began to wait quietly for Li Si's arrival. Another quarter of an hour passed, and Li Si was still not seen. Jian Wushuang felt something was wrong, and after almost an hour, the opponent still did not appear. Is there a back door? Shouldn't be. There was no movement in the city lord's mansion either. Go. An unknown premonition struck, making Jian Wushuang a little uneasy, and I don't know why. Since he got here, he has completely become immortal, and it is normal for him to feel restless. Jian Wushuang comforted himself in his heart. There is still a long way to the west of the city, and he is not in a hurry all the way. When we arrived at the alley, Lu Sainer was waiting there. Brother, you finally came back. What did you do just now? Lu San asked curiously. Jian Wushuang waved his hand, beckoning the other party not to worry about that much, and then said, First find a place to avoid it, and wait until dawn. https:// mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5477 walked around and arrived at Shizaniang's residence. Seeing the teaching and research on the snowy ground in front of the door that was about to be buried by the snow, Jian Wushuang knew that she must have returned here, knocked on the door bolt lightly, and saw through the crack of the door that the light in the back room was on. As expected, Shizaniang opened the door for both of them after a while. Seeing Jian Wushuang came, Shizaniang was not surprised, because no one knew it was hers in this small courtyard. What are you doing? Shizaniang leaked half of her face. Jian Wushuang smiled and said, Come on. Then the two entered the small courtyard. Is still some shabby hut. The two have nothing to say. Lu Sainer was talking about spitting. Big brother, I didn't expect that you still have this ability. How do you say it? Jinwu Cangjiao. Snapped. Jian Wushuang slapped his brain and said with a smile, Shut up, you are not afraid now? 13 Yang, sitting on the edge of the bed, was taken aback and asked, Afraid? What are you afraid of? Jian Wushuang also took the opportunity to divert the topic and talked about what happened to the two after she left. Shizaniang laughed when Lu Sainer blew Li Si's forehead. Good fight. I think that is not pleasing to the eye long ago. If I knew, I would stay and make up for it. Lu Sainer was completely unafraid when he saw this and said, The hero sees the same thing. Next time I beat him, I will call you. Jian Wushuang smiled and said nothing. The bad feeling in my heart is getting stronger and stronger. Lu Sainer chatted with Shizaniang very speculatively. He was just perfunctory, but in the bottom of his heart he was thinking about how long this kind of life would take. At present, he has not figured out the purpose of arranging this place, nor does he know how to get out. Maybe soon. The premonition in my heart is accurate. Inadvertently, a trace of thought power radiated from the bottom of his heart. That is the result of a strong mind. After came here, he was completely out of that feeling. He didn't expect to accumulate a trace of thought power unexpectedly today. Jian Wushuang was overjoyed in his heart, and he also had a great sense of security. Don't underestimate this power of thought. It is enough to destroy the world in the mundane world. Jian Wushuang kept this thought force firmly in his heart. Now is not the time when the fish die and the net is broken. He can use this power to explore the other party's intentions. He wants to see what the purgatory of the mundane world is like. Talk all night owls, no one feels sleepy. Early morning the next day, Jian Wushuang confessed that Shizaniang went out to inquire about the city lord's mansion, while he and Lu Sainer were waiting for news in place. It didn't take long for Shizaniang to return in a hurry, with a notice in her hand. "It's not good, it's dead." After Lu Sainer woke up from alcohol, worries came up again, and he quickly took the notice, but he couldn't understand it either. 13 Yang pointed to it and said, "I heard people say that several restaurant guys were killed last night and blood shed a whole street. Also, the Li Siyu offended also died. The method of death is the same as that of the restaurant. Those few people are the same. Good fellow." Jian Wushuang now understands the origin of the anxiety. All the people related to him died. The guys in the restaurant are probably the ones who went out to look for him. Jian Wushuang didn't bother to listen to even an illiterate finger-pointing, and he took the notice and looked at it. This notice is too fast. It is him who is wanted above. If there is no one behind this arrangement in advance, he will not believe anything. 2 patches on the chest. Jian Wushuang glanced at his chest. There are such details. Killed 6 people. A housekeeper in the city, lord's mansion, and 5 restaurant buddies. But he obviously did everything. He did murder last night, but he killed a scum who sold his wife. What do you mean? Jian Wushuang rubbed the notice into a ball, looked towards the sky, and said coldly, "This method is too low level," was full of mockery in his voice. If the purgatory of the mundane world is just this, it would be too small for him. He might as well hang himself on the crooked neck tree in Maishan. "Brother, are you all right?" Lu Sainer and Shizaniang both looked at Jian Wushuang weirdly, feeling that Jian Wushuang was scared and silly, talking nonsense. Jian Wushuang looked at the two and said, "You don't understand." He wants to see what the layouter will do next. Now that he has the chassis in his hand, he will lift the table in a big deal, above the clouds. The old man looked at the mundane world with a smile on his face. "Ha! I have become immortal, and I can't wash away the arrogance on my body. I see when you can be proud of it. The mortal world, purgatory, when the mortal world was cut off, it was actually cut away long ago. But at that time, I had become an immortal. And of course I didn't care about the suffering of the ordinary world. If you really want to make all these people who have attained the Tao become mortals, and taste the purgatory on earth, you will not have that big tone." That's what the old man thought, and he arranged this test. He wants those practitioners to have awe in their hearts. The benefits for the future are great. Aoyama Castle, the arrest of the city, Lord's mansion of the brigade is searching the murderer along the street. Jian Wushuang's appearance and characteristics, everyone in the city knows. This time the wanted, the city lord's mansion, also offered a sky-high price. Those who can personally capture it can get thousands of gold, and those who report it can get thousands of silver. Now, not only the hunters are looking for it, but also some idle street gangsters are looking for Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang became everyone's goal for a while. After all, you can get 1,000 taels of silver just by reporting useful information. You need to know that you can only get 3 taels of silver after digging a coal mine on Maishan for a year. In the courtyard, Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged on the edge of the house, his breath calm. That trace of your thoughts is always suppressed in his heart. And now he is not in a hurry. He has not reached the point of lifting the table. The layout person is really going to annoy him, and he will ruin the entire mundane world. That trace of thought power turned into a small sword. This sword is enough to pierce the void, although it can't destroy this space, but it's nothing to razor this place to the ground. Lu Sainer and Shizaniang went out to continue to inquire about the news. When they came back at noon, their faces were a little bad. "Brother, you really killed those people?" Lu Sainer asked curiously. Jian Wushuang did not deny or answer. At this time he didn't need to explain. The crotch was stuffed with yellow mud, and the explanation was not clear. Shizaniang intended to be beside the pillar under the door edge, and sighed, "Smelly beggar, I really didn't expect that you would be so valuable one day. 1,000 taels of gold! How can you say that if it weren't for you? Big brother wouldn't kill Li Si." Lu Sainer said angrily, "Jian Wushuang is now suspicious of these two people, because they deliberately approached him. At first he committed suicide and did not die, but he was saved by Shizaniang. He suspected it. Had it not been for a trace of thought power in his body, he would have killed these two people a long time ago. Of course, after he has the whole cards, he wants to go with the flow, look at the layout, and what tricks he wants to play when he arrives. https:// mobile version, reading URL. Chapter 5478. Jian Wushuang stood up and said calmly, 1,000 taels of gold, the price is really high. Big brother, what are you talking about with your skill? How can you be caught by the trash of the city lord's mansion? Lu Sainer comforted. He didn't care, just thought it was funny. The last time I was wanted it was in Shihai. At that time, it was 100 billion sacred stone. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang seemed to understand something. This scene seems a bit familiar. At the beginning, Gong Miaoi and King Bai were next to him, but now Shizaniang and Lu Sainer are next to him. Is this a coincidence? If it wasn't a coincidence, the person behind felt very clear about his details. Magic Sound General shouldn't be so boring. Is it that old monster after all? Moyin's suppressing space has been transformed into this. What is the purpose? When he passed the first bridge, he corresponded to the soul, and the second bridge, if he guessed correctly, was a test of the soul. Jian Wushuang didn't think much, turned around, and entered the house. Those outside will not be able to find him for a while, but with the guidance of the people behind it, it is only a matter of time. Rather than cheat others, it is better to give this 1,000 taels of gold a reward to Shizaniang and Lu Sainer. Although he couldn't see the thoughts of these two people, he couldn't hold on for long. I have just met. Lu Sainer is a gambler. Shizaniang is a dusty woman that would not be tempted by Qian Liangjin. Just as Jian Wushuang was thinking about other things, Lu Sainer followed in, and then leaned in his ear and said, "Big brother, I think there is something wrong with the watch. It's better." He made a gesture of wiping his neck. Jian Wushuang leaked a faintly teachable expression and nodded slightly. "Okay, I'm going to buy some good meat. I still have some silver on my body." Lu Sainer cried out, afraid that others would not hear the same, then went out to buy wine. After Lu Sainer left, Shi Sanyang came in, her complexion a little unsightly, and said to Jian Wushuang, "Where is Lu Sainer? Where did you meet?" "Casino." Jian Wushuang replied. Shizaniang's face suddenly became even more ugly. She hurriedly walked over, took Jian Wushuang and walked out, and said as she walked, "Hurry up, he must have gone to the government to inform the police. You two underestimated him." Jian Wushuang pulled out his arm and stopped. Lu Sainer is a gambler. Faced with the choice between 1,000 taels of gold and silver, he will definitely choose the former, even if he takes a fight. This time I went out, not to find the government, but to give him medicine. What he didn't expect was that Shizaniang would remind him. Does the layout person want this woman to impress him? That is too small to look down on his concentration. I will pay it back. If he can leave here, he will not hesitate to see him. Take this woman out of this timeline and give her a chance to regain a new life. As for here, one is one and the other is two. He will not be soft. Even if the city is destroyed, he blinks. You know, don't you run yet? Shizaniang asked in surprise. Jian Wushuang shook his head and said, "Have you ever left this place?" "No." Shizaniang didn't know what Jian Wushuang meant. She had indeed never gone out. The outside world was wild. She left Qingshan City and had nowhere to go. She had been to the suburbs, as far as she was. "Have you ever thought about going to the outside world? It's too small here." Shizaniang narrowed her eyes, looked at Jian Wushuang and said, "Are you going to take me away?" "Yes." Jian Wushuang nodded. Shizaniang then asked, Where to leave Qingshan City? Anywhere. The world is so big it's all home. Why do you have unrequited love for a flower? This Qingshan castle is too depressing. Since he came to the present, he hasn't encountered a good thing. The sky is also dizzy. I really don't know what happened in this mundane world back then. Jian Wushuang didn't wait for Shizaniang's answer. Lu Sainer returned from buying wine, carrying 2 jars of wine in one hand and several packages of wine and vegetables in the other. Brother, I bought the wine. He winked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang smiled knowingly. It's time to hit the road. Regardless of what these 2 people think, Jian Wushuang doesn't blame them. After all, they have been controlled for a lifetime, and they have no choice. In the small courtyard, 3 people are seated. There are not many words, just like the weather in the city. It is very depressing. Come on, mention one. Jian Wushuang saw that the 2 of them were a little depressed, so he fell down and picked up the bowl, dry mouthful. Lu Sainer watched Jian Wushuang drink happily, with a smile on his face, and also picked up the wine bowl and dried it up. Wine is such a thing. The more you drink, the more you get excited. After 2 jars of wine am all down, Lu Sainer's murderous intent also arose. After taking a look at Jian Wushuang, he suddenly got up and strangled Shizaniang's neck from behind. You. Shizaniang was strangled with a flushed face, and she said everything. She kicked over the table in resistance. After a long time, she didn't have any reaction. Lu Sainer was also the first time to kill. 13 Yang did not respond. He still refused to let go, for fear that the other party would not die thoroughly. Jian Wushuang stood up, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Okay, she is dead." Huh. Lu Sen panted heavily and let go of his arms. Shizaniang turned around and fell on her back, staring at her eyes. Lu Sanyi sat on the ground in shock. Jian Wushuang squatted down, patted him on the shoulder, and then asked in a low voice, "Do you want to go with me, or want 1,000 taels of gold?" Lu Sainer, who heard these words, quickly stepped back and looked at Jian Wushuang in horror. Now he remembered, shouldn't Jian Wushuang faint, right? In Jian Wushuang's bowl, he rubbed a layer of soft gluten flour. Lu Sainer didn't know how to answer. S performance just now made Jian Wushuang suspicious. And now I don't know what to do. Jian Wushuang looked at him and said calmly, "I understand, come with me," then took Lu Sainer and left the courtyard. Outside the small courtyard at this time, dozens of hunters had already gathered. Seeing Jian Wushuang coming out, they drew their knives. "Don't be so troublesome. Give him the money first. I'll go with you." Jian Wushuang, General Lu Sainer, was still on the ground. How could he not know that the other party made tactics? Even if he became immortal, he would not be a fool. The wine he drank, just after he had eaten it, was dissipated by the power of thought. How could he fall into the hands of a mortal? Lu Sainer got up from the ground, hurriedly tossed to a catcher, pointed at Jian Wushuang and shouted, "It's him! He killed Li Si!" Catching quickly pushed him away, sneered and said, "That's really thank you." As soon as the voice fell, a slash was made, and Lu Sainer's head fell to the ground, and the catcher shouted, "Jian Wushuang, your accomplice has been killed by me, so you won't be caught quickly." Just kidding, 1,000 taels of gold. How could it be given to a gambler? These people grabbed Jian Wushuang. 1,000 taels of gold belonged to them. https://mobile version, reading URL. Chapter 5479. Jian Wushuang was not surprised by this. At that time, Lu Sainer would satisfy the other party whenever he wanted 1,000 taels of gold. These people can't kill him either. If he chooses to follow him, he will walk out of the cage and then extract the soul fragments of Shizaniang and Lu Sainer from this timeline, giving them a chance to rebirth. It's over. Jian Wushuang raised his hand, and a strand of golden sword appeared in his hand. A breath of terror swept the world in an instant. When the old man who was sitting fishing in Yunqiu Mountain felt the breath, his complexion suddenly changed, and he shouted, "Boy, dare you!" Jian Wushuang threw out the golden sword. Behind his hands, a gust of wind hit, but he remained motionless. The temples flew with the explosion, and said loudly, "Why not dare?" Boom! The next moment, those catching bodies began to rupture, and the scene around Jian Wushuang was shattering. Not only the people in the city, but the entire city was trembling. The old man in the clouds wanted to stop him, but the figure of the demon sound god general came slowly, raising his hand to stop it. Mine God will remind, "Mr. Yunzhong, we can't interfere. He will destroy the entire space. The space here is not cosmic space." Yun Zhongjuan was a little anxious. The magic sound condensed his eyes and said coldly, "You also know that this is a mundane space. This is your masterpiece. He can restore his strength. It's all on you." Yan Tongjin is also one of the 18 generals, although the status is the same as the magic sound general. But the strength of the two is different. The magic sound general, among the 18 generals, ranked first, but he was ranked at the end. Hearing the reminder of the magic sound general, Yun Zhongjuan could only swallow this breath and watch Jian Wushuang soaring in the space of the mundane world, leaving his place. 3 figures appeared in a huge palace. Not only Jian Wushuang came out, Dong Sheng and Wan Yan also came here. "Aren't I in the underwater world? How come here?" Dong Sheng asked in confusion. Wan Yan also looked solemn. He was originally in the cellar. Only Jian Wushuang was very calm. But there was one thing he didn't expect. He broke the mundane space, and even brought these 2 people out, by the way. After the 3 of them came to the treasure hall, they did not rush to explore, and first told them all about their experiences. Jian Wushuang heard the head and realized that he was the worst. One of them went to the bottom of the sea and became the Dragon King, who called the wind and the rain, and the other slaughtered all directions in the cellar. Only Jian Wushuang really fell into the mundane world and became a beggar. "I was almost able to pass the level. It's a pity." Emperor Dongsheng was a little sorry. Jian Wushuang vaguely passed his story. He was afraid to say it. These 2 people had to kill him. They are almost clearing the level. Only Jian Wushuang is tortured in that depressed city. "Forget it. This place is weird. Let's see what's going on here first." Wan Yan shook his head, dispelling the disappointment of several people. Then he looked at this palace. This place is also a dojo, but this dojo is decorated very noble, and everything you see is bright. The 3 of them were very cautious, and it was the last time they encountered the gore fiend and frightened them. But the blood demons devoured their flesh and blood at the time, in order to prepare for entering the mundane world. This time, there should be no danger in the dojo. A buzzing sound suddenly sounded. The 3 of them suddenly felt a little bad. "You dare to break into my territory!" A gloomy voice came, and the 3 of them were all startled. Jian Wushuang even retreated directly. Above the treasure hall, a towering dragon slowly climbed down from the top, with a pair of huge eyes staring at a few people. "The land of the Hades, come to die!" The body of the towering dragon began to shrink and then change to a height of a battle, standing in front of several people. Dongsheng felt the aggressive aura of the opponent and quickly explained, "Senior, we are here to accept the inheritors of the inheritance, but we were sent inadvertently. Please forgive me." "I dare to quibble." The giant dragon transformed into a human form. Its wings shook behind it, and the 3 of them flew out directly. "Is not an opponent at all." Jian Wushuang cursed secretly in his heart. It must be because he destroyed that mundane space, and the people behind took revenge on him, and then he was sent here. The dragon man just breath, shook them half to death, and then walked slowly, covered in red scales, and each breath exuding was comparable to a 10,000 full divine body. This dragon man is not a puppet, but a strong man who will follow the path of the body. Jian Wushuang quickly discovered the details of the opponent, but it's useless to know more now. The 3 of them don't even have the power to fight back. This is for them to die. "Senior Mine, are you asking us to die?" Jian Wushuang couldn't help yelling. isn't it just in the mundane world, and slapped the opponent in the face, is so necessary. He can condense a trace of thought power, and he is not to blame. I can only say that the person who arranged that world was too stretched, or he is too strong. It's just the latter who said it, a bit arrogant. Jian Wushuang didn't think about it. Hearing Jian Wushuang uttering the name of the Magic Sound General, the Dragon Man was stunned for a moment, stopped and said in surprise, "Mannion, do you know the Magic Sound General?" "No, the three of us were sent by the Magic Sound General." Jian Wushuang looked at the other side and stopped, and quickly explained, "We are really here to accept the inheritance. If you don't believe it, you can ask the Magic Sound General." Dongsheng and Wan Yan also got up and nodded quickly. The Dragon Man is a little puzzled. He is the first god of war that Pluto sat down, and Pluto is the lord of the universe under the command of Qixin. He knew about the 18 gods. It's just that the gods have fallen. I don't know how long. He has been asleep. How come there will be people here? Dear, the sound of the space being torn apart. An old man walked out of the crack with a cane. "Dragon God, long time no see." "It's you, Junzhong," Dragon God exclaimed. "Is the old man who lays out the mundane world. Are they true?" The Dragon God still couldn't believe it. He clearly remembered that everyone had fallen. Jun Yinzhong did not pay attention to each other, but looked at Jian Wushuang and the three of them and smiled embarrassedly. "I was late. I thought you weren't so fast. Who knew something happened in the middle and sent you here in advance? I forgot to say hello to the Dragon God." Dongsheng and Wan Yan hurriedly bowed and fisted, looking respectful. Jian Wushuang didn't believe this. The other party thought it was premeditated. He didn't come early or late. He didn't show up until they reported his identity. However, Jian Wushuang was a little surprised after knowing that the other party was Yun's Hongjin. This was also one of the 18 gods. It seems that more than one will be resurrected, and Fuego's appearance has made the true spirit and resurrected so many powerful people. https:////mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5480. Those in the Senate Palace are not to mention. Their strengths are average, and there are only 3 strong people, and the resurrection will resurrect the origin of the temple of the gods that can't consume too much. But these gods are all ultimate emperors. To resurrect one person, the source of consumption is more than 1,000 ordinary princes. Mr. Yunzhong, how did you come here? Dragon God looked a little embarrassed. This is the place where Pluto sits and transforms. It's nothing more than to be cannon fodder for the gods back then, and now there are several inheritors here. What are they going to do? For the temple of Qixin. The Dragon God is not used to it. In the ancient times, some of the dirty work of the temple of the Qixin was all done by people like them. The 3 major gods at the core level, as well as the disciples of the gods, don't have to do anything, and they can enjoy everything. Yun Zhongjuan frowned slightly. He couldn't understand this hybrid species, dragons and things from life, so he dared to question him. He is one of the 18 gods and generals. In the ancient times, the masters of the universe had to give him face. I call you the Dragon God to give you face. If it weren't for these little guys here, I would kindly call you a mess. Yun Zhongjuan was unscrupulous, very arrogant, and then leaked a smile, apologizing. No, sorry, all of a sudden I said your real name. Ha ha ha. Jian Wushuang and 3 people stood in the corner shivering. The 2 of them seemed to be at odds, so they wouldn't fight suddenly. Dragon God's face was green. Yun Zhongjuan looked at the other party very angry, but he couldn't get rid of him, so he enjoyed it very much. By the way, Pluto has been dead for so many years, and the treasures here cannot be abandoned. I am here this time to allow you to open this place and from now on to become one of the treasure houses of the Temple of Qixin. Hand over the key. Yun Zhongjun is high. No, the meaning of a little discussion is to order the other party. In ancient times, Pluto was originally a marginal figure under the command of the gods. The core characters were all first to take refuge in the gods. Later, the gods reached their peak, and many people came to defect, among them Pluto. At that time, the status of Yunzhongjin, the gods and generals, was so high that they naturally looked down upon those cosmic masters who later defected. If the strong is okay, the weak will have no right to speak. In the Lord of the Universe, there are also strong and weak, just like the Emperor, from the first to the sixth level, and then to the top, has a clear division. You're looking for death. Dragon God couldn't help yelling directly anymore. You can insult him, but you dare to insult his master, Pluto. Even if the opponent is a general, he has to take action. Yoon Jongjuin hadn't planned to discuss with the other party. What he wanted was that the other party first started, and then he could take the opponent down and take over the dojo, grandiosely. Arrogant, a bastard, dared to do something to this seat. Yoon Jongjuin gently shook the crutch in his hand, directly cracking the dragon god's method. Then a dragon chant sounded that shook the heavens and the earth, and the dragon god's figure transformed into the body, a huge candle dragon with 2 feet and hands, and a pair of wings that covered the sky. The dragon above the treasure hall didn't care, and even leaked a sneer. The strength of the dragon god is indeed good, and his body is first class, even stronger than the original White King. But Yunzhongjin is an ultimate emperor after all. The crutch is invisible to others, but Jian Wushuang can see that it is definitely a power that surpasses the eternal treasure, and it is probably a treasure of the universe. The status of the 18 gods is very high, and the gods are the powerful ones who refine treasures. There are many treasures of the universe, and it is normal for the subordinates of the core, an ultimate emperor, coupled with the treasure of the universe. That power makes people feel suffocated. Worm. Yoon Jongjuin shot again, this time not as casual as last time, but really broke out all his strength. Although I look down on the dragon god, where is the strength of the dragon god, it is not too weak. Click! A huge gesture appeared behind Yoon Jongjuin, and directly pinched the dragon god's neck, making the opponent unable to move. Dare to attack the gods of the Temple of Qixin. On behalf of the true spirit, I will send you to the second prison. Wow! Another crack appeared. This time the person who walked out of the crack was Wuzhua. Brother Wuzhua, I will trouble you. Yin, Zhongjuan smiled. The prisons of the Temple of Qi are all at the bottom of the Tomb of the Gods. It is not something that ordinary people can enter and exit at will, and those who are weak cannot enter at all. The 4 main hall masters are all on errands, and the others are not at ease. Some of the strengths are not good, others have not sent in and sent themselves in. So this kind of thing only Wuzhua can do. Give it to me. Wuzhua took out a windsock and directly inhaled the dragon god into it, then turned to see Jian Wushuang also here, facing Yoon Jongjuin in front of Jian Wushuang, and said, Brother Yin, this little guy, Jian Wushuang, is quite similar to me. If you have fate, please take care of 1 or 2. Don't worry. Yoon Zongjian's eyes turned, and he agreed. Then I will leave first. Wuzhua clasped his fists, and then nodded towards Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang was also flattered, and quickly bowed to signal. I didn't expect this Wuzhua to give him such a face, but he didn't know that Wuzhua had learned of Jian Wushuang's identity from True Spirit long ago. One of the most dazzling people in this era, of course, he should make friends. In the future, maybe Jian Wushuang will be the one who resists the tripod in the Temple of Qixin. It is said that among several dazzling ultimate emperors on the Tomb Mountain, Huiqing is also outstanding, far beyond the same level. The Taoist master who cultivated the light path has not broken through like Jian Wushuang so far. If Jian Wushuang broke through with him, in the same batch, the 3 ultimate emperors who unite in a perfect posture will definitely be the most dazzling people in the future. Huiqing is currently at the forefront of the same batch. Further up, it is Shang because he was the ultimate emperor, so he didn't rank with them. After all, Shang has created its own cosmic mystery, and the master of the universe has a greater grasp. It is only the level of the origin, without Huiqing's consummation. Was the 8th level of success at the beginning, and later reached the same level, not as strong as Huiqing's origin. However, Huiqing and Jian Wushuang are so defying the sky because of the Temple of Qixin. At the beginning, Shang was the one who explored alone and reached the ultimate emperor. And in the outside world, without anyone's guidance, he created the mystery of the universe and even more comprehended the origin of the universe. Shang is the origin of the original universe, which is more pure than the origin of the universe among practitioners. Based on this alone, among all the inheritors in the Temple of Qixin, Shang is the first. No one can shake the status, unless someone becomes the master of the universe one step earlier than Shang. If you want to surpass, it's too difficult. Anyway, is Jian Wushuang have this certainty? He has both roots, and now Dao Jun has not reached consummation, let alone pursue the footsteps of the business. https:// mobile version, reading URL. Chapter 5481. Among the of the same generation, I am afraid that Huiqing will have this opportunity. Or the super genius Broly, who changed his way. His progress is even more amazing. He also heard from Yuanyang Lake that an indigenous inheritor came to the Tomb Mountain, and he broke through to the Sixth Order Emperor as soon as he went to the Tomb Mountain. And when it broke through, there were some vignettes. Broly went to the Tomb Sacred Mountain, not as longing for inheritance as other indigenous strong men, but thinking of going down the mountain to find his missing father. The true spirit set up the formation method, and the Sixth Order Emperor could not make up the mountain. Broly was also a ruthless person. The direct time flow blessing was 10,000 times, and 100,000 years broke through, and the outside world has only passed 10 years. How can this not be shocking? Jian Wushuang was even more shocked when he heard it, because it was he who ordered the Keeman to kill Bukuin. Back then Bukuin was just a small person, and he didn't care at all. I didn't expect to cause a scourge now. Fortunately, the real spirit ended the game and told Broly that his father had died at the hands of K-Men, which is not a lie to him, was indeed killed by the Fifth Order Emperor of Keeman. Now Broly is full of anger, slaughtering all over the world, looking for the strong from K-Men everywhere. Anyone who was in contact with Keeman was killed by him. True Spirit also promised the other party that as long as all the people of the Keeman in the realm were beheaded, he would resurrect his father. Resurrecting a Fifth Order Emperor who is a half-caste source or an indigenous powerhouse in the Temple of Qixin is just a drop in the bucket for the True Spirit. Follow is nothing at all. This is simply treating Broly as a killing machine. Jian Wushuang shook his head, not thinking about it anymore. Now that the Dragon God has been captured, he has also been thrown into the second prison, where Shan Jun was also exiled. The environment there, but the place where the most powerful people can fall. I can't get out of this life, and I have offended the generals of the Temple of God. That is really no way. He wanted to come out, but he didn't have a clue now. Now I just ask Yin Zhongjuan, the other party is a god. Junior Jian Wushuang. I have seen Senior Yin Zhongjuan. Jian Wushuang is very respectful, but he offended the other party last time. He is not respectful. Because of the other's fierce personality, he will never be merciful. Is still in the opponent's chassis now. The powerhouse, like Dragon God, just like the little chicken, said that the suppression would be suppressed. Dongsheng and Wanyan have long been waiting for Yun Zhongjuan to speak in a respectful manner. They are also the first time to meet a strong man of this level. In the primitive universe, it is troublesome to meet a Sixth Order Emperor, let alone an absolute powerhouse. I've come to the Temple of Qixin, and I've seen a few superpowers. This is the first time I have seen a fight between the superpowers. The powerful aura directly suppressed the two of them. At the beginning, the true spirits let out their words. As long as they can reach the tomb with their own ability, they will be cultivated to be superb. At that time, it was just a sentence. They didn't have such a big impact on it, and they didn't know much about Zhu Jian. But now that, after seeing Zhu Ding's move, he made up his mind, and after going out, he will work hard to become a Sixth Order Emperor and go to the Tomb Mountain as soon as possible. Thanks, little guys, this is yours now. And how many treasures you can get depends on your good fortune. Yun Zhongjuan returned to his amiable appearance, like a kind old man. Ku, Jian Wushuang, can't believe it. This is the dojo where Hades sits and transforms. There must be many layouts. The treasures have been put into the treasure house. If you want to open the treasure house, you need a key. How do they get it? This old man really still hates him for ruining the mundane world. Originally wanted to ask about the second prison, but now it seems that the other party will not tell him the truth. It is likely that he will be deceived. Jian Wushuang didn't go looking for it, and was boring, so he could only send him away respectfully. Before leaving, Jun Yinzhong looked at Jian Wushuang and said, Jian Wushuang, right? I have heard of you. The future is promising. Work hard. This treasure in the mustard seed is left by the dragon god. You three, let's divide it, said, threw the mustard to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang had just been happy from the bottom of his heart, but then his face froze. Before Yun Zhongjuan left, he quickly handed the mustard seeds to Emperor Dongsheng, while still begging in his heart. Believe me, among the mustard seeds that Yun Zhongjuan gave him, except for some broken copper and iron, there are no treasures. If he took the mustard, it would be really hard to tell. Dongsheng was a little surprised and found that Jian Wushuang was too polite, right? Since Jun Yunzhong handed Jian Wushuang, it should be Jian Wushuang that divided them. He originally wanted to be polite, praying that Jian Wushuang would not be too dark and somehow give them a bit. After all, whoever got the mustard seeds, Yun Zhongjuan would be unable to argue with 100 words as soon as Yun Zhongjuan left. Now, Jian Wushuang took the initiative to hand the mustard seeds to Dongsheng, and Wan Yan understood it very well. Jian Wushuang's face was gloomy, and he stood there without saying a word. After Yun Zhongjuan left, he said, Don't look, there is nothing. You really thought that old guy would be so kind. He was not afraid of Junyan being monitored in secret. I am afraid he would really monitor him, and wanted to see Jian Wushuang being killed by him. Jian Wushuang was not fooled by this, especially when he heard Jian Wushuang directly scold him. Yun Zhongjuan in the dark blinked and the stars left. Jian Wushuang was not calculated this time, so next time. Anyway, Jian Wushuang hasn't surpassed him. There are opportunities. In the treasure hall, Dongsheng held the mustard seeds at a loss and stammered. Isn't this shameless? Wushuang Taoist fellow, you have to testify to me. After speaking, he handed the mustard seeds to Wan Yan. With a hint of thought in his face, you use expression on www. Okanchu. Calm was instantly frozen. He glanced at Dongsheng and then at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang said, Brother Wan Yan, if you don't believe me, I can search for my mustard seeds. No, I didn't mean that, but I just think that is super strong. Why should you play with us? Wan Yan waved his hand quickly. Even if he had doubts in his heart, he would not dare to search for Jian Wushuang's mustard. Jian Wushuang is a celebrity among the inheritors, although he has never been to the Tomb Sacred Mountain. His name on the Tomb Sacred Mountain is very resounding, especially after Shihai and his party. He showed the strength of the Fifth Order Emperor, which made a lot of people shocked. Wan Yan and Dongsheng are both emperors of ordinary origin. Jian Wushuang is the ultimate way, and the future is a much stronger existence than them. How can I offend? There is nothing unwilling to do. These veteran powerhouses have just been resurrected. The silence of countless epochs. Who knows if there is any strange problem? Jian Wushuang said in melancholy. He didn't expect the other party to hold such a grudge and let the dragon god beat them up, and he would have to count him before he left. And they are still here to go to the treasure of Hades. Isn't that kidding? Chapter 5482. Where to find the three of them. Dongsheng didn't dare to speak ill of Yun Zhongjuan directly, so he could only say roundly, Forget it! Maybe it's the senior. Who doesn't know it? Wan Yan on the side was a little upset and said to Dongsheng, What do you mean we cross the abdomen of a gentleman with a villain's heart? I never said that. Dong Sheng waved his hand quickly. Search here first. See if there are any special treasures. Jian Wushuang turned a topic to the topic. This is the dojo of Hades. Even if there are no treasures, relying on the environment here, the cultivation is faster than the outside world, and you can't waste time. Taoist Wushuang is right. Let's figure out the situation here first. Dong Sheng also followed and began to search around. Jian Wushuang soared into the sky, above the palace, where the dragon god inhabited. There was a jade platform the size of 10,000 square meters. Seeing that jade platform, Jian Wushuang's eyes shrank, and he was familiar with the atmosphere inside. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would not have noticed it, because the aura contained in this place is the origin of the universe, suppressing the origin in that jade platform. Cosmic crystal. Jian Wushuang's heart was ecstatic. A cosmic crystal the size of 10,000 square meters. That is a cosmic crystal that is more precious than the cosmic divine stone, and Wanfang is 1,000,000 cosmic crystals. It takes tens of thousands of cosmic divine stones to refine a piece of cosmic crystal. This kind of cosmic crystal is generally used by the master of the universe to restore its origin. Extremely precious, this 10,000 square cosmic crystal is of infinite value. After reaching the top, Jian Wushuang put it away directly. The three of them searched separately, and the treasures that they searched naturally belonged to them. Jian Wushuang held back his excitement. These cosmic crystals were the biggest treasures he had received this time. By virtue of it, it is not necessary for the origin of space to reach the realm of the black hole to be able to elevate the pole to completion. The origin in this is not the original origin of the Lord of the Universe, but it is also the origin evolved from them, and the strength is similar. After putting the universe crystal in his bag, Jian Wushuang didn't stay longer, but went to other directions to continue searching. Going on, he found a lot of rare treasures just in the habitat of the dragon god. Although I don't know the value, the breath above is not weak, such as a teapot which contains eternal breath. After searching the habitat of the dragon god, Jian Wushuang went to other places and circled around. The three of them deliberately avoid each other, which is considered to be kind. After a while, everything in the hall was taken. All three of them have joy on their faces, and it seems that the delivery is good, especially Dong Sheng, smiling from ear to ear. Haha, there are really a lot of treasures here. That senior didn't lie to us, he said, taking out a jar from the mustard seeds. There is a peculiar smell above. Wan Yen leaned over curiously, sniffed it with his nose, and couldn't help but look at it. Seeing this, Dong Sheng quickly removed the jar and said, "What are you in a hurry? Since I took it out, you will be indispensable." "This jar was found here?" Jian Wushuang asked. "Yes, it was placed in a corner. I searched carefully and found it." Dong Sheng smiled. Wan Yen was a little curious and said quickly, "You just open it to see what it is." "It seems to be wine. Otherwise I won't take it out. If it is wine, let's drink it together." With Dong Sheng's words, Wan Yen stretched out his thumb and exclaimed, "Brother Dong Sheng, in Primordial Universe, I actually admire you most. It's good to never forget us old brothers. Go, you said last time that the one you admire most is Zhu Tian. Later, when you met Shang at the Qixin Temple, you said that you admire him most. And what you kids said, ghosts believe," Dong Sheng said angrily. But Wan Yen doesn't care. Since he can share, he is a good brother. Jian Wushuang was also very curious, and the three of them sat together and began to study the contents of the jar. After opening the upper lid, the strange smell became more intense. Wan Yen had taken out the wine glass long ago and directly manipulated a trace of thought power to draw out the liquid in it and pour it into the 3 wine glasses. Pass it to 2 people, separately. After Jian Wushuang took it, he thanked him, but he didn't rush to drink. He really felt that the smell was a bit strange, and he was not afraid of poison in it. Their divine bodies were not weak, and even if they were poisoned, they couldn't die. Dong Sheng didn't want to take so many glasses of wine and dry it in one sip, and then grinned and said, "It's a bit irritating. It's a spirit." "Really?" Wan Yen took a sip, then added a lip and said, unfinishedly, "This is a good wine. The strong in ancient times will really enjoy it." Jian Wushuang did not drink for a long time, and he mobilized a powerful mind to analyze the particles in the liquid, and he wanted to see what was in it. "Otherwise, drink it, don't worry." In the liquid, after a detailed analysis, Jian Wushuang found that it did not seem to be wine, but the divine power contained in it was more like the blood of an alien animal. Not right. The physical breath contained in the blood shouldn't be so weak. It is not blood, but it contains the power of the flesh, and the breath is weak, which means that these liquids are discharged from the flesh. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang threw down the wine glass in disgust. Wan Yen and Dong Sheng squatted on the ground, raised their heads, and looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise and said, "Why, it doesn't suit your appetite. You guys, it's better to drink less of this thing." Jian Wushuang wanted to laugh in his heart, but couldn't bear to tell them the truth. The faces of the two fifth-tier peak emperors are still very important. They are the ancestors of the major forces in the outside world. If this is said, the face is really unstoppable. I'm afraid that the hearts of killing Jian Wushuang are all there, so I have to stop talking. This liquid is most likely the urine of the dragon god. Although it is urine, but what a character the dragon god is. S divine body may have surpassed 70,000 times. Even his urine is helpful to practitioners. Although it is not a substantive help, it is not bad to be able to keep fit. At least it does no harm. As for letting them drink less, it is because the yang power contained in this thing is very strong, and I am afraid that these two people will not be able to control it. Wan Yen wiped the corners of his mouth, nodded, and said, "Indeed, I have drunk so much, and my strength has not risen. On the contrary, the pure yang power in this body is extremely strong." "What? Are you going to vent your anger when you go out?" Dong Sheng quipped. Dong Sheng rolled his eyes. Can he say this? At the same time, he also put away the jars on the ground. Since it didn't help much, it was useless to drink it. "When the two of you just searched, did you find a similar exit?" Jian Wushuang turned off the topic and started talking about business. Now they are facing a difficult problem, and that is how to get out. Chapter 5483. It is indeed very fast to cultivate here, but the help is limited, and it is still necessary to go out. Dong Sheng and Wan Yin looked at each other and shook their heads. Just when the three of them didn't know what was wrong, a huge Dharma image fell from the sky on the dome of the palace, like a tripod gathering in the sky. The three quickly backed away, really dozing off and coming to the pillow. Jian Wushuang sighed secretly. Even if Yun Zhongjuan looked down upon them again, he would not give away his original rewards. After the second bridge is passed, at least a substantial improvement must be made. No, is it coming soon? It's another Dharma aspect, but this time the Dharma aspect is that of the Pluto, and that is the Lord of the universe, and this helps a lot. It takes great effort to comprehend an incomplete cosmic origin from the outside, but it is better here to get them a one-to-one photo, and there is also a complete Pluto origin inside. You only have 10 days, cherish it. A majestic voice came. This time it was not Yun Zhongjuan, but the magic sound general. 10 days. The three looked at each other, but for an instant they found a futon and sat down cross-legged. There is really not much time left for them. 10 days must be seized. Don't underestimate these 10 days. The complete source of a cosmic lord is placed in front of them to comprehend. Even a fool can make a breakthrough. For Jian Wushuang, this origin is even more critical. He can use this source and cooperate with the cosmic crystal he obtained to perfect his original sea. The current sea of origin is still at the level of Taoist monarchs and is the origin of Tao. If you want to become the sea of origin of space, you need to reach the emperor. This time he was going to hit the 9th level of Jidao, even reaching the level of consummation. Let's take a look at what the Ji-Dao is like after its completion. Call. Jian Wushuang closed his eyes, and a law body descended on the Sea of Origin. In the current Origin Sea, there are very few Origin fragments, and most of them have been merged in the Origin Sea. Wow! Wan Fang's cosmic crystal appeared in front of him, and Jian Wushuang directly stepped on it, treating the cosmic crystal as a small boat. The origin of the King of Death. Jian Wushuang in the Sea of Origin, looking through it, directly locked the origin of the Pluto in the law. That is the origin of death, a special road. Death and destruction are related. And the Pluto was also a peerless arrogant who almost entered the ranks of the ultimate. There is still a gap between death and destruction. After becoming the master of the universe, his strength is a little bit worse after all. Jian Wushuang didn't know much about the origin of death. After all, it was a special, rare origin. However, understanding the mystery of space and time is the key to improvement. Going deep into it, Jian Wushuang suddenly felt that the sea of his origin was trembling. No one dares to face death. Even Jian Wushuang shuddered instinctively, and a terrifying aura hit him. But after experiencing too many Jian Wushuang, he was already able to go against the wind. In the space, it is all-encompassing, that is the breath of the resurrection of all things. But compared with this kind of space origin, Jian Wushuang's space is more real. Although it was the universe, compared with Jian Wushuang, it was like the emperor of the original universe and the emperor of the four secret realms. Is incomplete. Jian Wushuang's was even more perfect. The tens of thousands of celestial spaces were condensed into reality. Just like the real world, once it descended, it was a realm. He had a hunch that if he could become the master of the universe, his thoughts of the universe would really become a universe. At that time, he couldn't believe it, how overbearing it was to directly descend into a universe when fighting with others. Absorb the essence and remove the dross. Jian Wushuang began to comprehend the mystery in the dead space. In the sea of his origin, there are huge waves rising to the sky, which are the fluctuations caused by the cosmic crystal. While enlightening, he was also taking the opportunity to absorb the origin of the universe in the universe crystal. His devouring power is very violent, constantly devouring the original power from the universe crystal. When the extreme path was formed, he had cultivated his thought power to perfection in the starry sky, reaching the third peak. After going out, he condensed a thought universe, broke through the fourth layer, and mastered the power of swallowing, then gathered the power of all things. The three abilities that Ji-Dao gave him were normal, and everyone had them. He was just a little stronger than others. The power of devouring is a bit special, and the gods once also mastered this ability. Jian Wushuang doesn't know much about this, but it can also be seen that the power of swallowing is more special than the power of mind. Then there is the power of all things. The strong who masters this ability, in fact, according to common sense, the strong who have the flow and change the path will master it. It's just that the order of mastering is different from him. He can master the power of all things in Dao Jun, and Wan Dao Lu and Change Dao must at least reach the absolute peak to condense a trace of the power of all things. If you want to master it, you will have to wait for the space to transform and become the cosmic space to master the power of all things. After such a detailed analysis, his three abilities can actually be achieved by others, but it is difficult to gather these together. Jian Wushuang joins the Dao. You need to merge and penetrate the power of mind, swallow, and all things before you can reach consummation and then join the Dao. This is the hardest step. All the ways are unified, and the power of all things is merged. What kind of power will be formed when the three are superimposed? Jian Wushuang didn't know, but soon he would be able to get there soon. The ninth layer of Ji-Dao broke through. With a large number of cosmic crystals and insight into the complete universe origin, he finally reached the ninth level of the pole. The Sea of Origin is pure. There is no floating debris in the ocean waters, not even a reef. Now, Jian Wushuang's ultimate origin has reached its purest point. The rest is the 3-in-1 step. It's a pity that the universe crystal ran out, and the universe stones were all put in. With so many treasures, all smashed on the Jidao, Jian Wushuang is still a little distressed. If these treasures are taken out, his divine body can be increased to 50,000 times. And by the way, buying a set of eternal treasures will not be used up. Okanchu. Calm, when the Jidao reaches the 9th floor, the increase in combat power is not obvious, and it is not as fast as buying some treasures to increase it. But those are all foreign objects. Jian Wushuang can still distinguish them. After the Jidao breakthrough, there was still some time before he began to study the steps of the 3-in-1. The first is the power of mind. The power of mind is evolved from the power of mind, and the power of devouring is the realm of black holes for reference. In this way, he returned to the original problem. Black hole realm. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. His mind power has reached the 5th level early, and his mind power can be mobilized at will, and he is only a tiny bit away from the perfect state of mind. A perfect state of mind requires one mind to reach the 6th level of heaven and earth. He is still a little short of him now, but his mental strength breakthrough is very cumbersome, and only the powerhouse who has reached the top can he cultivate his mental strength to perfection. Chapter 5484. Some emperors who are against the sky can also do it, and when Shang is a 5th-order emperor, he has raised his mind to the point where he is one-hearted. For Jian Wushuang to rise to that realm at the Taoist level, it was more troublesome than breaking through the black hole realm. Of these two, there is only the possibility of theoretical breakthroughs. At least there is a theory to say. After the Jidao reached the 9th floor, he discovered the power of all things, and the power of all things was already changing. To dilute the fusion, he has to collect the essence of all things to stop this degeneration. Ordinarily, this is a good thing. There will be an improvement after the transformation, but he hasn't been in harmony now, and he can't be in harmony with the premature transformation. The essence of all things is actually a kind of primate treasure, which is related to the origin of the wood road, and only the forest of 10,000 treasures exists in the 4 secret realms. And there is still a legend which is a headache. The essence of everything that can be transformed into spiritual consciousness is even harder to find. From now on, he has to seek the true spirit. Otherwise, he will not be able to unite. A problem is surrounded by a problem. Jian Wushuang did not expect that he would be so troublesome before facing Hedao. The more against the sky, the more difficult it will be. The ancient city will not deceive him. If you want to meet the true spirit, you have to go to the Tomb Mountain. And to go to the Tomb Mountain, you have to have the power of a 6th-order emperor. He is not in harmony, and his combat power is simply not enough to go to the Tomb Mountain. Although the body can be comparable to the level of Tier 6, there are many strong people in the Tomb of the Gods under this kind of strength. As a result, each of them died suddenly without the whole body. Jian Wushuang had practiced a little unintentionally and fell into entanglement. Seek to break the game. The only thing that can be broken is that he thoroughly refines that time and space treasure. A chessboard emerged from the sea of origin. Countless powerful sources are the chess pieces above. There is a space-time origin in the middle. Jian Wushuang's several clones were among them, and after the Jidao breakthrough, he was able to copy several original chess pieces. He suddenly had a bold idea and tried to move a chess piece. The weakest on the left side of the chessboard also has the aura of the origin of the universe, but that aura is a bit incomplete. It is a chess piece that focuses on the origin of flame. The fire burned, and when Jian Wushuang mobilized, a huge fire crow threw its wings from it, which matched him very well, and also wanted to rush out of the chessboard. But a powerful gravitational force came, directly and completely suppressed the fire crow. Impossible to do it, unless he thoroughly refines this time and space treasure. There is a treasure that can be compared to the Temple of Qixin, but it cannot be used, it can only be used as an auxiliary treasure. Jian Wushuang is very aggrieved. Wow! The chessboard sank to the bottom of the sea again, and Jian Wushuang gave up. You can only take one step and see one step. Let's first improve the ones that can be improved. His ultimate kendo has not yet broken through, and the master of the kendo has killed him. Maybe he will have unexpected gains after reaching the 9th floor. When the 10th arrived, the 3 of them were still immersed in it, and they didn't miss a moment. Ha! Without waiting for the 3 of them to take the initiative to stop, they were directly teleported out of the palace. After the 3 of them left, Jun Yunjong came here with a black soul lamp. Thanks, Tusk. Even the lights are removed. These little guys are too poor. Yun Zhongjuan was speechless. If he knew that Wanyan Dongsheng hadn't even let go of Dragon God's urine, he would be even more surprised. The soul lamp is out, and the Pluto is out. Only this time he appeared on the scene, but he was searching for Pluto's remains, the complete treasure of a master of the universe. At the beginning, Jian Wushuang and the others got the inheritance of the 3 kings in Shihai, but they didn't get much treasure, and a small group of people got a lot of treasures. And there are very few treasures given to them. They're all treasures at the emperor level and treasures at the master level of the universe, and I haven't seen any of them. I have never seen energy treasures, like the universe crystal, that can only be used by the Lord of the universe. The Pluto's remains are complete, where are all their worth. Jun Yunzhong's eyes glowed, and then he entered the depths of the palace. As for Jian Wushuang and others, he is no longer in charge, because the 3rd bridge is the place where the magic sound will personally check it. An unstoppable breath erupted. A dance of blood rose, and 3 figures came out of it. Hoo! The 3 were panting, just past an ancient road in time and space, fighting all the way, and finally got here. Damn, my eternal treasure was torn apart by that guy. Dong Sheng felt a little distressed, stroking his armor. It was an eternally treasured armor he obtained in the long Hanoi of time and space. It was very rare, and it had now been torn apart. Can tear the eternal treasure, the opponents they encounter can be imagined. Among the emperors, there are too few strong men who tear the eternal treasure. You may not be able to do it. Wanyan frowned and said, It's not bad to be alive to this point. You still feel sorry for an eternal treasure. Among the 4 great secret realms, there are still many eternal treasures. As long as they go out and wander around, it will not take long to obtain new eternal treasures. The aura on Jian Wushuang's body was very weak, but the moment he emerged from the blood dance, he recovered at an extremely fast speed. He was just as miserable. If it weren't for the powerful divine body, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to get out. Fortunately, his extreme breakthrough and the blessing of the universe can save his life. He doesn't have the combat power that Dongxing Wanyan can rival the 6th Order Emperor. These 2 people are a secret Mahayana. Although they were not created by themselves, it is also a cosmic secret method. When they have cultivated to the Mahayana realm, their strength can be comparable to the 6th Order Emperor, and in the 4 great secret realms, it can be comparable to the 6th Order Peak Emperor. Needless to say, Dong Sheng mastered the realm of the black hole, and this battle directly allowed him to break through the 6th Order Emperor. If you don't die in a catastrophe, there must be a blessing. Jian Wushuang comforted. After walking through the bleeding fog, there is a single plank bridge in front of him, just a 3-inch wide single plank bridge. This is the 3rd bridge here. A voice came from the end of the bridge. The voice was very familiar to them. It was the magic sound general. I will give you a chance to choose. Once you pass the single plank bridge, I will send you to the primitive world to accept the complete inheritance of a master of the universe. Second, give up walking the single plank bridge, and I will accept this person as a disciple. As soon as the voice fell, the trio's complexion changed. The magic sound will accept disciples, Akanshu. Kam did not break the rules set by the true spirit. Many inheritors have been apprentices in the palace of the elders, and this is not restricted. As for the inheritance of the Lord of the universe, it is very difficult to obtain it on the Tomb God Mountain. Even those who are more against the sky Only a few have obtained the inheritance of the Lord of the universe. They all know this. Compared to apprentices to the magic sound gods, the inheritance of the Lord of the universe is more attractive. Of course, if both can be achieved, it will be even better. By the way, to remind you, the second prison is linked under the bridge. If anyone falls, I will save it myself. But I can't guarantee it if it is too late. At this point, Jian Wushuang was stunned. To the second prison? End of this chapter. Chapter 5485. There is real purgatory. The most powerful people can't protect themselves. The peak figures like Shanjun are likely to fall. If they fall, they may fall without waiting for someone to save them. Dongsheng and Wan Yan didn't know much about the second prison, so Jian Wushuang explained what he knew from Wuzhua. The two of them looked low and hesitated in their hearts. Practitioners, all the way is extremely dangerous. Every step is to dance on the tip of a knife, and everyone wants to fight it. Can also calculate his own gains and losses. The inheritance of the Lord of the universe is certainly important, but compared to his own life, it is still somewhat unworthy. Jian Wushuang quickly paid attention. Whoever wanted to go, he would not go anyway. It is also very good to approve the demon sound general. Now he is just short of a thigh. The Mayan god will not be under the control of the Elder's palace. It is beyond the scope of the Elder Palace or even the four main halls, and is a member of the core forces under the command of the gods. Although the former glory is not there, he has the highest combat power, and he is the ultimate emperor, at least able to point Jian Wushuang 1 or 2. Friend Wushuang, in this second prison, do you know what the detainees are? Wan Yan was still a little unwilling to give up. Dongsheng has broken through to the Sixth Order Emperor. He has the ability to go to the Tomb Mountain. He can choose not to fight, but he is still far away from the Sixth Order Emperor. In the long time and space of Hanoi, he has also finished the cosmic secrets, and now he is lacking the inheritance of his help. He didn't want to give up this great opportunity right now. Jian Wushuang shook his head. He just knew that the second prison was very dangerous and could cause Zhu Ding to fall. As for the existence of imprisonment, he really didn't understand. Standing on the side, Dongsheng patted Wan Yan on the shoulder and comforted. A big man was born between heaven and earth. You can retreat or enter. Don't be in danger. Humph! Wan Yan snorted coldly and retorted. Of course you are not in a hurry to break through the Sixth Order Emperor, but my realm is still a lot worse. The shadow is the most difficult to walk. Without that cosmic heritage, I don't know how to practice. When is it? Seeing this, Dongsheng withdrew his hand, not knowing what to say. Yep, the avenue is cruel, and if you don't fight, you will stay, surpassed by future generations, and surpassed by the same level. They are very anxious, especially in the Temple of Qixin. The advance is not too fast. Once the gap is down, it will be difficult to catch up. Step by step, step by step. At least the two of them are much faster than the Fifth Order Emperors in other primitive universes. Have you thought about it? The face of the magic sound general descended and appeared in the sky. Wan Yan didn't give up and asked, Senior, if you fall into the second prison, how long will it take you to go to the rescue? A stick of incense. The magic sound god general said indifferently. He asked Wu Zhuo to go to the inside of the prison to open up the passage. Although it is linked to the second prison, it is a one-way channel, which can only enter but not exit. If someone falls, even if the magic sound will enter in the first time, it will take time to find it, because it will be sent randomly. This is because there is Wu Zhuo's response in it, so that it is so fast, otherwise it will take at least an hour. A stick of incense. Wan Yan gritted his teeth and said inwardly, Fight! His 10,000 shadows can hold 10 breaths in front of the most powerful, and if the source is burnt desperately, it can hold 20 breaths. As long as his luck is not that bad, he will be able to withstand it if he doesn't meet an absolute strong as soon as he enters. This is a gambling if you encounter a large group of superstars when you just enter. It can only be said that he is unlucky. I choose to take the single plank bridge. Wan Yan said firmly. Jian Wushuang and Dong Sheng looked at each other, not too surprised, as Wan Yen said he was unwilling to fall. When Dong Sheng was the first to enter, he practiced desperately, walking the secret method to the Mahayana, and then followed. Now that Dong Sheng is promoted to the sixth order emperor, he is even more unwilling to stagnate. Jian Wushuang didn't hesitate too much. He didn't have much desire for the inheritance of the Lord of the Universe. He also had a great chance to get it when he arrived at the Tomb Mountain. Besides, he has a Guantian chessboard, which contains the origin of the Lord of the Universe, the inheritance of the first true king. In the Guantian chessboard, there is a chess piece with a general size, which is the inheritance left by the first true king. Among the chess pieces, there are also levels. They are soldiers, generals, handsome, and gods. Now, Jian Wushuang can only copy a part of the pawn-sized chess pieces. Only when the chess pieces can be copied can the inheritance of the first true king be unlocked. However, I heard from the spiritual sense of the first true king that although this inheritance is complete, the secret method created and some cultivation experience are not suitable for him. To say so, no one can guarantee that his power of all things is not picky. He also never thought that the cosmic inheritance obtained by going to the primitive world would be the sword. That's why he chose to give up without hesitation. I am going too. Jian Wushuang was frightened. He never expected that Dong Sheng would walk the single-plank bridge. Haha, it's all here. If you don't go for a walk, you will regret it for a lifetime. I will accompany you with Wan Yen. Dong Sheng grinned. At this moment, he really wanted to be born into a great power between heaven and earth. Wan Yen's expression moved, and then he smiled and said, "Why? You are afraid that I will be inherited from the Lord of the Universe and surpass you." Don't tell me. I was really worried about this. This is obviously a joke, and it can be regarded as the imminent death, which eased the mood of a few people. Jian Wushuang smiled and said, "Then, congratulations to the two fellow Taoists in advance for being able to succeed and inherit the inheritance of the Lord of the Universe. These two people are really ready to go desperately. Wan Yen has a lot of shadows. Dong Sheng is a sixth-order emperor, and with some means, I am afraid that there is also a means to survive under the best. But Jian Wushuang didn't have any of these. Even with the strongest means, it would be good to be able to survive under the sixth-order emperor, not to mention the absolute powerhouse. Friend Wushuang, are you not going?" Dong Sheng asked in surprise. Wan Yen cursed with a smile. Jian Wushuang is the ultimate way. Can you compare with him? Forget this. Taoist Wushuang really doesn't have to work hard. Dong Sheng suddenly remembered that Jian Wushuang was walking but the ultimate one, and he will definitely be much stronger than them in the future, with greater potential, and the Temple of Qishuang will focus on training. There is no need to fight like this. Jian Wushuang saw these two fight so hard his hands were actually itchy, and he couldn't help telling the truth. Actually, I am still a Taoist. If I were an emperor, I would not give up this time. I only blame the difference in strength. I'm really not sure. Jian Wushuang said miserably. When he heard Jian Wushuang was just a Taoist monarch, the surprised eyes of Dong Sheng and Wan Yen were almost staring out. "Are you a Taoist? How is this possible? You're not much weaker than the two of us in the blood dance. A Taoist monarch can be comparable to a sixth-order emperor." Wan Yen was most surprised. End of this chapter. Chapter 5486. Although he knew that the ultimate emperor was very powerful, he was much stronger than the same rank. Although they are confident in the same rank, they have long acquiesced that the ultimate emperor is the strongest. But no Jian Wushuang is so outrageous. A Taoist monarch, comparable to a sixth-order emperor. How many steps are this? Dong Sheng sighed even more from the side and said, "It's incomparable, it's incomparable. Back then, the Shang was not as against the sky as you. I thought you were a fourth-order emperor." The fourth-order emperor, being able to be comparable to the sixth-order emperor, is enough to guard against the sky, Who would have thought that Jian Wushuang was a Taoist monarch? Although the demon voice god general had long known that Jian Wushuang was a Taoist lord, his eyes still couldn't help but pick it up. Dao Jun is comparable to the Sixth Order Emperor. He hasn't been so strong before. At the time, the most dazzling emperor of his contemporaries was Jueyun the Great, but Dao monarch paid little attention. The great Emperor Jueyun was not so powerful at the beginning. How is the arrival done? The magic sound will be equally puzzled. There is still the real spirit who is puzzled about this, but knows that there is a huge eye in the starry sky watching Jian Wushuang, and the real spirit can't peep too much. Senior Mayin, I choose to leave, Jian Wushuang said calmly. The remarks just now can be regarded as an inspiration to Dongsheng and Wan Yan. In fact, there is nothing to say if he were the emperor he would really go up, as long as he breaks through. He is at least the Fifth Order Emperor. If he can step into the realm of the black hole, he will be the Sixth Order Emperor if he breaks through. After he became a Sixth Order Emperor, his strength might be directly comparable to that of an absolute powerhouse. There is no danger of falling, unless he falls into a group of absolute powerhouses and is besieged. But with the universe after becoming an emperor is even more terrifying. Even if a group of extreme peaks, he can escape for his life if he loses. The face of the magic sound general appeared, and his voice said with majesty, Jian Wushuang, your request tells me that I can't do it. You have only one way to choose. You can only walk on the single plank bridge. What? Jian Wushuang almost cursed. What does it mean? Is the ultimate way of discrimination? Let him go to the single plank bridge as a Taoist. What if he falls down? Don't talk about a stick of incense. When he meets Zhu Jian, he can't hold a breath. When I first met the dragon god, it was because the other party was not in a hurry to kill the killer, but wanted to know why they entered the Hades dojo. If this is to enter the second prison, those vicious ancient existences, seeing him as a Taoist monarch, I am afraid that the end will be miserable. Either he was eaten alive, or his divine body was blown away in one breath, annihilating his origin. This is what Master True Spirit meant. If you have any opinions, you can go to Master True Spirit and say it. The magic sound god general was actually a little surprised, because True Spirit just told him. However, if you walk across the single plank bridge, the treasures you get are different from them. I know that you have the way of swallowing. Lord True Spirit will bestow a universe origin for you to swallow and help you reach the realm of the black hole. Narrated. These words were also just rumored to him by Zhenling, and they told Jian Wushuang verbatim. But Jian Wushuang couldn't be happy. For the first two bridges, he fell no matter how he walked. The first time he took the initiative to go down, and the second time he was forced to go down. This third bridge, he has no confidence at all. But Zhenling's command is the law of the Temple of Fortune, and no one can violate it. The 4 hall masters heard that. They all had to pinch their noses to recognize. He is a Taoist, where to go to refute. Dongsheng and Wan Yin came to be good people at this time, and they persuaded each other it was no big deal. That is the origin of the universe. Devour. Only then did they think of the 2 words devoured by the magic sound general. Swallowing. Is it related to the great demon suppressed by the primordial universe? Dongsheng couldn't help but ask. The face of the magic sound general moved slightly. He just regained his ignorance of the situation of the god. Original universe. Mayan God will recall that there is no impression of this universe in his memory, but the person who is talking about it should be the same. The great demon is just a term for the primordial universe, but it is actually one of the 3 Allahs, was suppressed in the primitive universe. Well, you are ready. You can come up at any time. I am waiting for you on the other side. Mayan God will not answer, but there is some sadness in my heart. Speaking of God, it was actually the same as God. That's a piece of meat on the Qishan. Qishan abandoned his proudest avenue and also the strongest avenue. Otherwise, the last battle will not be lost, and the temple of Qishan will not be reduced to this point like a dog of the mourning family. After the magic sound will retreat, There are only 3 of them left. Friends Wushuang, don't be discouraged. We too will fight for you. After Dong Sheng finished speaking, he was the first to walk on the single plank bridge. Wan Yen also smiled at him and then followed. At this point, Jian Wushuang was left sitting alone. He was thinking how to get there. There is chaos ahead and nothing can be seen. I don't know how long this single plank bridge will be. Anyway, no matter how long it is, there is a 90% chance that he will fall. Dongsheng and Wan Yen disappeared quickly. Jian Wushuang, who stayed in place, was even more lonely. This is simply cheating me. Jian Wushuang cursed the true spirit in his heart. The attitude towards him was not like that at the beginning. Even Kishin's personal jade board was given to him. How could he be treated like this now? Then I thought about it. If true spirit wasn't holding a grudge, he would definitely not make fun of his life. If it is outside, the true spirit may not be able to control so much. But in the temple of Qixin, the true spirit will not watch him go to death. Besides, this place is the place of inheritance of Qixin Temple. This is a good place to think. If you think about it, in a bad place, he betrayed the temple of the gods and became the minion of the gods, doing all the bad things in order to help the White King rebirth, blood sacrifices to the common people. In the end, he helped the gods and resurrected Fuego. The true spirit had to resurrect some gods and generals and guard some important places. He has to memorize this pot. Although Jian Wushuang was also trying to survive. Okanshu, in any case, Khan betrayed is betrayed, he has to admit. Hope is to develop in a good direction. Jian Wushuang muttered to himself, and then stepped onto the single plank bridge. But things tend to develop in bad places. Fuego could be resurrected, which was never expected by the real spirit. The opponent came from the starry sky, had a big background, and had an unpredictable strength. Now appearing in the 4 secret realms, in the old nest of the Temple of Qixin. The true spirit is now busy and exhausted and has been looking for Fuego. Fortunately, the true spirit was still in his hands. Fuego originally attacked the 3 Kings' court just to save the Frosa after he recovers. He will also look for it. The best way today is to negotiate. Can't wait for Fuego's strength to recover to the Lord of the Universe and break through the Temple of Qixin. By then, there will be no room for negotiation. Chapter 5487. But it was too difficult to restore to that level in the 4 secret realms. It is also possible that Fuego has not recovered, and a super-existence has appeared among the inheritors of the Temple of Qixin. At least looking at it now, Shang's prospects are open, and it is most hopeful to break through and become the Lord of the Universe in a short time. It's just that all this is uncertain. True Spirit wanted to be more secure, as this had something to do with the safety of the Qixin Temple after all. This time, Jian Wushuang had to walk the single plank bridge, and it was not all punishment, and there was a tilt of resources. Now the Tomb Mountain has opened a lot of treasure troves, and resources are constantly being sent out. The purpose is to cultivate these inheritors faster and stabilize the 4 secret realms. In the future, it will be easier to deal with the plan of the gods and Fuego. If you really want to talk about it, then you can only end up in person to fight a fight. The true spirit has inherited the will of the god, and the strength is not weak, although it can only be shot in the temple of the god. It is enough. This time, taking out a source of the universe, Jian Wushuang really wanted to cross this single plank bridge, and everything was resolved. All the previous problems can be solved easily. What can be blocked by the origin of the universe? Reaching the realm of the black hole is inevitable, and then the ultimate kendo can also break through. It's just that Jinling didn't know that the problems Jian Wushuang faced were not just these. The breakthrough of mental strength is a major difficulty. The mental strength can't be hit like this. The difficulty of the fusion of the power of thought, the power of swallowing, and the power of all things is no less difficult than that of harmony. These questions the real spirit does not know. Only Jian Wushuang knew how difficult the road ahead was. that is much more difficult than the single plank bridge right now. After stepping into the single plank bridge, Jian Wushuang's mind was directly drawn away. That feeling affected his mood all the time. As a result, his mood was broken again, and then solidified again. It can actually affect my state of mind. This bridge has a greater impact than the mundane world last time. Jian Wushuang sweated on his forehead, taking every step carefully. The mundane world is under the bridge. This is on the bridge. It's so tormenting people on the bridge. If you fall down, Jian Wushuang could hardly imagine. If you fall, you will be gone. But a little bit, he is still very happy. This bridge is tempering his state of mind. If his state of mind breaks through with his mental strength, it will be double happiness. He can also touch the threshold of the 6th level of mental strength. It's just that this single plank bridge is more difficult to walk than he thought, and now he is walking entirely by willpower. The complete origin of the universe. I must get it. Jian Wushuang is extremely tough, and no one can shake his belief at this moment. This is the charm of the state of mind. There is also a shortage of many old and dead emperors. In ancient times, emperors would also fall, their spiritual consciousness collapsed, and they would only destroy themselves. If you want a real happy world, first of all, don't be greedy for the beauty of this world. No matter what, it is relative. Giving up everything and getting everything again. This is a perfect state of mind. You know the truth, but how can you give up? If Jian Wushuang had given up on the origin of the universe and given up his life, he would have fallen a long time ago. That's why it is said that the state of mind is the most tormenting. 1 step, 10,000 steps. The thing that made Jian Wushuang collapse the most was that he didn't know where the end was. Can only go on blindly. He didn't feel the end. Or it may be the end of time. Maybe it was only a moment, but he felt it was over. Jian Wushuang had this feeling before. It was like this in the starry sky. He clearly couldn't feel the of time, but he saw the planet's prosperous growth. Call. I don't know how long it took. Jian Wushuang began to have hallucinations. He saw Dongsheng and Wan Yan waving to him in front of him, and they waved excitedly on the other side to signal him to persevere. Even the indifferent and speechless magic sound general nodded to him. In a daze, the beautiful picture flashed by again. The scene ahead turned into a picture of Dongsheng's fall. Wan Yan was trembling and was almost unable to hold on. Dongsheng plunged into the bottomless abyss. The magic sound will also jump down. That scene was very miserable. Jian Wushuang shook his head and woke up suddenly. No, they are all fake. He roared angrily, trying to wake himself up. At this time, a voice interrupted him. Master, have you entered the illusion again? An old voice sounded. The screen began to freeze and change. That is on the star in the sky. The old man is his apprentice. This is... Jian Wushuang was stunned. Why is he here again? Is everything an illusion? Jian Wushuang couldn't believe it, so he shot it straight away, fearing that the person in front of him would die with the palm of his hand. The old man had doubts and panic in his eyes, and then he was relieved. All fake. Jian Wushuang's thought power moved, but he found that his thought power had weakened, and his strength had also weakened. He was obviously a Taoist who was about to reach consummation. How could he become a Yenxian again? Everything in front of me became more real. Rushing out of the wooden house, he saw a human race. I saw the burly man with a stone axe on his back, like a savage. He is leading the human race to expand the territory, and the strong men who died under his axe are in an endless stream. Then the screen changes again. Jian Wushuang sneered and said, Sure enough, they are all fake. But this time he saw the Temple of Qixin. In other words, it is the Temple of Qixin that has not been built. A majestic figure sits on the throne, preaching to sentient beings, and behind him is a group of emperors who are moving some realms and throwing themselves into the 4 secret realms. Jian Wushuang looked down on the towering figure and looked at it desperately. He still couldn't see clearly. He could only see the jade board on the thumb of the existence. Qi Shen, Jian Wushuang asked in surprise. His voice made some monarchs who listened to Taoism or the Lord of the Universe feel dissatisfied and turn their heads and glared at him. Jian Wushuang swallowed, so scared that he dared not move. Then the scene changed again. Still misunderstanding. But this time the ambiguity gave him a very vicissitudes of life. He sat lonely on the throne, and there was no one in the dojo. The picture expanded. Jian Wushuang not only saw the gods, but also saw that the entire Morua time and space was full of evil aura, which was the power to swallow. These evil auras enveloped the Temple of Qixin. Except for the Temple of Qixin, the entire Morua time and space was occupied by these evil auras. Qixin raised his head, as if he had found Jian Wushuang, and said weakly, "In the beginning, why were you?" The words are not finished yet. Time stands still, back to back. It seemed that there was some kind of power to stop anything. Jian Wushuang could not see the face of the gods. But Jian Wushuang didn't think much about it himself. He only felt that all this was fake, and he didn't care at all. Who knows who he is talking to? Now, he just wants to get rid of the illusion in front of him. Otherwise, it will sink deeper and deeper. End of this chapter. Chapter 5488. A wave of tenacity allowed Jian Wushuang to break away from the scene that was pulling him. Jian Wushuang's eyes were a little dull. He really saw too many pictures. There are the gods of ancient times and everything in the starry sky. All kinds of pictures, although they are just a few words, but also have a certain connection. It is a connection in time. There is no Mahayana in the Jian Wushuang space now, and it is even more useless in terms of time. Simply treat all these images as environments and turn a deaf ear to it. His eyes only stared at the single plank bridge ahead. The steps are taken again. One day the universe's complete origin of the universe was waving at him, and he couldn't fall down, but it's all over. Not only can I get nothing, but my life will be lost. The three of them walked up to the single plank bridge, facing the threat of death. Jian Wushuang's thoughts arose suddenly, and he had just come out of the Pluto dojo, which caused them to face the fear of death, which I am afraid there is a connection. It is related to Pluto. Pluto represents death. Now walking on the single plank bridge, Jian Wushuang didn't dare to think about it. Once his mood was shaken, he could fall down at any time. Without the support of those pictures, he was finally able to move forward steadily. I don't know how long I have been walking. A figure appeared in front of him, standing motionless on the bridge. The figure is familiar, but it is not Dongsheng and Wan Yan. Who? Jian Wushuang's eyes condensed. It seems that he has seen this figure many times. Behind that figure, Jian Wushuang stopped. He didn't dare to move forward because the figure was motionless and he didn't know what to do. Just when he was at a loss, the figure slowly turned around and smiled. "It's me, Jian Wushuang." Jian Wushuang was too familiar with that smile. "Teacher Xian Yi." Jian Wushuang's state of mind suddenly shattered, and all the sights disappeared in an instant. Many doubts in his heart appeared in his mind, but Xian Yi's figure had begun to recede. He wanted to reach out to stop him, but his center of gravity was unstable and he fell directly onto the log bridge. At this time, Jian Wushuang thought that it was an illusion. Still caught, the moment he fell off the single plank bridge, Jian Wushuang recovered, stretched his hands forward, trying to catch something, but couldn't catch it anyway. He kept falling, and the single plank bridge above became clearer and clearer, and the more he fell, the muddy air became thinner and thinner. On the single plank bridge, Dongsheng took the lead and was almost on the other side, and Wan Yan was also insisting on walking. Only he fell into the abyss. In the abyss, Jian Wushuang saw a familiar scene. There is a black hole. He is moving forward in the black hole. Presumably this is the entrance to the second prison. Now I can only pray that the magic sound will be able to fish him out quickly. Jian Wushuang was finally able to control his figure in the black hole. He didn't seem so embarrassed, but his mood was a bit lonely. He didn't know the danger ahead. He only knew that even the most powerful might fall. Suddenly, There was a figure approaching him in front of him, and Jian Wushuang was stunned for a moment. The magic sound god general said at the beginning that this passage is one way. How could anyone reverse the direction and walk towards the single plank bridge? The figure was getting closer, and Jian Wushuang's heart also mentioned his throat. It's not that you are afraid of the person in front of you, but he discovered that the figure seemed to be himself or a clone of him. That was the clone he had split up in Emo Luo Kingdom. Since entering the black hole, the clone has not been able to come out. You can only comprehend the mystery of the black hole in it. There are very few that can actually help him, so I haven't managed it anymore. Any consumption. I didn't expect to be able to meet my own clone here. In addition to being shocked, Jian Wushuang was also ecstatic in his heart. The good news is that he can change the deity, let the clone go to the second prison, and he can return to the single plank bridge again. Just the exchange of mind power, Jian Wushuang's substantial treasures will all be left in the second prison. Of course, except for the treasure of time and space Guantian chessboard, but the beasts and soldiers on his body will be left behind. Jian Wushuang was a little entangled. On the one hand, he was betting his life, and on the other hand, he was abandoning part of the treasure. I can't afford to bet. Jian Wushuang shook his head. He really couldn't bet. If it really fell, he would have nothing. The true spirit can resurrect the strong man in Qixin Temple, but he cannot resurrect him, the strong man in the primitive universe. If he falls, the soul fragment will return to the original universe. The true spirit can't get his soul fragments out of the original universe. Without soul fragments, time and space cannot be reversed. The outside world, but the time and space of a primitive universe, the same master of the universe, cannot fish out the fragments unless they control the primitive universe. None of them in this long river of time and space can do it, so don't think about it. So he dare not gamble. The beast god soldier has no new parts for a long time, and now it is of little help to him. His divine body has approached 50,000 times, and the current maximum blessing of the beasts is only 50,000 times. Except for the guardian body, there is no help. The precious thing is that the other party can continue to improve. Moreover, the beasts and gods accompany him all the way, helping him through several hardships. And it is a dilemma for a time. If the deity falls, it will be dead. If you exchange the deity, the treasure will be lost if you go down. He now has to make a choice. Farewell. Jian Wushuang closed his eyes. A powerful thought force burst out, and instantly burst out of his body and entered the clone. Then the clone facing the single plank bridge became the deity, and the deity with a lot of treasures became the clone, rushing in the direction of the second prison. After the change, Jian Wushuang was actually worried that something might happen, but fortunately there was none. He is now returning in the direction he came from, which makes him very happy. Although it is a pity for the beasts, the value of a complete universe is much higher than that of the beasts. When the 9 great beasts were born, they were bestowed by the gods. You reading www.okanshu.com, there are one for each of the 3 major gods, followed by some personal disciples, and a master of the universe who has made great contributions. And the beast soldier, Candle Dragon, fell into the hands of the master of the universe. He is not the core of Kishin's command, but he has got the beast soldiers, which is quite legendary. At the beginning, in Morua time and space, the birth of the beast warrior could surpass the treasure of the universe. Although it could not reach the level of time and space, it was already the highest treasure in Morua time and space. The 3 kings of the 3 kings' court, if it were not for the first true king to get the Guantian chessboard given to him by Xian He, they would not even have a treasure comparable to the beasts. This was the big power that could be ranked in the top of Morua time and space at that time. They are very greedy for the beasts. Now, Jian Wushuang gave up on his own. End of this chapter. Chapter 5489. He once searched for the news about the beasts. Some accessories are still left in the 4 secret realms. He just doesn't have time to find them one by one. Once he succeeds in the path, he will be able to restore the beasts with time. Even if the beast weapon is not intact and recovers half of its power, it will be stronger than the ordinary treasure of the universe, and it will be enough for him to gallop into the realm of the emperor. It's a pity. Jian Wushuang glanced back and sighed. If it wasn't about life and death, he wouldn't do it. The clone plunged into the bottomless abyss and out of the black hole. There is the real purgatory. As soon as Jian Wushuang's clone entered, a brown flame appeared on the face, which directly annihilated his body without leaving a trace. And what spewed out the flames was a huge lava behemoth, 1,000,000 miles in size. On its body, there are countless caves, and flames are erupting from time to time among them. Yep. The lava behemoth felt a familiar breath. This is wings, scales, arms, and an eye. It was Jian Wushuang's left-behind Beastshin weapon accessory that was impacted by that flame and separated instantly. Candle Dragon! The lava monster exclaimed. There was endless anger in the huge eyes. It slowly stood up, and a pair of huge wings opened, which was very similar to the wings of a candle dragon. The 7th generation of descendants, Mangan, has seen the ancestor. That is what its ancestors left behind. At the beginning, the 1st generation of the beast candle dragon was cut and refined into the beast weapon by the gods. But there were some innate beasts they left offspring and regarded the candle dragon as the ancestor. Zhulong is a powerhouse like the 3 kings, so naturally there will be followers. A violent figure appeared instantly. It's just that this figure is not the magic sound general, but the 2 of Shanjun and Wuzhua. Old man gone. Who are you going to the grave for? Wuzhua sneered. Mangon saw Wuzhua and suddenly roared, Wuzhua! Before Mangon got angry, Shanjun turned into his body. It was an evil behemoth with a shadow with only one eye, and the sharp cry made people palpitate. Random, I'm afraid I can't leave these things to you. Shanjun sneered. Since he came here because he was once a part of the gods, the wild beasts suppressed here or some special beings have long hated the gods and hunted down the mountain monarch. Over the years, Lord Shan has been on the run, and now Wuzhua has descended, holding the key to the 2nd prison, and those old guys are hiding far away. Shanjun also leaked the old fangs, ready to take revenge on these old guys. He was not afraid of being retaliated after Wuzhua left. Anyway, these guys never intended to let him go. The mountain monarch turned into the body. The battle power shakes the world. Wuzhua, who stood by, was very surprised. It was the legendary figure who took the shot at the beginning to capture Shanjun. Some gods and generals are not opponents of Shanjun, and Shanjun's combat power can be imagined. The violent power was accompanied by a black fist shadow, and then 1,000,000 fist shadows burst out. That power eclipsed the heavens and the earth, and the solid body of the lava behemoth was shattering. Aren't you looking for me all the time? Shanjun completely blasted the lava behemoth into the ground, and the aura was weak to the extreme. He raised his head, looked at the ancient existences hiding in the distance, and said with disdain, What? You are scared. Those ancient existences are not afraid of Lord Shan, but of the key in Wu's left hand, which is a token that can suppress all the strong in the 2nd prison at will. Although Shanjun's strength is strong, he can't do it against the crowd. A bunch of cowardly mice. When my master was still there, you guys, you don't even deserve to be here. Wu's voice was cold. When I heard the gods, these ancient beings held their breath. Even if the gods have fallen for so long, they are still afraid of each other. Even if the name of the gods comes out, they will tremble. Seeing that no one responded, Shanjun gave the accessories of the beast warrior to Wuzhua and exhorted, Help me bring a sentence to that little guy. It's not wrong to swallow it. Black holes will be born in the universe. We are not to blame. Wuzhua was a little embarrassed when he heard it and did not agree, but he did not refute. It is understandable that these things helped Jian Wushuang bring back. You should go. I will leave later. Without token suppression, these old guys are still a bit difficult. Shanjun nodded, then disappeared in the blink of an eye, and Wu Zhuo frightened the other party with a stick of incense, manipulated the token, and left the second prison at will. He wants to rush back to his life. The Temple of Qixin, the origin of the sea. Zhanling stared, pacing in the pavilion, and muttered in his mouth, "How did he get back to the top?" "You are all responsible for this matter. It is obviously a one-way passage. How can he go the same way?" Returned. "A Taoist monarch can go against the wind. If you let the old guys escape, I don't think you have to do it. Go to the second prison and find a good feng shui place to bury it yourself." In the pavilion, in addition to the true spirit, there are the magic sound will and Wu Zhuo. The channel was made by the magic sound god general and Wu Zhuo, and naturally these two people were responsible. Wu Zhuo originally wanted to use this method to go to the realm, throwing all the Keeman rebellions to the second prison, and they would kill them if they saved it. Now it seems that the plan is not working. Otherwise, with this credit, he can attack the palace lord's position again. All the bad things happen to him. But this matter, I also have to thank Jian Wushuang. The first one to fall was Jian Wushuang. He was able to find out in advance, and it could be regarded as saving his life. Otherwise, if the passage enters the earth boundary and a group of ancient existences are released, he will be finished. I am afraid that all the 4 secret realms will be over. Almost made a big mistake. At that time, I am afraid that the true spirit will kill him for the sacrifice flag. Also, the benefits you promised from Ukanshu. Calm are all gone now. You come out on your own, especially the origin of the universe. It's fine to be scolded. After all, the temper of Zhanling is that individuals will be scolded when they come, and Wu Zhuo is used to it. When I heard that I was about to pay for my own pocket, my expression was stunned. Zhanling stared at her small eyes, walked to Wu Zhuo and lay on the opponent's face and said in a low voice, "What? Are you not convinced?" "No, no." Wu Zhuo hurriedly waved his hand and then explained, "My lord, even if you sell me, you won't get a source of the universe. The origin of the Lord of the Universe is actually similar to the Emperor, and it is the complete origin contained in the body. All you need to do is to let a master of the universe strip away his origin. The master of the universe, without the origin, will probably go into deep sleep immediately. After sleeping for a few epochs and awake, the origin of origin is half restored by me, and then I have to practice countless epochs, only to be able to restore the peak." End of this chapter. Chapter 5490. The above method is the most difficult if you want to obtain a complete cosmic origin, and no one will do that. The easiest way to get the origin of the universe is to destroy a primitive universe, and to kill a master of the universe. Regardless of which one, Wu Zhuo couldn't do it anyway. If he only got a set of the inheritance of the Lord of the Universe, he would be able to get it together, take out some treasures, and then go and say something nice to the Lord Suzaku. If it doesn't work, just buy a copy from the Palace of the Elders for a big price. But the origin of the universe, he really has no way to get it. This is too embarrassing. Looking at Wu Zhuo, who was wronged by Bala, Zhanling looked away and said lightly, "Since you don't have money to pay, then go and do something for me, which becomes the origin of the universe. I will help you out. If it can't be done, go in mine." "Yes." Wu Zhuo agreed. This can only be done now. The magic sound will be okay. He doesn't want to eat the true spirit. When the time comes, he will go and fudge Dong Sheng and Wan Yan, lend the other party 10 courage, and dare not ask for the inheritance of the Lord of the Universe. In a big deal, he passed on his own inheritance to the 2 for cultivation. He is the ultimate emperor, and the faculties he created are not much worse than those of the masters of the universe. If you have enough power, if you have enough strength, you can go to the Tomb Mountain to pass on the universe. Mine you can withdraw first. I will talk to Wu Zhuo within a few minutes. Zhanling waved his hand, indicating that Mayan God will leave first. Mayan God will salute respectfully and then leave. He didn't want to stay here any longer. He didn't want to know what to say to Wu Zhuo. Now, Jian Wushuang, they can return to the other side and wait for him, just like hungry baby birds, waiting for him to feed back. It's just that this time disappointed them a bit. Mayin Mountain, below the demon suppression space. Jian Wushuang and Dong Xing finished talking very happily. All three of them succeeded, which was never expected. Before going on the single plank bridge, they all made preparations for their fall. Unexpectedly, they all succeeded. Friend Wushuang, you are really amazing. Even if Dongxing can pass, this guy will become the sixth emperor. He can pass, and it is normal. You can walk down as a Taoist, and you are really admirable. Wan Yan holding the wine glass, he touched Jian Wushuang and then drank it in one gulp. The few people were so happy that they had already drank it here while waiting for the demon voice god general. And after meeting out, they had to celebrate for a few days, and by the way, introduced some fifth-order emperors of the primitive universe to Jian Wushuang. After all, everyone is considered to be a strong man in the home universe, and naturally they will get close to each other in the future. Now the Tomb God Mountain is no longer the bigger family of their universe. More and more powerful people in different universes have risen, and they are beginning to gather together for warmth. They should also form the power of the original universe, and this matter cannot be delayed. If the true spirit knew that the inheritors he had cultivated had already begun to prepare for another mountain, he didn't know what he would think. When Dongsheng heard what Wan Yan said, he laughed and cursed. Wan Yan, you are jealous of me. The three smiled similarly, and then raised their glasses again, touted each other a lot. Friend Dongsheng, when are you going to go to the Tomb Mountain? Jian Wushuang asked, talking about business. Seeing this, Wan Yan's expression became serious. This time they all successfully passed the single plank bridge. Although Wan Yan did not break through the black hole realm, it was unexpected that he broke through mentally and directly reached the level of mental consummation. Many Zhujian did not reach this level, but Wan Yan went to the forefront. After going out this time, even if there is no inheritance from the Lord of the Universe, Wan Yan can quickly break through the mirror and attack the sixth-order emperor. However, Jian Wushuang suffered a miserable loss this time. When the single-plank bridge walked down, Jian Wushuang was the general of Sunbing. It can be said that he lost his armor and abandoned his armor, and now he is only waiting for the origin of the universe to return blood back and forth. Dongxing heard the words and said calmly, I am not in a hurry now, and I will leave after accepting the inheritance. I'm also going to go to the realm. I heard that it's chaotic right now. I'm just going to have a break, but I won't stay for too long. Then I will go to the human realm and go to the tomb of the gods. Jian Wushuang's heart moved, but he didn't expect that this plan had been planned, and he was a little envious. However, since the other party chooses to go to the realm halfway, maybe he can still catch up with the other party, and then he can go together. True Spirit said at the beginning that if you can't use external force, you can't ask for a helper. But the inheritors who go to the Tomb Sacred Mountain together are not helpers. Go to the realm. How long are you going to go? Wan Yan asked. His thoughts were the same as Jian Wushuang's. It would be best to have a few more people on the road. Dongsheng hesitated and then said, It depends on the situation. It can be as short as 10,000 years, and the longest is no more than one era. That is within an epoch? You can wait for me. I estimate that it will be able to break through in 1 billion years. With the lowest flow rate of time, it will take 1,000,000 years. Wan Yan said, Usually clothes, the required flow rate will not be too large. Otherwise, some intervention in its own origin, unless it is very anxious, will start 10,000 times or even 1,000,000 times the time flow rate. An era! Jian Wushuang let out a breath. With the blessing of the origin of the universe, even a pig, an era can break through. Dongsheng and Wan Yan looked at Jian Wushuang at the same time and asked, Taoist Wushuang, are you going to go to the Tomb Mountain after breaking through the Emperor? Yes, otherwise I will go forward with my current strength, and it will be a little bit of a hindrance. No need for the other party to be polite. Jian Wushuang told the truth. If he is not in harmony, he has this strength at the moment. Even if the other party kindly takes him with him, he will not have the face to go. The strong are all with arrogance and dignity, and he doesn't want to be led by others. The two also understood that they hadn't seen anything after living for so many years. Jian Wushuang's hope of being able to go against the sky like this. I am afraid that the hope of success in Hidao will not come. They didn't ask much, just a blessing. Jian Wushuang also smiled and nodded, accepting this kindness. His path of harmony is still a bit long. The first is consummation, then removes the cause and effect to kill the robbery, so as to greet Hidao with the most perfect posture. For an era, he has no confidence yet. From week to present, in terms of normal time flow, it is only hundreds of thousands of years. But add the time flow rate, especially the time spent in the starry sky, I'm afraid there are several epochs. The mentality has already changed drastically, especially in terms of time. An era is not too long. Jian Wushuang has been in a hurry, racing against time, and dare not delay for a moment. In the future, if the harmony is successful, he intends to rest for a period of time, not too long. Just 10,000 years, calm down, leave the Qixin temple, and go to Desiyu to take a look. Go back to the old world and look at those old friends. End of this chapter. Chapter 5491. Then Jian Wushuang pressed this thought to the bottom of his heart, because the magic sound is coming. This time it was the deity. The vast aura on the body of the magic sound general made them yearn for and fear. Space is trembling. This is the ultimate emperor standing on the peak of the emperor. Congratulations, successfully passed the 3 bridges. The magic sound god general said gently. The 3 of them were very surprised. The voices of the magic sound gods used to be cold or majestic. Why did they treat them so well this time? Is it because it passed the test? But they didn't think much about it. They really didn't think that the magic sound would not be able to fulfill the promise made to them. The magic sound will look at the 3 people with eyes full of hope, and he can't bear it. But there is no way. He has just recovered, and there are not many treasures. Do you know what these 3 bridges represent? The magic sound will not talk about the reward, and begin to talk about the 3 bridges. The 3 of them don't know why, but they are not in a hurry, because they are also very curious about it. Mayan God will carefully explain the origin of the 3 bridges to the 3 of them. It turned out that this was once a place to make up messengers after the test. As long as you pass, you can become a follow-up messenger under the command of the gods. Everyone who is tested is a 6th-order emperor at the lowest level. As long as you pass, you can become a post-replenisher, and then with a series of training, you can hope to become one of the 108 messengers. Of course, in addition to the 108 core messengers, there is also a position of deacon. These replacement messengers will also walk in time and space as deacons in the Temple of Qixin. This status is also very high, but they are all post-supplement messengers, and they will be the person next to Qixin. So when these 3 bridges were set up, many 6th-order emperors under the command of the Lord of the Universe came to pass through the barrier. It's just the difficulty at that time, a bit more difficult than it is now. After all, this place has been abandoned for too long, and some of the tests have lost their effect. After the magic sound will explain, he asked, "Would you like to be the core member of the Temple of Qixin?" Hearing this sentence, the 3 of them were all taken aback. Especially Dongsheng and Wan Yan nodded almost at the same time. Dongsheng, I am willing. I am finished. I am willing. Both of them are very excited. The true core of the Temple of Qixin. Who would not want to? Jian Wushuang stood by, looking at these 2 people, and sighed in his heart. They don't know. Jian Wushuang knows. There's no core power in this divine temple. This magic sound general is bluffing the 2 of them. Now, in the entire Qixin temple, there is only one person who dares to say that it is the core, and that is the true spirit. At the beginning, it was said that the construction of the Senate Palace was directly out of the control of the 4 main halls, has now developed into the 5th force. As for the core of the magic sound of the gods, it was in the ancient times the messenger and the gods were indeed the core, but there were also the gods behind, and there were 3 gods. Now there is a magic sound general, and then Adayan's Hongjin. Just these 2 people. Jian Wushuang didn't look down on them either. Together, these two people weren't enough to fight the Qinglong Palace master alone, and he dared to claim to be the core. The most important thing is power. Power in the temple of Qixin. Outside the Qinglong Palace, there is no way to go outside now, so naturally it is useless, so almost no one has taken refuge in the Qinglong Palace. In the White Tiger Hall, many people have taken refuge in the White Tiger Hall, flaunting their might in the 4 secret realms, because the White Tiger Hall is so influential. The Vermilion Bird Palace is in charge of the selection of trialers and plundering tasks from the outside world. The power is not big, but to speak of it, the inheritors of the Toon God Mountain, except for those who are already emperors, all pass by the Vermilion Bird Palace. They still have a good impression of the Sazaka Hall. Some people take the initiative to join, and they will be given a lot of treasures. After all, the Sazaka Hall controls the primordial realm, where 90% of the treasures in the Qixin Temple are stored. There are 10% left, half in the hands of the True Spirit and half in the hands of the White Tiger Palace. Although Zhu Yi is a bit rigid, he is not bad for his subordinates, so he has attracted many inheritors. As for the Xuanwu Temple, I don't comment because I haven't shown up. From the 4 halls alone, most people will go to the White Tiger and Sazaka Hall. The new Power Veteran Palace has the strongest control in the northern realm of the heavens. There are also many treasures, and there are many inheritors who take refuge, but they are somewhat average in strength, and most of them are mediocre people. It is also an elite that is attracted by the accumulation of a large number of treasures given by the True Spirit. You magic sound general, just relying on the empty words of the core power, you want to fool people, is also believed by Dongsheng and Wan Yan, who have not been in the temple for a long time. Jian Wushuang can't be fooled by this. The magic sound general also noticed Jian Wushuang and asked, "What about you, Jian Wushuang?" "God, Lord Wuzhua is kind to me. I have promised to stay in the Senate Palace." Jian Wushuang replied respectfully. The magic sound god general smiled lightly and said, "Almost forgot. You have some connection with Brother Wuzhua." Jian Wushuang doesn't go, and the magic sound will not force to stay, because of the benefits of Jian Wushuang in Wuzhua. Since the 2 of you have agreed, take these 2 tokens with you. I have 4 secret realms distributed in the Dharmakaya. You can contact me at any time if you need it, and I will send you out here. Yes. Dongsheng and Wan Yan are very happy they have backing. The idea of the older generation is as simple as that. No matter where you go, you're still unreliable without a backing. Now that you have a backing, your back is straight. The eyes of the 3 of them went black, and when they reappeared, they had already reached the demon's suppression space. Dongsheng and Wan Yan stay. Jian Wushuang can leave. Brother Wuzhua is waiting for you outside. Jian Wushuang respectfully replied, "Yes," finally left. "I'm afraid it has been here for the least 10,000 years. After leaving the magic sound hall is the top of Mayin Mountain." After many people felt Jian Wushuang's breath gathered around. "Wu Shuang, Taoist fellow, why did you come out so soon?" The Emperor Zhutian was a little surprised. Jian Wushuang was taken aback for a moment, and it was only tens of thousands of years, which was actually a very short time. Someone interjected, "In the magic sound hall, there must be time to accelerate." Actually, there is very little time for real acceleration. When walking on the single plank bridge, Jian Wushuang didn't care about the time. It is estimated that there will be time to accelerate at that time. In the rest of the time, I wasted a long time on that dark trail when I walked the first bridge. These people, you say every sentence, and I want to know what's going on inside. Jian Wushuang didn't want to say it, but couldn't say it. At this moment, Wuzhua came over. "Huh, I want to know, then go in and have a look." Wuzhuo's complexion was a little cold, and he didn't even look at it. When he came to Jian Wushuang, his voice was slightly softened and said, "Jian Wushuang, come with me." "Yes." Seeing Wuzhua's face, the others didn't dare to step forward, so they could only leave lonely and find a place to continue practicing. Chapter 5492. since Jian Wushuang and others entered. Several others also entered the Demon's Sound Hall, but only Jian Wushuang was able to come out. They didn't expect Jian Wushuang to be the first to enter, and finally to be the first to come out. Following Wu Zui down the Main Mountain, Jian Wushuang was in a good mood. The origin of the universe will be available soon. It seems that he has to retreat again. When he was happy, he had forgotten why Wu Zui had to keep a straight face. Leaving Main Mountain, the two of them arrived on the most prosperous island in Yuanyang Lake. This is the largest island on Yuanyang Lake. Yuanyang Island. The facilities above are complete, and it seems to have the scale of a small city. There are many practitioners above. Almost all of them are emperors, and their strength is not weak. Rarely see the second order and third order emperors. Most of them are fourth order emperors. Jian Wushuang walked west with Wu Zuodong and entered a huge manor. This is Wu Zuo's private residence, and usually few people come in. After entering, there is a huge stone monument on the front with thousands of names painted on it. Seeing the stone tablet, Wu Zui said, "Wait for me," then took out 3 sticks of incense, lit it, and put it in the incense burner. "Jian Wushuang, come here." Wu turned his head to look at Jian Wushuang, who was standing at the door, and beckoned. Jian Wushuang approached and discovered that this stone tablet was actually made of cosmic crystals, and at this scale, it was 10 times larger than the one he got. The names of the people in the upper row are arranged in a row from top to bottom. There was Wu Zui's own name in it, which surprised Jian Wushuang. "Give yourself incense." Wu Zui saw Jian Wushuang's doubts and said calmly, "Are you surprised there will be my name on the top? It's weird to give yourself incense." Wu Zui laughed at himself. Jian Wushuang, who stood by, didn't dare to laugh. "Some of the names above are my brothers. Some are my brothers or sisters' sisters." Jian Wushuang was a little surprised when he heard that. He didn't expect that Qixin would have so many disciples. On the single plank bridge, he has seen many illusions. Among them, when the gods preached, people were sitting below them. It seems that they are all disciples of the gods. Wu Zui continued to narrate, his expression also a little sad. "The reason why I engraved my name on it is that I actually thought that I was dead a long time ago. I died beside my master and will always be with his old man." At this point, there were tears in Wu's left eye socket. Jian Wushuang saw that the other party was so emotional, he began to curse the true spirit in his heart. And the disciple of Qixin survived such a single seedling, and he was also removed from his name. Real spirit is really not a thing. Don't talk about ancient times. Just talk about the present. A sect, the master has fallen, and the senior brothers and sisters are gone. Then this sect will become the only living disciple. If there are many people in the sect, then choose from the strong ones. It turned out to be really good. First, Wu Zui was removed and then thrown into the land to open up wasteland. Is this a human thing? But not long after the sympathy, Jian Wushuang learned an important message from Wu Zui's next words. His universe is gone, is not only the origin of his universe, but also the inheritance of the master of the universe between Dongsheng and Wan Yen. Blammy, there was a problem with that passage, which caused you to return the same way. Jian Wushuang now understands. Where is Wu Zuo's problem? This is his problem. Indirectly, he pitted Dongsheng and Wan Yin again. These 2 people were also unlucky. When they crossed the second bridge, they all hoped to pass by their own strength, but they were smashed by Jian Wushuang, and everyone was sent out together. The third bridge, the 2 desperately walked over, but because of his avatar, the originally promised reward was invalidated. Sure enough, you can't take opportunism on the road to practice. Jian Wushuang's face was covered with ashes. Wu Zui next to him thought that Jian Wushuang was about to explode and said quickly, "But don't worry, I will make up for you. I don't have a complete universe, but if it is incomplete, I can probably make up 20% for you." Jian Wushuang turned his head and looked at Wu Zui, but still didn't say a word. Now he is like eating a fly, said uncomfortable. Wu Zhuo was also afraid that Jian Wushuang would collapse, and then continued. If you have any needs, speak as soon as possible, and I will satisfy you if you can. The original, complete origin of the universe. Now that he is not interested in anything, he wants the complete origin of the universe. But in this matter, Wu Zhuo can't be completely blamed. The other party is also a backer. It is estimated that True Spirit is looking for an excuse not to make a treasure. This time he really made a mistake. The True Spirit really planned to give him the origin of the universe, but the blame was the last time. If his deity enters the second prison, Wu Zhuo and Shan Jun will rescue him at the first time. The flame can kill his dispersion, but he cannot directly kill his deity. The clone is too weak. Only the peak of the Fourth Order Emperor. Wu Zhuo was still watching him, waiting for his reply. Since Wu Zhuo wants to be the man behind the pot, he is not welcome anymore. Can't have trouble with the treasure. He is just short of treasures, and now he is starting to calculate the treasures he needs. The essence of all things. I need the essence of all things from one side. Jian Wushuang said. Wu Zhuo took a sigh of relief. Although the essence of everything on one side is expensive, some of the top powers in the 4 secret realms may not be able to get it out, but for him it is very simple. A drop of pure animal spirits. Universe crystal 200,000 square meters. Jian Wushuang looked at the stone tablet and said, a stone tablet is 100,000 square meters. Compared to Wu Zhuo's hand, there's still a lot, and what I want is not too cruel. Wu Zhuo was a little bit embarrassed about this. The universe crystal didn't have much, but he could get it together. By the way, I still need Master Wu to help me with one thing. My beast weapon accessories were left in the second prison, and I don't know if I can get it back. Jian Wushuang asked with some uncertainty. Wu Zhuo heard this. His expression was a little embarrassed, and finally gritted his teeth and said, no problem, it's just a bit troublesome. You need to wait for me for a month. Then please. Jian Wushuang thanked him. Wu Zhuo leaked an awkward smile and said, this time is also my negligence, it should be. Then I will wait for Master Wu Zhuo's news. A month later, just come here to find me. Then the two said goodbye. Before he left, Wu Zhuo gave him a token. That token was the golden token of the law enforcement hall. Only the hall master and a few deputy hall masters had it. Knowing that Jian Wushuang would walk in the northern boundary of the heavens, Wu Zhuo gave an order. The card was given to him. With this token, the entire northern border can walk sideways. Jian Wushuang was very happy about this. He was really ready to go to the mine in the north to find Gong Miaoya's father. Originally thought that he would be able to obtain a complete cosmic origin, and then Kendo would also be able to break through. He didn't have to take a trip so troublesomely. Now it seems that he has to take a trip himself. Chapter 5493. The treasures he wanted were actually quite comprehensive. There is no need to say the universe crystal. No matter what state it reaches, it will be of great help. The blood of the beast is for the future body. After breaking through 50,000 times, if you want to increase the divine body, ordinary treasures will not work. Most of the treasures needed are related to the beast gods. The blood of the beast can play a great role after his 50,000 times the body. He can't buy this from the outside world. Only characters like Wu Zhuo can be obtained from within. Now he is not a problem with his spiritual body 50,000 times. In fact, it is considered for future consideration. Another reason is that this drop of blood of the beast can help him restore the origin of the beast god. He asked Wu Zhuo to help him find the beast warrior. Seeing Wu Zhuo's appearance, although embarrassed, there is hope. Jian Wushuang was always distressed about the loss of the beast and divine weapon. He originally thought that there would be a cosmic origin returning blood back and forth, but now the cosmic origin is gone. If he can't get the beast weapon again, he will suffer a big loss. Once you find the beast god weapon, You can use that drop of the beast god's blood to find a few more accessories, and ask a few casters to re-refine the beast god weapon for him. As long as he can recover about half of his power, it will be enough for him to be the emperor. What Jian Wushuang didn't know was that the beast soldier was actually on Wuzuo's body. The embarrassment that I just showed is just acting. With this requirement, Jian Wushuang needed a lot of treasures. Now Wu Zua has indeed gone to the realm, but is looking for the essence of 10,000 treasures. As for the origin of the universe, he will exchange it in the treasure house of the Senate Palace. In general, the only thing that made Wu Zua distressed was the 200,000 cubic cosmic crystal. Universe crystals are rare treasures in ancient times. With 200,000 square meters in one go, the most powerful would have to go bankrupt. But fortunately, Wu Zua has won a lot in recent years. After Jian Wushuang left Yuanyang Island, he first went to Qiuhuang to inquire about the mine in the far north, and asked him to check the whereabouts of Nie Yuan. Don't wait for him to get to the mine. There's no such person in the end. However, Nie Yuan's close-fitting sword could appear in the mine, and I'm afraid where it is likely to be. The end of the Shangqing Palace was not good. I heard that the Shangqing Patriarch is now guarding the gate of the Yuan Lao Palace. Most of the rest of the emperor and powerful went to the mine to dig. The prestigious Yuanyang's Shangqing Palace has now become this look. Jian Wushuang had a good impression of the sect of swordsmanship, and when he saw Wu Zua again, he had to intercede carefully and see if he could restore the Shangqing Palace. Wherever Qiuhuang left, Jian Wushuang returned to the Dongfu on Funyang Island. When he returned to the Dongfu, Gong Yaoi was not here, and Jian Wushuang was not surprised. After all, after tens of thousands of years, the other party probably left the customs to practice elsewhere. Jian Wushuang increased the flow of time to 1,000,000 times, and a month's time was tens of thousands of years for him. He wants to increase the divine body to 50,000 times during this period of time. I don't know if he can break through 50,000 times. Even if he can't break through, he still has to reach the 4th level of consummation. The divine body is a stage. Tao princes generally suffice at about 10,000 times, and there are also generations who are against the sky or the 2nd generation ancestor with a big family, which has raised the divine body to 30,000 times. As for the 50,000 times divine body, most of the 5th order emperors have not reached it. Generally, the 6th order emperor would spend a large price to raise the divine body to 50,000 times. Jian Wushuang intends to reach 50,000 times the divine body before he joins the Tao, but the last 1,000 times is too difficult. Add up all the treasures spent for the first 49,000 times the divine body, and they may not be able to fill it up. This is only a breakthrough of 50,000 times. The cost of breaking through 60,000 times the divine body in the future is even more, so that the most powerful people can ruin their fortunes. It is conceivable that the price of King White's promotion of the divine body to 68,000 times was huge. Jian Wushuang's body was bare now, and there was nothing left. Fortunately, the great Emperor Jian's sword, Jeyun's sword, had been kept in the cave for enlightenment, but he had not brought it with him. Otherwise, the loss will be even greater this time. Now, to upgrade the divine body, he can only use the Baiwai vines stored in the Guantin chessboard. I plan to keep it forever, but now it seems unnecessary. Anyway, it's already mature, so it's better to cut it off. The Baiwai vine with the thick mouth of the bowl is divided into sections, and the white juice inside is left with a bitter taste. Jian Wushuang frowned, forcibly refined it, and then turned it into a force strong enough to break his flesh. The group of power was suspended in front of him, and Jian Wushuang cautiously swallowed it and absorbed it. The divine body also began to tremble, beating constantly. The double increase, although a bit slow, can improve at any rate. In a whole day, it can increase by about 10 times, and it will double in the later day. His divine body quickly reached a critical point, 49,999 times. Just a little bit. He he was able to reach 50,000 times the divine body. But at this point, he swallowed the 100 weeping vine, even its roots. A whole line of crying vines. Jian Wushuang felt a little distressed. The treasures he had spent in front of him were too cheap to compare with Bai Wai vine. Distressed. Jian Wu had no mercy on his hands, and even the roots were completely refined into the power of the divine body and began to absorb vigorously. His divine body also began to undergo some changes, from an illusory phantom to a substantive projection exuding gold. That touch of golden divine body means promise. Jian Wushuang's thought power moved. The divine body turned to the extreme, and it began to explode with unprecedented power, and it had reached an aura comparable to a sixth-order emperor. It's only a trace away from the sixth-order level. 50,000 times the divine body is over. There are no accidents, it's that simple. As long as there is a treasure smashed. Even a pig can be raised to 10,000 times the divine body, provided that the physical body is strong enough. Therefore, the strongest person who takes the spirit and body flow needs the most potential and brain. Many second-generation ancestors with average potential and poor strength will choose to follow the divine body route, as long as they reach 30,000 times the level of a fourth-order emperor. 40,000 times is directly comparable to the fifth-order emperor. 50,000 times can be comparable to the sixth-order emperor. Of course, you need to have a strong enough backing. If a person who is the best of the former values his children and grandchildren very much, and is willing to spend a lot of money to improve the other's divine body, 50,000 times is also a limit. No matter how much it costs to upgrade, absolutely can't afford it. Many of the main treasures have to be found in some secret realms, and the ones that can be bought can no longer be improved. Just like this 100 crying vine, no one outside will sell it. At the beginning, the fallen fifth-order emperor didn't take out Bai Wai Vang until he died. It was not that he was unwilling to sell it, but that he might not be able to keep it when he took it out. On the contrary, he would be killed and treasured. Jian Wushuang slowly got up, slightly clenched his fists. A tyrannical force erupted, making him somewhat uncontrollable. The mood is trembling. Chapter 5494. It's indeed a bit overloaded. I can't completely master it. Jian Wushuang was very satisfied, and his power was controlled by familiarity. Although it is a little uncomfortable now, it is his strength anyway. The ones that can be improved have also been improved. Wherever the demons sound God General, all the treasures he obtained have fallen to the second prison. As for the realm, he has reached the 9th level of the Ji-Dao, and he has long since stabilized. As for Kendo, this time there was no chance related to Kendo, and naturally there was no improvement. And this time the chance was said to be very dangerous, but there were few real battles, and it was just a fight in the fog on the way to the 3rd bridge. It is a little different from the past life and death fight, and it doesn't have much suppressing power, so it is not very helpful to his Kendo. I've been here for so long, but I haven't been around on this Finyang Island. Jian Wushuang's heart moved and thought of the 3 places Qiu Huang had confessed. Not counting the Dongfu on Finyang Island, there is a place to calm the mood on Finyang Island. This time his state of mind was still broken, so he should really cultivate it. Except for the acceleration of time, there's still about 10 days before the day agreed with Wuzhua. He is not in a hurry, and he is ready to go to the place where his mind is restored. North of Finyang Island, a secluded valley sits on a mountain range of about 100,000 miles. The mist in the valley seemed to be nothing special. Jian Wushuang stepped into the valley. Before he fell, he was stopped by one person. This fellow Taoist, to practice here for a month, he needs 100 million cubes of sacred stone. The man's face was ruddy, and the corners of his eyes were moisturized inexplicably. Jian Wushuang's eyelids trembled when he heard this price. 100 million cubes of sacred stone for a month? Isn't that moisturizing? At this price, whoever cultivates starts. 100 million is not 100 million. 100 million cubes of sacred stones, but 10 billion sacred stones. 100 million square sacred stones a month. Even if the Fifth Order Emperor can't cultivate, the Sixth Order Emperor will be painful. The key is that Jian Wushuang doesn't have a single sacred stone on his body. He used all Baikurai vines, and the only valuable thing on his body was the Juyin sword. But this sword was given to him by Yang Samu, so he couldn't take it out as a mortgage. This predecessor, Mayin Mountain, has only 100 million sacred stones. How could it be 100 million square meters here? Jian Wushuang was a little bit disbelieved. If it was 100 million square meters, then there are probably not many people who can cultivate here in the entire Yuanlao Palace. Wus would dare not come here to retreat. I am afraid that the other party will charge for the person, and the core figures of the Senate Palace may not need so many sacred stones to enter this place. After all, everything in this place was obtained by the true spirit from the treasure house. The true spirit does not need these stones, and the stones collected may eventually fall into the palace of the old man. Thanks, Mayin Mountain is Mayin Mountain. Here is Finyang Island. There are no more than 3 places in the heavens that are more suitable for cultivation than here, especially the hot springs here, which can recuperate the mind and are the first treasure. Of course, it cannot be compared with Mayin Mountain. Seeing Jian Wushuang's face a bit difficult, the man frowned slightly and his voice became cold, and he asked grandiosely, "Aren't you out of money?" Just when Jian Wushuang was embarrassed, several figures flew from a distance, and they were also emperors and powerful men who came here to recuperate, all of whom were Fifth Order emperors. Haha, who am I? It turns out to be Wushuang, Taoist friend. Why, no money to go in? Here comes the tearing sky, who has a lot to do with Jian Wushuang. Seeing Jian Wushuang so embarrassed, Tearing the Sky was very happy. "Brother Tear Heaven, are you?" The Fifth Order Emperor sitting here saw Tear Heaven and others, and he was not talking about Jian Wushuang, originally thinking of knocking a fortune from Jian Wushuang. Now it seems that he has encountered a poor ghost. Emperor Tear Heaven's breath was a little weak. He was originally here to recuperate, but seeing Jian Wushuang's appearance, his broken mood instantly recovered for the most part. At one time, Jian Wushuang was also his demon, and now he not only got rid of the demons, but also reached the 5th tier peak emperor, and officially caught up with the 10,000-star emperor. Hui Qing, who was the most dazzling at the time, is now only the 5th tier peak emperor. In the palace of the elders, he took refuge in the command of a palace lord and had a great backer. In terms of strength, he naturally thinks that it is much stronger than Jian Wushuang, who has no hadao. In terms of background, he also investigated Jian Wushuang, but it has something to do with Wuzhua. Although Wuzhua is a bit special, he is not the palace owner of the Senate Palace after all. Both background and strength crushed Jian Wushuang, and he was naturally very happy. Especially now that Jian Wushuang can't even get the ticket money, I'm even happier. Hey! This time I fell on the 47th floor of the North Tower and suffered some injuries, but I saw an old friend here, but I don't know why, but he suddenly recovered more than half. Tearing Tian turned his head and looked at Jian Wushuang, leaking a sneer. The 5th Order Emperor guarding here couldn't help but envy when he heard this. "Tear the Sky, you are really young and promising. Old man, I have lived for countless epochs before I reached the 47th floor. You have surpassed me so quickly, immeasurable. The strength of Emperor Tear Heaven is indeed good. The North Tower is divided into 99 floors, similar to the Tomb Mountain. Being able to reach the 40th floor means that it is comparable to a 5th Order Emperor. The 45th floor has the 5th Order peak combat power, and the 47th floor is the limit of the 5th Order Emperor. Of course, there are also some who can reach the 48th floor, or even the 49th floor. Every 10th floor is a threshold, and the 55th floor requires the level of a 6th Order Emperor. The 6th Order Emperor here is not the kind of half-hearted in the 4 secret realms, but the 6th Order Emperor with complete origin. although the inheritors were able to cross the ranks in the 4 great secret realms. The emperor who wanted the other party's complete origins still couldn't cross so much. After all, in the current 4 secret realms, the emperors with complete origins are not inheritors, or some ancient existences in the palace of the elders. It's a lot worse if I want to go higher. The group of old guys who revived in the Senate Palace are all strong men of the 2nd rank origin Dao and Dao monarchs. Is not the 4 great secret realms or some 3rd rank or even 4th rank origin Dao in the primordial universe cross emperor? Those people were either dismissed or strayed in each of the 4 secret realms, and they were already at the point of self-defeating. Everything is speaking of strength. Just like now, Jian Wushuang is a Taoist monarch. In front of these people, there is no face at all. Since Brother Teen is an old friend, then you can follow in. Emperor Terror Heaven hastily pretended to say, "No, rules are rules. I can get the money." Speaking, handed out a mustard seed. The two gave each other a bit of humility, and the 5th Order Emperor accepted it. The Emperor in charge here, the people behind it are the same as the backers of the Emperor. They all belong to the powerhouse of the same faction. This divine stone is equal to the left pocket and the right pocket. End of this chapter. Chapter 5495. Jian Wushuang stood by, his face turned dark. Is this necessary for tearing the sky? He didn't seem to embarrass the other party at the beginning. It made it as if he couldn't afford to pay if it weren't for all the treasures. He really wanted to hit the opponent in the face with the stone. Why? Brother Wushuang isn't coming in yet. Tearing the Sky looked at Jian Wushuang with a dark face, feeling very refreshed. Jian Wushuang said coldly, "No, I'm afraid I will be stimulated again when I enter." Haha, how come? Brother Wushuang is so talented. How could he be beaten? Teen Tian laughed. The 5th Order Emperor who sits here can also see it. Tearing the sky is deliberately embarrassing Jian Wushuang. Looking at the opponent's powerful face, Jian Wushuang wanted to go up and beat the opponent. But if he does something here, he will definitely suffer. Now he is alone. Ter Tian originally thought it was the same, and was about to go straight in. Just saw Jian Wushuang, just thinking about how to ridicule the other party, and almost forgot the breath of the beast that made him most familiar. It was only then that Jian Wushuang didn't have that breath on his body. This surprised him. He has always been paying attention to the beast soldiers, although he now has the eternal treasure. The speciality of the beast soldiers is obvious to all. In these years, he has also searched the heavens, and even through the forces behind him, won another accessory among the beasts. The skull of the beast god. It made his consciousness and thought power improved a lot. After getting a huge improvement, his greed for the beasts and gods was even greater, and even secretly wanted to deal with Jian Wushuang. It's just that I haven't found a suitable opportunity. Now, when I encounter Jian Wushuang, he finds that the beast warrior he was dealing with has disappeared. This kind of treasure usually doesn't leave the body. How can it disappear? There are so many people here, he dare not ask more. Wow! A crack appeared in the space, and a beautiful woman walked out of it. Jian Wushuang. People were surprised when they saw Jian Wushuang. The person who came out of the valley was Gong Miaoyi. Gong Miaoyi. Jian Wushuang was a little surprised and asked, "Why are you inside?" Gong Miaoyi smiled calmly, with a variety of styles, and said in surprise, "Don't you know that after going to the North Tower, you will come here to heal?" In the valley, not only can the state of mind be restored, but also the origin and even the divine body can be restored. It is a holy place for cultivation. Friend Miaoyi. The Emperor Teen Heaven seemed to know each other too. This was something Jian Wushuang hadn't expected. Gong Miaoyi stayed still and said calmly, "Tear the sky!" What made Jian Wushuang even more surprised was that after a 6th Order Emperor walked out of the crack, Gong Miaoyi directly took the opponent's arm. Jian Wushuang was completely speechless. Just how long did he leave when people were abducted? Master. Tearing the sky to see the incoming person. Respectfully worship. The Fifth Order Emperor sitting here is even more flattering and flattering. Jian Wushuang was aside, like a fool. He was tricked by Gong Miaoi again. No wonder the mind power clone in her body was gone. It turned out to be removed by the Sixth Order Emperor. The key to the Sixth Order Emperor is still the Master, who tears the sky. Now he made him look like an outsider, standing by silently. Finally, before Gong Miaoi left, he said goodbye to Jian Wushuang lukewarm. No wonder he found Gong Miaoi even took away his futon in the cave. It turned out that he had found his thigh. It's not good to find someone, but he just finds his rival. If he had known it earlier, he had dedicated Gong Miaoi to Wuzhua. Seeing Wu's appearance, he was not a womanizer, so he would give it to the old man with horns. Now it flies into the opponent's bowl. Jian Wushuang was very aggrieved. He was the one who brought the people. He still remembered that when Gong Miaoi came to the Yuan Lao Palace for the first time, he still practiced stupidly under a tree, like an earth leopard. Now that he was transformed, he was able to move in and out of the valley where he was prohibitive. What's going on? After everyone had finished walking, Jian Wushuang was not in the mood to go in either. But I heard Gong Miaoi said that all the emperors who went to the North Tower would come here, so he really wanted to go in and take a look. Boy, you have no chance. I just took you in. You don't want to go in. Now, you are still going in 100 million cubes of sacred stone. The Fifth Order Emperor who sits here has an indifferent expression. Jian Wushuang was not convinced and said, "Where is Gong Miaoi? How did she get in?" Hearing these words, the Fifth Order Emperor sneered. "Compared with her, you have to pay for going in. Not only does she need money to go in, but she also gets a lot of money. Do you understand?" "I don't understand." Jian Wushuang dropped 2 words and left directly. He really didn't understand that this kind of thigh approach is very low level, especially betraying his own body. In his opinion, it is a foolish act that damages the mood greatly. He left and headed directly towards Yuanyang Road. Just go to see the North Tower. It seems that many people are familiar with this North Watch Tower, but he doesn't understand a bit. All I know is that it is a treasure of the universe, and there is a complete origin of the universe inside. Other than that, very little is known. I just don't know if I can enter this North Tower. I won't receive any money. Being penniless is really scary, especially in this kind of senator's palace where you can't go anywhere without money. Jian Wushuang didn't want to meet the embarrassing scene on Fenyang Island. Although he has a thick skin and doesn't care about this, he doesn't want to be ashamed. Everything is still talking about strength. If strength is stronger than him, it will be humiliated. After the strength surpasses the opponent, kill it. It's that simple. He had just noticed the breath of Tian's body. It was the breath of the god-beast soldier, which was stronger than before, indicating that Tyr Heaven had obtained the accessory of the god-beast. He should think of a way to plan the beasts in the opponent's hand. Kill. Naturally impossible. This is the Senate Palace. He has not yet reached the point where he can be unscrupulous. If you are still on the side of the gods, you can fit inside and out, but now you have decided to completely disconnect from the gods. There is no way to do that. It can only be solved from the inside. In this Palace of the Elders, he still doesn't know if there is an arena like Daxia Wangdu. Life and death battle. You can get everything if you win. If you lose, you will die. That's really a good place. Unfortunately, is the Senate Palace, and there is no such place. Jian Wushuang arrived at Yuanyang Island and walked into the city. As soon as he entered the city, he felt 2 familiar breaths. Dongsheng and Wan Yan. Unexpectedly, the 2 of them left the demon suppression space so quickly. It was right to think about it. His universe was gone, and the other's cosmic heritage would naturally be ruined. I just don't know whether the other party knows that all of this is related to him. If I know it, I'm afraid I won't be able to contact me anymore. Have to go around. But those 2 breaths were moving towards him. This was to discover him. Jian Wushuang was a little embarrassed, not knowing whether to leave or stay. End of this chapter. Chapter 5496. He finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing the familiar hearty sound. Brother Wushuang. Wan Yen stepped to Jian Wushuang's side, smiling as eagerly as before. Although Dongsheng was a little brash, he was also very happy to see Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang was relieved now. "Two fellow Taoists, why are you here?" Jian Wushuang kept silent and didn't ask about things in the demon suppression space. Dongsheng smiled and said excitedly, "Haha, if you can come, we can't come. Of course it's for the North Tower." "Walk. Find a place to stay first. This is not a place to talk," Wan Yen reminded, and then took Jian Wushuang to a luxuriously decorated restaurant. This place is almost the same as what he encountered in the ordinary world, but he didn't expect that there would be such a place on Yuanyang Island. After entering, one of the largest private rooms was opened. Drinks are readily available, and each is a treasured treasure. As far as the three of them are on this table, I am afraid that there is not a 10 million sacred stone that cannot be taken. It'll be pleased this time, don't grab it with me. Wan Yen glanced at Dongsheng, then at Jian Wushuang, just afraid that someone would do the same with him. Jian Wushuang wanted to grab it, but couldn't grab it. He really had no money. As long as he didn't let him pay, he could say anything. The three of them were seated, and after drinking for the third round, they began to talk about some things that happened after the two of them left at Jian Wushuang. The two of them worshipped the magic sound general and became the candidate envoys and obtained a lot of treasures. Just like Wu's was said, the universe inheritance is gone. But with an unexpected receipt in addition to the treasure they also got a chance. After they become the sixth order emperor, they can reach the Tomb Mountain to obtain the inheritance of the gods. After Jian Wushuang heard these words, his eyes stared out. The inheritance of the gods? So far, it seems that no one has to fight the inheritance of Qixin, not even Shang. What kind of luck these two people had. They were able to get the inheritance of the gods. Wan Yen saw Jian Wushuang's shock and pressed his hand and said, "Calmness. Although it is the inheritance of Qixin, it is not all." "Isn't it all?" Jian Wushuang was even more puzzled. That's it. There were 3 great gods, 18 gods, and 108 messengers under the Qixin's command. "You know that," Dongsheng said. Jian Wushuang nodded. He knew it from the very beginning. It was no secret. These people in ancient times were the most elite forces under the gods of Qixin. The inheritance they received was prepared for them by the gods himself. Some of the secrets, treasures, and divine bodies are all the same. The inheritance to be accepted, although it is the inheritance of the gods, is not personal, but the inheritance that the gods originally bestowed on the envoys of the gods. After Dongsheng Emperor's explanation, Jian Wushuang got a general idea. The so-called inheritance of Qixin is actually the inheritance created by Qixin specifically for the subordinates. But this is not bad too. What is the character of the god? That is the mighty one who crushes everything, the overlord-level figure who trembles when the Lord of the universe sees him. He was also happy for these two people, and his heart strength didn't have that feeling of oh. After all, catching 2 people pitted, once pitted is good. He pitted several times at once. Speaking of which, I have to thank Wushuang brother for coming to this cup to respect you. Wan Yen picked up the glass and drank it in one gulp. Jian Wushuang was surprised. "Why is this?" "It has nothing to do with me. It all depends on the strength of the 2 brothers." Just drunk and happy. The 3 are already worthy of brothers. Brother Wushuang, don't you know? The magic sound will say that the reason why the original reward was cancelled this time is because of your selfless dedication, my brother, and you are willing to give up that complete universe origin. Wan Yen was full of admiration. The complete origin of the universe. Give up and give up. Jian Wushuang was moved in his heart. When did he give up? It was obviously because he returned to the single plank bridge from the passage to ruin his cosmic origin. But it's okay for the other party to think so. It seems that the magic sound will also be able to fool people, and this great work can be recorded in his head. The 3 chatted, and soon they reached the North Tower. Dongsheng said relievedly, "I'm not in a hurry to set off. Mayan God will remind us that we must first go to the North Watch Tower to test our peak. I am going to go to the North Watch Tower for a while. North Tower. Through the window, they could directly see the North Tower standing in the center of the city, the treasure of the universe, shining brightly. Valiant is vast. Brother Dongshen, with your current strength, am afraid you can break through the 60th floor after entering. The 60th floor is comparable to the best. Jian Wushuang couldn't believe it since these two people left Mayan Mountain. Their tone of voice has grown a lot. How long has it been since Dongsheng's breakthrough? Even if he left, the two of them stayed in retreat for 1,000,000 years. It is impossible to improve so much. Could it be? Jian Wushuang thought of something. Treasure. I am afraid that these two people will be so confident when they have obtained the special eternal treasure, Dong Sheng humbly said. The 60th floor is a bit difficult. With my current combat power, I can be satisfied with the 56th floor, but I am afraid that it will not be a problem for you to break through the 56th floor. The Fifth Order Emperor broke through the 55th floor, which represented the level of the Sixth Order Emperor, which was considered acceptable. The North Tower, unlike Mayan Mountain and other places, was able to rush to it solely by relying on strength. Dian Xian 1 to 10 floors, Dao Jun from the 10th to the 20th floor, 20 to 30 floors of the Third Order Emperor, the Fourth Order Emperor, from the 30th to the 40th floor, the Fifth Order Emperor, from the 40th floor to the 50th floor, Sixth Order Emperor, 50 to 60 floors, extremely high, from the 60th floor to the 70th floor. There is no record from the 70th floor up. It is estimated to be the Lord of the Universe. Wan Yen lowered her voice and slowly said, Brother Wushuang, do you know which level the demon sound god will reach? 7th floor. Jian Wushuang guessed. The strength of the magic sound general is very strong, giving him the feeling that he is much stronger than the monarch in the cloud, should be able to reach the 70th floor of Kanchu. Calm represents the pinnacle of the peak. After all, it is the ultimate way. Wan Yen shook his head and signaled that Jian Wushuang had guessed wrong. Originally wanted to sell it, who wanted Dongsheng to intervene at this time. The magic sound general reached the 74th floor in the history of the North Tower. There is also a legendary pinnacle, reached the 86th floor. After Jian Wushuang was shocked, he thought of who that legend was. But in this way, after the 70th level, the counterpart is not the Lord of the Universe. Otherwise, it would be too outrageous to reach the 86th level. Speaking of it, I really envy the ultimate way. The more the later stage, the more powerful it can manifest the ultimate way. Wan Yen also said, the 99th floor of the North Tower, all passing through will have the strength of the three gods, and the level of the Master of the Universe beyond the 80th floor, and the ability to reach the 86th floor is incredible. Just like Wushuang brother, Dao Jun can be so against the sky. Chapter 5497. Yep. With that said, Jian Wushuang is not bad. Dao Jun has the 6th order level. When he arrived at the Emperor, he might actually be able to break the record of the great Emperor Juyin. 86th floor. At first, he was humble when he said that the great Emperor Juyin was comparable to the Lord of the Universe. The three of us go try? When the three of them talked about the rise, they all wanted to fight it. There are still 2 days before the time agreed with Wuzhua. Jian Wushuang shook his head and said, I still have to wait for a while. There are some things to deal with. Then both of us will explore the way first. Okay. Jian Wushuang got up and sent the two out. As soon as Wuzhuo's treasure arrived, he swallowed up the 20% of the universe's origins, increased his strength by 1 more point, and went to the North Tower. As for the northbound, now that Gong Miaoyi has rebelled, he is no longer in a hurry. When the time comes, he can go to the mine alone to find Nie Yuan. Anyway, it is to copy the special source of Kendo. Nie Yuan's body is estimated to be stronger than the source of Kendo in Gong Miaoyi's body. Help him bigger. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang also prepared to leave first and went to Wuzuo's mansion to wait for the opponent. This is not a place for cultivation. Even if there are only 2 days of free time, he doesn't want to let it go. As soon as he got up and left, there was a third-order emperor who walked over respectfully. This predecessor, you spent a total of 40 million sacred stones in this hall. It's over. Jian Wushuang could only take out the token Wuzu gave him and put it there. The other party didn't believe it at first. The token of the master of the Hall of Law Enforcement. The Hall of Law Enforcement that made people fearful in the north. Senior, wait a minute, I need to confirm. If the token is real, the money will be exempted. If it is fake, the sword will be exempted if there is no double left. Jian Wushuang returned to the room, cursing secretly in his heart. It is estimated that the other party is happy to forget. Who would have thought that Jian Wushuang, such a powerful man comparable to a sixth-order emperor, could not even get tens of millions of divine stones? What a shame! In the heavens, especially in the palace of the elders, the value of the fourth-order emperor is not low, and tens of millions of sacred stones can be taken out at will. Even if there are not so many sacred stones, there are some treasures that can be mortgaged. But like Jian Wushuang, he directly took out the token of the hall master of the law enforcement hall. Seeing the token is like seeing the Wuzu deity. If the token is true, it is the same as killing an ant and having to let the emperor take it. Superfluous. But apart from this token, Jian Wushuang only had Juyun's sword left. Can't take the Juyun sword as a mortgage. That was the sword of Juyun, great emperor. If they used this sword to pledge the money they drank here, it would be an insult to Kendo. Great insult. Jian Wushuang's respect for Kendo has never changed. It is impossible to do so. But after thinking about it, it would be even more embarrassing if you dig out your own power of all things to mortgage. It's no different from Gong Miaoi. The Tao cannot be overlooked lightly, especially in the Senate Palace. Jian Wushuang would not easily make jokes about his origin. After a short while, the third-order emperor walked in fearfully and carefully handed the token to Jian Wushuang. Then came a fifth-order emperor, who personally compensated Jian Wushuang for it. But Jian Wushuang was also very embarrassed. He didn't want to be ashamed here, and left in a hurry without saying much. It is estimated that the fifth-order emperor could not tell him how to scold him. It's only money for a meal. Do I need to take out Wuzuo's token? Jian Wushuang didn't stop all the way, and went straight to Wuzuo's mansion. The emperor guarding here recognized Jian Wushuang at a glance, and respectfully invited Jian Wushuang into the mansion. After entering the gate, Jian Wushuang found that the huge stone monument standing in the courtyard was gone. Even the incense burner and some furnishings have been removed. Jian Wushuang muttered in his heart, "It shouldn't be so." 200,000 square cosmic crystals have been hollowed out. Even the tombstones set up for the brothers were demolished to collect treasures for him. If this is the case, it would be too miserable. He didn't know that the stele was erected the day before he went. What Wuzu wants is this effect. Feelings or something. How can it be so deep? At the beginning of the disciples of the Qixin, the Lord of the Universe had a large group, and Wuzu was unremarkable among them. If it weren't for the only seedling left, the powerhouses in the Temple of the Qixin would not pay attention to him. Jian Wushuang also had some doubts. The 18 gods at the time could all be resurrected, so why not resurrect some disciples of the gods? Wouldn't those people be more qualified to inherit the gods? This may be related to some sequelae after the resurrection. He really guessed this right. The resurrected powerhouse would be 100 times more difficult than the people on the normal timeline if they wanted to improve their realm in the future. It can also be said that the potential has faded and they can't fight them. Jian Wushuang. The deity facing Wuzu walked out and said loudly, "What a coincidence! You just came back from the realm." "These few days are boring. I originally planned to go to Master Wu, so to wander around here. But I didn't expect the adults to come back so fast." Jian Wushuang smiled. He was also a little embarrassed. In order to get him the universe crystal, even the tombstone was removed. I'm sorry, but I came here early now, as if he couldn't wait. Come on, let's talk inside. This time I got a lot of good plant spirits from the forest of 10,000 treasures, just to make a pot of good tea. Wu's what is nothing. There is no trace of embarrassment. It's like that tombstone has never been placed before. Jian Wushuang didn't feel embarrassed when he saw the other party, so he was nothing more. If you have a good tea, you have to taste it. Following Wu Zua into the main hall, the two sat down across from the table. There are also several human-shaped green fruits on top. The fruits of all things. Jian Wushuang exclaimed, "This thing is not for sale. Since the forest of all treasures was set as a forbidden place, it has not appeared again. In the past, when the forest of all things opened to the outside world, the value of the fruits of all things exceeded tens of billions of sacred stones, that is, trillions of sacred stones. Now it is priceless." He didn't expect Wu Zua to be so generous, Okanchu. Calm directly entertained him with this stuff, and at the same time he was worried whether he hadn't collected the treasures. So he got a table in advance to send him away. "This is your mustard seed. The beast soldiers are all in it, but some of the other treasures have been damaged. Only the accessories of the beast soldiers are left, and the origin of them is also damaged." Wu Zua waved his hand, and the candle dragon the eyes, the armor of the candle dragon, the arms of the candle dragon, and the wings of the candle dragon float towards Jian Wushuang. Seeing these things, Jian Wushuang was overjoyed. "As long as there is no problem with the beast soldiers, come and drink tea first." Wu Zua personally poured tea for Jian Wushuang, and Jian Wushuang, who got him, was a little flattered. With such a set, if the other party didn't collect the treasure, he would be really embarrassed to ask for it. Jian Wushuang took the cup and quickly thanked it. Then Wu Zua leaked a trace of entanglement on his face and said, "Oh, it's been a long time since I drank tea so easily. This time I went to the realm. It was really messy there." Chapter 5498. Jian Wushuang didn't know what the other party meant by saying this, and he didn't dare to answer, so he could only listen in embarrassment. "I really envy you, these inheritors. They have great potential and strength, unlike me, working on trivial things all day long." Wu Zua said and said, almost drinking tea as wine, and kept telling his own difficulties. Jian Wushuang, who was sitting at the side, shook his head. The two of them were really alike. The unfortunate thing was one after another. Wu Zua suffered even more frustrations, and luck was better when the Senate Palace was just established. But afterwards, some dirty work in the Northern Territory was thrown away by him alone. In the end, he didn't get much benefit, and his reputation was still stigmatized. In this Palace of the Elders, the power of the law enforcement hall is not comparable to that of the 3 palace owners. So it frightens the aboriginal emperors in the Northern Realm. Originally thinking of finding Jian Wushuang in the realm, and then recommending Broly, the emperor of Change Dao, to the true spirit, he could get a lot of credit, so he could attack the palace lord. The results of it? Not only did he not get much benefit, but when he returned to the Senate Palace, the relationship with Emperor Lu Hua became rigid, so that no one inside supported him, and the election matter had to be let go. Wu Zua also knew in his heart that the position of the palace lord was special, and he could not rely solely on the internal members, but could bypass the Senate Palace and go directly to seek truth. As long as the real spirit speaks, the position of the palace lord is not yet in hand. But the true spirit is not such a foolish person. He first planned the passage of the second prison, and then went to seek the true spirit with the magic sound general. I originally wanted to use this credit to develop the inheritance of Mayin Mountain to the extreme. On the one hand, it can cultivate those inheritors. On the other hand, it can increase the treasures in the Palace of the Elders, and it can also help the true spirit solve problems. Less benefits. But in the end, he never expected that he was hired by someone and the matter was done. And even more so, he was able to draw in the magic sound general and Yun Zhongjuan. But in the end it was a mess, lost his wife, and broke the army. In order to compensate Jian Wushuang, he sold his worth and begged for help. Although Jian Wushuang's life wasn't very good. He hadn't been short of treasures. So, compared to this, Wuzhua was a bit more miserable. Master Wuzhua, you don't seem to be a strong person in recovery, right? You will still have a great chance to reach the top in the future. Jian Wushuang uttered a word to persuade. Wuzhua shook his head. How could it be so easy? At the beginning, there was no breakthrough in the guidance of the gods. He had spent countless opportunities in a severely injured state. If he hadn't been in a perfect state of mind, he would have long since collapsed. Now, he doesn't have much confidence in the Lord of the Universe. Here are some treasures you need. The blood of the beast is a bit special. I brought it from the Tomb God Mountain. You must be careful. The power contained in it is beyond your imagination. Wu will be careful with a mustard seed. Handed it to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang was also unambiguous, accepting it directly and exploring it with a trace of thought. In addition to the bottles storing the blood of the beast god, there are also 200,000 square cosmic crystals and the essence of all things on one side. With these treasures, Jian Wushuang also had confidence. Now there is only 20% of the original source left. Originally thought Wu Zuo would play his emotional card again, and wanted to reduce the 20% of the origin of the universe. Unexpectedly, Wu Zuo directly took out 30% of the origin of the universe. This surprised Jian Wushuang very much. Master Wu Zuo, it was said that the two achievements are 20%. Is this 10% more? Jian Wushuang retorted. This time he crossed the abdomen of a gentleman with the heart of a villain. Unexpectedly, Wu Zuo could give him 10% more of the origin of the universe. Wu Zuo gave Jian Wushuang the jade slip that stored the original source and firmly said, "This time I am to blame. The 10% extra, even if it is compensation, you must not shirk it." Then, "Thank you, sir." Jian Wushuang stood up and bowed. One becomes the origin of the universe. This became the origin of the universe, worthy of his worship. The transfer of the treasures is complete, and Jian Wushuang has unexpectedly received goods, so he is very happy. Originally, he was afraid of eating people with soft mouths and short hands, but now he is not restrained. He eats what he needs to eat and drinks what he needs to drink. Jian Wushuang put down his vigilance. A smile leaked from Wu Zuo's face, but his heart was very distressed. He was not very wealthy at first, because the extra 10% of the origin of the universe made him even worse. Jian Wushuang, don't yell from adults anymore. A more easygoing, don't care about this way of calling. Wu Zuo smiled and said gently. Jian Wushuang was stunned for a moment, always feeling that there was something wrong there. From now on, if you look at me, call me Big Brother. Wu Zuo said happily. These words made Jian Wushuang a little unbearable, and he quickly pushed back. How can this be done? Lord Wu Zuo is a disciple of the gods. How can he be equal? Don't talk about these imaginary things. Just talk about strength. He is far from Wu Zuo. The opponent is the absolute strong, and he is not weaker than the White King. I am afraid that it is much stronger than the White King. When Wu Zuo went to rescue him, only a Dharma body was able to rival the most powerful. The combat power of the deity is probably similar to that of the magic sound general. Wu Zuo saw Jian Wushuang's hesitation, waved his hand, and said tactfully, "Let's just talk about each of them, regardless of the titles." Big Brother. Jian Wushuang raised his teacup with a tough face. Seeing this, Wu Zuo also raised his teacup, his eyes filled with light, and he replied, "Second brother." When the two of them started drinking, Wu Zuo waved his big hand, "Come here." Then came a woman emperor in red, who was not weak in strength and had the aura of a fifth-order emperor, and said respectfully, "My lord, go, bring over all the good wines I have stored." Wu Zuo was very proud. The good wine he stored must be of great value. The two exchanged cups and talked. Jian Wushuang was an eye-opener this time, and he had learned a lot about the ancient times. For example, the original time and space of Mo Luo, still existed, not just smashed and perished. There are also some things about the Three Kings Court. At the beginning, the Three Kings Court was indeed the pinnacle power, and it used to contend with the gods, but the gods behind them surpassed them too much, so they could only shrink their power. But fortunately, the gods did not rush to exterminate them, leaving some for the Three Kings. Chassis. It was only later that the giant egg caused the destruction of the Three Kings Court. If it weren't for the fact that the gods sent people to suppress Fuego in the end, the three courts would probably be destroyed directly, and even one inheritance would not be obtained. This time it was opened in the Temple of Chishin. An inheritance of the Three Kings also belonged. So, Dao origin Jianwushuang is not sure, but change Dao can definitely fall into Broly's hands. The inheritance of the Three Kings belongs to the inheritance of the top cosmos lord. Except for the inheritance of the three gods and the gods themselves, there is no more powerful inheritance than these three inheritances.